Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Son of Demon Lord? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Yuuto Shigaraki, younger brother of Hisashi Shigaraki, aka All for One, woke up on a park bench over a century into the future. The timer on his wrist gave him 20 minutes to live. He blinked up at the clear blue sky and blinding sun and tried to remember how he'd gotten into this mess. His older brother had an assassin, a woman whose quirk let her send people forward in time. They always returned shortly afterward, dead without a mark on them. Untraceable murder. The glowing red letters embedded on Yuuto's wrist ticked down to 19. He supposed that meant he had 19 minutes and 29 seconds until he was snapped back to the past, killing him in the process. His head spun. He retched, though he had no food in his stomach to come up. The trip through time had taken a toll on his already weak body. Memory returned in flashes. He jumped between the woman and her latest victim. A look of total horror had flashed across her face as her quirk hit him. She probably knew that All for One was going to rip her to shreds for accidentally killing his younger brother. "My brother is an a-hole," Yuuto said out loud. He already knew this fact, but it gave him great pleasure to announce it to the world. Often several times a day. Then he got to work trying not to die. He stood up. His feet felt numb. He grabbed the arm of the park bench to steady himself. Two children played on the nearby swing set. The girl leapt off the swing and took flight, flapping her bat wings. Their mother looked up from her phone, then her arm elongated like elastic to drag the girl back to the ground. So quirks were more common in the future. Not unexpected, but a relief. In Yuuto's time, the government had been dragging people with quirks off to death camps. He'd attacked countless caravans to stage rescues. Good to see people using their quirks openly now, although he still had no intention of revealing one for all without finding out more about the current political situation. The timer on his wrist now read 18. Limping over, Yuuto asked the woman if she knew anyone or anything with the power to erase quirks. This long shot was frankly his only hope. He got lucky. She told him about a professional hero. Professional hero? That was a thing, named Eraserhead. He was a teacher at UA Hero Academy. They had schools to train heroes? Without a doubt cool, but also what the hell had happened in the future? Unfortunately, Yuuto's wallet had nothing but a few loose coins, a credit card a century out of date, and a Metro card which was most definitely not going to work. Yuuto wasted 2 minutes debating the ethics of stiffing a taxi driver. On the one hand, heroes didn't steal. On the other hand, he was about to die, and by any rational framework of ethics, his life had to be worth more than a cab fare. He hailed a taxi, jittering with nervousness the whole trip. Upon arrival at UA, his timer read 6. He dropped all of his coins on the cab seat, babbled, "I'm extremely sorry. Please believe that it was a matter of life or death," then fled before the driver could demand the rest of his fare. Yuuto would feel guilty about stiffing the taxi driver for the rest of his life. He spent years trying to track the man down to repay him, but never found him. Ironically, one of his centuries-old coins turned out to be extremely rare, and the taxi driver sold it for enough money to pay for all 3 of his children's college education. Shota Aizawa was heading home from workup when a strange man grabbed him by the shoulders and half-shouted, "Eraserhead, right? She showed me a picture." Aizawa blinked. "Who's she?" He removed the hand, using no real force, because the youth looked rail-thin and so frail a breeze might knock him over. Long white bangs fell over one eye. His other eye blazed brilliantly green. He wore jeans and a ragged, dirt-stained sweatshirt. He looked like an older teenager, barely more grown than one of Aizawa's students. This roused a protective instinct in the teacher. He asked, "Do you need help?" "Oh yes, absolutely," the stranger said with clear relief. "I've got, it looks like 5 minutes to live." Before Aizawa could react, the youth continued, "I need you to use your power to erase the quirk affecting me." He waved his wrist, where a red timer glowed against his skin, ticking down second by second. Aizawa had never heard of such a quirk, but he didn't dare fail to take the situation seriously. I'm sorry, I have to look at the person using the quirk to erase it. He tried to think of another solution, quirk suppressant HNDCFFS? Even if that might work, were any close enough? I'm dead. The youth dropped to his knees in despair. Such an unheroic way to die. I wonder if it's too late to find that taxi driver and apologize. How could this quirk still be affecting me if I'm separated from the user by more than a century? He started to mutter to himself. Maybe it parasites off my own quirk factor? But it works on people without quirks too. Of course, my a-hole brother can give quirks to people born without them. I'd been wondering why the time travel ability only worked on humans, not objects or even animals. If I'm the host, erasing me should work. He shot to his feet. Please use your quirk on me. A hero couldn't turn down a sincere plea for help. Aizawa activated his erasure. The glowing timer vanished. The youth laughed, touching his blank wrist. Thank you so much. You're a true hero. I'll never forget this favor for the rest of my life. I have to go find a taxi driver. Then he ran off. It wasn't the strangest thing which had happened to Aizawa during his hero career. Imagine that you're Yuuto Shigaraki. You're a man out of time, lost in the distant future. You have no way to return to your own time PRD and a dangerous lack of knowledge about this strange new world. Everyone you've ever known must have died of old age, including your a-hole brother, rendering your former quarrel with him meaningless and leaving you empty and sad. You assume your older brother has died of old age. This later assumption turns out to be a very big mistake. You have no friends, no money, no identification. If you go to the authorities, you could be detained as an illegal immigrant or mental patient. Besides, you don't trust the government. At the dawn of quirks, they did terrible things. You once fought against the authorities to save people with quirks, just as you fought against your own brother after he turned out to be more interested in building power than rescuing victims. Might still be remembered as a criminal. You might be forgotten. You don't know. But you can't take that chance. You still desperately want to be a hero. As far as you're concerned, vigilantes sound cooler than professional heroes anyway. In the comic books your brother used to read to you every night, all the heroes were vigilantes. During the darkest days of your childhood when you came closest to death, feverish and unable to sleep because you kept coughing up blood, he read the Civil War series to you. It seemed obvious to you that the heroes rebelling against government supervision were the good guys. Yes, you often base your life choices on comic books. You might be a bit of a dumbass. You have no equipment or allies. This never stopped you before. You decide to steal from the Yakuza. Stealing is wrong, but the Yakuza are bad guys, and you plan to donate 90% of your take to charity. The Yakuza don't know that hit them. 6 years later, yes, really, 6 years later, Yuuto grabbed Overhaul by his oversized arm and threw him straight through the roof. Bits of plaster rained down. The Yakuza landed on the lawn with a satisfying thump. He didn't get up. Finally, the BSTRD didn't get up. Everything hurt. Yuuto leaned against the wall and suppressed small emesis of pain. His leg had been broken, probably broken in 2 places judging from the bone peeking out. He'd been bruised all over. His breath came shorter, a sign of a coughing attack. He shoved his hair out of his eyes and staggered for the door. He had to find Eri and get out of here fast. Even a weak enemy could give him trouble right now. After his fight with Overhaul, the mansion looked like it had been wrecked by a tornado. Spikes stuck through the cream-colored walls and red carpet. An expensive vase lay on the floor, spreading pottery shards across a fallen painting. Gripping the jagged wall, Yuuto used the jets at the bottom of his boots to carry him forward. Yuuto's hero costume resembled a shrine priest's white coat, except tighter fitting for mobility. Green silk lined his shoulders and sleeves. The bell and golden braid at his neck weren't merely decorations, they released shots of pressurized air to create armor. A white fox's mask hung over his face, with a long snout and blue-green swirls extending all the way up to the ceramic ears. Sounds came from the front of the mansion. Some new force had arrived. Shouting. Furniture breaking. He'd like to hope it might be professional heroes, but he doubted it. Government corruption had only continued to fester over the last century. These days, Nearly everyone took bribes from the thriving Yakuza. Got to find Eri. He forced himself to move faster on his broken leg. He was accustomed to pain, a lot of it. He'd reached the fuzzy place where he barely even felt anything. A ceiling lamp wobbled, then crashed the floor. Yuuto leapt backward, coughing. Once he started coughing, he couldn't stop. He held his hands over his mouth. A trickle of blood ran between his fingers. Rapid footsteps approached. His blurry vision barely made out the Yakuza running toward him. He had to stand up straight or else. 5% smash. Yuuto hadn't been the one to say that. His head shot up. 12-year-old Izuku Midoriya sent a dozen Yakuza flying down the hallway with one punch. The bedraggled, bleeding lot decided to run away in a different direction instead. Izuku! Yuuto blinked away the spots in his eyes. You can't be here. I told you so. You're 12. But you were late coming home. I knew something had gone wrong. Izuku pouted. His nephew looked absolutely adorable in his green hero costume and the rabbit mask, which had been for hero training, not for actual vigilante activity. I want to save Eri too. It's my fault you have less and less time where you can use one for all, because you had to give me the power to save me. Yuuto held up his hand to stem the flow of words. None of that was your fault. You have nothing to feel guilty about. He wanted to order Izuku to run away, but it might be more dangerous to let the boy leave alone. Someone was breaking into the mansion. Sounds of fighting drifted down the hallway. His instincts screamed at him to pick up his nephew and run. But there was a little girl in this mansion being experimented on and tortured. Yuuto gritted his teeth. Izuku, at the first sign of a fight, you need to run away. Izuku grinned. But I did save you back there, didn't I? Pretty heroic, don't you think? In spite of himself, a smile tugged at Yuuto's lips. He ruffled his nephew's hair. You're lucky you're so cute, kid. He couldn't help leaning on Izuku as they walked down the hallway. Izuku fussed over his leg despite his claims that it was just a scratch. Eri's door had been blasted to shreds. An arm lay in the hallway missing the rest of the man. Unfortunately, he'd reached his time limit and could no longer activate one for all. If he even tried to throw a punch, he was pretty sure it would turn into a coughing fit. The plan was to grab Eri and run. Izuku, stay in the hallway, near the window. Yuuto drew his whip from his belt and peeked through the broken door. The child's bedroom held a broken chest of toys, a plush purple chair, and a poster bed where Eri lay. A tall man in a black suit stood over Eri's limp form. He was touching her face, he was stealing her quirk. Even before the man turned around, Yuuto knew. Curly white hair. Shadowed green eyes. That piercing smirk. It couldn't be, but it was. His older brother, Hisashi Shigaraki, barely looked older than the day Yuuto had been launched through time. As that cold gaze fell on him, Yuuto's hand went up to touch his porcelain fox's mask. Fortunately, it remained in place. His hair was visible, but surely loads of people had white hair? Some people, anyway. Everyone did once they got old enough. In a voice saturated with darkness, All for One said, I'm in a good mood, vigilante, after obtaining a particularly valuable quirk. Run, and I won't chase you. Yuuto tried to make his voice hoarser, unrecognizable. You don't need the girl any longer. I'll take her, then go. He'd aimed for intimidating, but he sounded more like a frog with a nicotine addiction. His whip shot out and snagged Eri, pulling the unconscious girl to his side. Yuuto expected his brother to try and stop him. But Hisashi just stared. Probably because his voice had sounded so weird. That had to be the only reason. Keeping Eri behind him, he edged backwards. Green eyes met green eyes. In the space of a heartbeat, All for One moved. He ripped the fox mask off Yuuto's face. It clattered in the corner, too loud in the sudden silence. The two brothers stared at each other's faces for the first time in over a century. A fierce joy filled Hisashi's eyes, then it quickly warped into disbelief. He grabbed Yuuto by the throat and slammed him into the wall. Almost tenderly, he crooned, You have 5 minutes to prove you're not a fake. By reflex, Yuuto shouted, You're not the boss of me and you can't make me do anything. Hisashi's grip loosened. Well, I have to admit you're off to a great start. That's exactly what my baby brother always said. Get your hands off him. Izuku flew into the room in a green blur and kicked All for One in the side of the head. The villain staggered backward. A trickle of blood came from his nose, and fury filled his eyes. He backhanded Izuku into the wall without hesitation. A broken piece of furniture stabbed into the boy's arm. Coughing overtook Yuuto's body. Horror filled his mind. He fell to his hands and knees. Blood dripped from his mouth to the floor. He desperately needed to rise, but his body wouldn't obey. Tears blurred his eyes. He could barely make out the shockwave gathering around his brother's arm, aimed at Izuku. No restraint against a child, only murder. All for One was about to stomp on Izuku like an ant. Yuuto screamed, "Stop! He's family!" Hisashi stopped. He looked. He took in Izuku's curly hair, very much like himself, and his freckles, just like the ones Yuuto used to have when he'd been younger, and those brilliantly green irises. Hisashi's eyes widened. "Did you have a kid as a teenager?" Yuuto coughed up another chunk of bloody tissue and managed to say, "He's yours, you goddamn deadbeat dad, and you owe me 6 years of child support." All for One went slack-jawed. Izuku took advantage of this to scoop up Eri under one arm and Yuuto under the other, then One for All led his way out of there at top speed. Back in his apartment, Yuuto breathed into his inhaler, then croaked out, "We have to run." Izuku handed him a glass of water. "Does your throat hurt?" "It sounds like it hurts." Yuuto drained the glass, then repeated, "We have to run. We're leaving right now. Get the spare fake IDs from the closet." Izuku jiggled from foot to foot. "I wasn't followed. I'm certain of it." "Doesn't matter." Yuuto coughed. "He's very good at tracking people down, and I didn't. If I'd known, I would have done more to hide us." His vision blurred again. He had 2 nephews peering worriedly at him. He pinched his forehead, and both Izukus snapped back into one. "The doctor said you shouldn't move." Izuku pointed at the cast on Yuuto's leg. Yuuto had first made contact with a doctor who treated vigilantes through Shota Aizawa. He'd maintained a friendship with the man who'd saved his life, although he was pretty sure he'd never changed Aizawa's initial impression of him as a lunatic hobo. Fortunately, Aizawa had been willing to take Eri in, no questions asked. Yuuto deeply regretted letting Eri's quirk be stolen in front of him, but it might be for the best. She'd be safer now. Children with quirks useful to the government tended to disappear. The underground doctor had a quirk which allowed immediate treatment of injuries. He was no recovery girl, but he'd bandaged up Izuku's arm and had Yuuto's leg in a cast within seconds. Then Yuuto had shoved the man out of the apartment while he protested that he still needed to give Yuuto an examination. The doctor was right, Yuuto still couldn't breathe properly. But he feared letting an innocent, uninvolved person remain in case his brother showed up. Izuku tilted his head. "Who was that man?" "I know you wouldn't be scared of just any villain, my many times great uncle." The title was an old joke between them, since he'd always assumed that Izuku must be his brother's descendant. Yuuto sighed. "If he's alive, then I think I'm just your uncle, no grades attached." He flicked his long bangs from his eyes. "You were originally quirkless, which would be more likely if you're a second generation." "Wait a moment." Izuku paled, his freckles standing out on his cheeks. "That was your brother? The supervillain one? Wasn't he supposed to be dead?" "I assumed he'd died of old age, apparently a mistake on my part." "He's probably your dad." Izuku took this news stoically. He'd never expressed any interest in the father he'd never met, and he'd already had time to get used to a supervillain ancestor, so perhaps All for One becoming his father instead didn't make that much difference. Although, of course, it became a much more pressing problem when your evil relative was still alive. "You think he's looking for us?" "I know he's looking for us." Yuuto used an elbow to sit up. "We've got to get out of the city, tonight. Things can be replaced. I'll find some more Yakuza I haven't robbed blind." Izuku's eyes drifted to the All Might mug sitting used in the sink. "But what about our collection?" More kitchenware with All Might's face filled the cabinets. Several posters of him hung on the walls. A plushie had fallen off the sofa. The hero's wide grin beamed from 2 futon covers. Both Yuuto and Izuku worshipped Toshinori Yagi, the All Might, the only quirkless hero. They'd both been quirkless when younger, so it was only natural for them to admire how he dedicated his life to fighting against government corruption and quirk-based discrimination. The only quirkless hero might not rescue people in a flashy manner, but his brilliant detective work had uncovered countless human trafficking rings and the corrupt government officials and heroes enabling them. Together, Yuuto and Izuku had written long posts with detailed citations proving that Toshinori Yagi had saved more people than the current top-ranked heroes, a bunch of sellouts, and deserved to be number one. In reality, because of the widespread discrimination against the quirkless, All Might would never be popular enough to rank highly. But quirkless and people with so-called villainous quirks called him the symbol of hope. Because of his lack of popularity, All Might didn't have very much merchandise. Yuuto and Izuku had stood in line for hours, visited stores around the city, and spent far more than they could afford on online auctions in order to obtain their collection. It couldn't be replaced. The uncle and nephew looked at each other. Their serious gazes conveyed mutual understanding that although food, clothing, and even medicine could be forgotten in their frantic flight, the All Might collection must be saved at all costs. "I'll get the suitcase," Yuuto said, staggering to his feet and reaching for his crutches. "You start wrapping up the most fragile All Might figurines." Yuuto had barely opened the closet door when he noticed the silence. Their cheap apartment had thin walls. There was always an undercurrent of noise, even during nighttime, a fridge humming, someone snoring, their upstairs neighbor's newborn. But the building had gone silent as a graveyard. On his crutches, Yuuto limped over to the window. He hadn't taken any painkillers because he wanted to keep his head clear, and he felt the effects of this decision with each step. He peeked through the blinds. At first glance, everything looked normal outside. An elderly woman sat on a bench. A man wrapped in a thick brown coat smoked by the street lamp. But Yuuto had learned how to tell when he was being watched. He noticed the discrepancies, the way the man kept glancing at the apartment building, the slipping of the woman's wig and the outline of a gun in the bag over her shoulder. A crowd of youths walked down the street, laughing and shouting. Although they seemed to be stumblingly drunkenly, they were circling the apartment. The building was surrounded. Yuuto closed the blinds. His heart raced. It had happened so fast. But his brother had had a century to become even more powerful, and probably more of an a-hole too. He lunged for the bedroom, planning to grab Izuku and run. There was a knock on the door. Yuuto nearly dropped his crutches. His brother, being a melodramatic a-hole, ripped the door off its hinges and set it aside. Yuuto Shigaraki strolled into the apartment as if he owned the place. His eyes locked onto his younger brother with a possessive, hungry gaze. That look had made Yuuto feel warm and loved back as a young child, but these days gave him PTSD flashbacks. "Sorry about your door, foolish little brother," Hisashi purred. "You bled enough for me to run some DNA tests." "Both of you did." Izuku poked his head out of the bedroom. "What happened, though?" Hisashi's vividly green eyes snapped to his son. There was that same delighted and greedy gaze. Yuto's stomach sank, because he knew that look. It spelled trouble, in the form of a vault with a thick iron door. "A pleasure to meet you, Izuku Midoriya. What a lovely child you are. My apologies for inviting myself in at this late hour." Hisashi patted the broken door. "My darling little brother said something about child support." His teeth gleamed in something resembling a grin. "So naturally, we need to discuss custody arrangements." "Make time." "Make." How all for one recognized his brother. "Hisashi, there's something oddly familiar about this vigilante." "Yuuto, it's not my quirk. You've never seen this quirk before in your life." "Hisashi, it's the overpowering stench of stupidity. I know only one person so foolish." "Hey little brother." "Yuuto, well this can't get any worse." Hisashi notices Izuku. "Is this a 2 for the price of 1 special sale?" "Yuuto, I hate you, author-chan." Make. Hisashi has feelings on his brother and his son nearly getting killed by overhaul. "Hisashi, I take my eyes off you for a century or so, and this is the trouble you get in?" Eyes the vault with an unpleasant glint. "Yuuto, it was your goddamn minion who sent me forward in time and nearly killed me." Hisashi, "Oops, my bad. But I did kill her afterward. Slowly and painfully." "Yuuto, I didn't want you to kill her. Hisashi, you never want me to kill anyone. What if Izuku was Yuto's biological son instead of Hisashi's? Hisashi, oh, absolutely nothing changes. It's extremely common for older relatives to step up in event of a teenage PR Jinsui. Yuto, I'm not a teenager anymore. I'm in my early 20s. Hisashi, fortunately, I'd be delighted to raise such a cute child as Izuku. Sometimes I'm such a great brother, I even impress myself. Yuto, you have no legal leg to stand on. This is kidnapping. Hisashi, oh, you and your adorable talk of legalities. It's not kidnapping as long as you're coming with us. Yuto, that's not quite go where? Hisashi, don't worry your pretty little head about it. The air seemed to SCK out of the room. A certain big brother had that effect. Yuto should have run right away. He shouldn't have even stopped to bandage his broken leg. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Uncle Yuto? Izuku whispered, not taking his eyes off the supervillains standing in their entranceway. Fight or go out the window? The power of one for all crackled around his body. Yuto swallowed. Get behind me. Hisashi didn't stop Izuku from running over to his uncle. Yuto mouthed the word, surrounded, and Izuku's eyes widened. His nephew nodded, very slightly. Hopefully he understood the rest of the unspoken message, don't make a move yet. Yuto was getting his nephew out of here no matter what, but better to wait until his older brother let down his guard a little. Probably when he started monologuing. Hisashi settled down on the couch like a large, predatorial cat. He crossed one leg. How old are you? He asked Izuku. Izuku's mouth flattened into a thin line. You'd know if you stuck around to raise me instead of pursuing a life of crime. I promise, I had no idea you existed. If I'd known, Hisashi's eyes burned in the dim light. I thought I was infertile. I am infertile. You're a miracle. He stretched out a hand toward Izuku, who flinched away, pressing closer to Yuto. Hisashi scowled. I'm sure my hero-obsessed younger brother has poisoned your mind against me. Wouldn't you be willing to hear my side of the story? He sounded so reasonable. He always sounded reasonable as he spun his lies. I didn't. I told him the truth, Yuto snarled. If anything, he'd gone too far in the other direction due to nostalgia and a desire not to speak ill of the dead. He'd given Izuku the facts about why he'd fought with his brother, the evil cult and the vault. But he'd softened the story, speaking about how it was a dark and dangerous time which no doubt drove his brother to dire lengths. He'd left out the most gruesome details, like the people rendered comatose after his brother stuffed too many quirks into them, because he didn't want Izuku to feel guilty or tainted by association. Instead, he'd shared a lot of cute stories about their childhood. If he'd had the faintest idea that his brother might show up alive, he would have been a lot blunter with Izuku about precisely how dangerous their family's resident villain could be. Hisashi continued, regardless of your precise age, you're young enough to be under your father's custody. Your current guardian is clearly grossly negligent, since he let you nearly get killed chasing after a grandstanding Yakuza with overly large limbs. Yuto, who'd opened his mouth to protest, closed it. His brother had struck him right in the center of his guilt. He told me to stay home. Izuku glared. I snuck out after him. This did little to assuage Yuto's self-blame because, 1, he knew that do as I do parenting didn't work, and 2, he truly had needed Izuku's rescue, and they both knew it. It was his responsibility to keep you out of such situations, Hisashi said. I can't believe he gave you one for all. At your age, no less. I knew he was foolish and irresponsible, but I'm honestly furious with him for that. You'll finally be protected once you're living with me. Izuku vibrated like a violin bow. I'm not letting anyone separate us. His fist tightened on Yuto's shirt. Oh, Yuto is definitely coming along too. Hisashi flipped his hand. From now on, you're both under adult supervision. Screw you, Yuto snapped. I'm not a child any longer. Not that he'd ever been able to convince his brother of that. An old knot of frustration wound up inside his heart. Hisashi laughed. Then why do you act like one, foolish little brother? Leisurely he stood up. You have no choice in the matter. You're injured, and I have this place under my control. Do this the easy way for once in your life. Yuuto summoned up the dying embers of one for all. Each time, it got a little harder. The power crackled down his arms and made his broken leg throb. His lungs seized. He barely managed to say, "Izuku, on my mark, run for the window. Don't stop for any reason." Hisashi sighed. "The hard way, like always?" "No," Izuku said. Both brothers startled in surprise. Izuku marched forward and stood between them. Yuuto tried to yank his nephew behind him, but he pulled free. Locking eyes with all for one, Izuku spoke slowly and clearly. "You don't get to waltz in and claim custody after being AWOL my entire life. Family is more than blood. Family is people who fight and bleed for each other. Uncle Yuuto nearly died rescuing me from human traffickers. I had nightmares for years about his blood all over the ground." Hisashi paled. Although Izuku couldn't have known it, he'd hit an old wound with the mention of quirk traffickers. A childhood story so dark Yuuto had never told it to his nephew. With a dignity and poise far greater than his age, Izuku said, "Do you know what it's like, living as a quirkless kid in this society? I used to get beaten up every day. You accused my uncle of being a bad parent for giving me one for all. Do you have any idea what kind of dire circumstances might have forced him to make that choice? No, you don't, because you weren't there. Uncle Yuuto became quirkless again for my sake. No one understands that sacrifice better than me." Yuuto recognized the gleam in his brother's eye at the mention of Izuku's former bullies, and it very much worried him. But it was too late to take back words already spoken. Izuku continued, "Even after he gave me his quirk, he had to keep stealing from the Yakuza because it was his only way to make money. Do you know what it was like watching him come home injured more and more frequently because he could use one for all for less and less time, and knowing it was all my fault? Watching his health fail as his body weakened? Listening to him cough up blood late at night because we didn't have enough money for both my school fees and his medicine? Where were you, Dad?" Hisashi had turned as pale as his hair. "I didn't know about you. I have a lot of money." Izuku snorted. "It's not about money. You're not buying your way into this family. If you want me to call you my father, then you're going to have to prove yourself. I'm not going anywhere with you, but..." He raised his hand to forestall any protest. "I'll give you a chance to live here with us and get to know me. As long as you act civil with Uncle Yuuto." As an afterthought, Izuku added, "He'll be civil toward you too." "What?" Both brothers asked at the same time, then glared at each other. "Did I stutter?" Izuku enunciated. He crossed his arms and glared at Hisashi. "You could take me against my will. I understand that. But if you do, I won't speak to you. I won't even look at you. I know how to gray wall people. I used to do it all the time with bullies. We'll never become family. You'll have nothing from me that you don't take by force." He bared his teeth. "Your choice." Hisashi stared at his son for a long moment. His expression became proud. "Well played. I agree to your terms." His smile looked wolfish. "It seems like this game will be well worth the effort." Yuuto raised his hand. "Wait, what about my choice? This is my apartment. I don't want my brother living here. May I have a word with Uncle Yuuto alone?" Izuku asked sweetly. Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed Yuuto by the elbow and dragged him into the bedroom. Yuto's one good leg went out from under him as he half collapsed onto the futon. His head spun. Maybe he should have taken some painkillers. He wet his lips. "Izuku, you don't understand. I never explained it properly to you. I wanted to shield you from the worst truths about my brother. He's a demon king. Oh, trust me, I know what he is." Izuku paced the small room. "This isn't about me wanting visitation time with my absentee supervillain dad. This is about me trying to keep him under control. Be honest. Can we get away from him right now?" Yuuto hesitated. "I might be able to get you out if I hold him off." Might being the key word. Probably not with the number of people surrounding the building. "Then that's a no, because I'm not leaving without you." Izuku knelt down and took his uncle's hands. "You don't get it. My brother can't be controlled, certainly not by promises of limited cooperation. Maybe he'll play along a bit if it amuses him." Yuuto shook his head. "But we're every bit as much prisoners as we were before. Now isn't the best moment to try to escape, though." Izuku eyed his uncle's broken leg. Don't you think it will be easier to break out of here compared to wherever he might take us? His nephew had a point, but you don't understand. And Yuuto didn't know how to explain the fear that had taken root in his heart. Hisashi thought of his family more like priceless treasures than people. Valued and cherished, but ultimately his property. Could seem great as long as he was getting his own way, but after the first sign of defiance, his love turned smothering. The more time he spent with Izuku, the more attached he got, the worse it would get later. Izuku sighed and shifted tones. You haven't seen your brother in over a century. Don't you think he might have changed over that time? Maybe you can give him a chance. He's still my dad. I'd like to spend a little time with him and make my decision about him myself. Please, just give it a try. The boy's eyes welled up with tears. Yuuto squirmed, remembering his brother's accusation about poisoning Izuku's mind. Finally, he said, I think it's slightly more likely that hell will freeze over than Hisashi will change. But if you want me to give him a chance, I'll do it for you. Thank you. Izuku squeezed his hands. Don't worry. I'm not falling for his tricks, I'm the one playing him. Wait a minute. Had Izuku's tears been fake? Then his big speech had just been because he wanted to stop his dumbass uncle with the broken leg from picking a fight with a supervillain. And he'd manipulated both his father and his uncle perfectly. Izuku really was his father's son, but Yuuto didn't mean that in a bad way. At the end of the day, he still loved his older brother and would never stop, no matter what bitter ending their fight might come to in the end. He had full familiarity with all of his brother's positive traits as well as his negative ones. Izuku had somehow gotten all the good and none of the bad. Of both brothers, really. His dear nephew had definitely gotten all the common sense in the family. And when the sheet inevitably hit the fan, Yuuto would do everything in his power to protect his nephew. When Yuuto and Izuku returned to the main room, Hisashi was on the phone. He seemed to be saying, 2 sofas no, make that 3 sofas. One of them a sectional couch. He looked up. I have to go, so that will be all for now. I'll let you pick out the kitchenware, but do make it fast. The last word held an unmistakable note of menace. He put down his phone and beamed at them. Yuuto rubbed his forehead. Striving to sound calm, he asked, What are you doing? 6 years of child support, remember? Where are you going to put 3 sofas? Yuuto waved his arms at the tiny apartment. I own this building now. Hisashi smiled. I've already paid everyone in the apartment complex 10 million yen to vacate immediately. I even helpfully provided them with assistance in moving their belongings. We have this place all to our family, isn't that nice? And he'd probably threatened anyone who didn't want to move out immediately, but it could have been worse. At least civilians would be out of the line of fire. Hisashi stood up. I'd like a tour of my new purchase. Oh, he had a lot of nerve referring to Yuuto's apartment that way. Yuuto waved his arm over the main room containing a kitchen, a dining table, a couch, and a television. There's not much to see. Your decorating taste remains juvenile. Hisashi raised an eyebrow at the All Might posters on the wall. His eyebrow got even higher as he took in the hero's face smiling from the couch pillows and the stickers on the fan. You forgot to dust on top of the wall trim. Yuuto stepped in front of the coffee table with comic book characters carved on top and several food stains to hide it from view. Hisashi opened the kitchen cabinets, making disapproving sounds. This is the kind of garbage you're feeding my son? Ramen? Eyeing the many empty shelves, he let out a pointed sigh. He picked a pot off the drying rack and ran his finger on the edge. Look, you missed a spot. He'd scared his tongue. Somehow, Yuuto had an even stronger desire to punch his brother than back when he'd been attempting kidnapping. Okay, tour is over, get your hands off my stuff. Already having invaded the bathroom, Hisashi shouted, There's mold in the shower. Between clenched teeth, Yuuto said, Cleaning day is tomorrow, okay? The mold has gotten in the caulk. Hisashi closed the red, white, and blue shower curtain. This place will need a full renovation. He started taking bottles out from under the sink. Why are you sorting through my belongings? Yuuto demanded. I'm getting rid of anything that might not be safe for Izuku. Izuku poked his head in. Relax. Uncle Yuuto already taught me which chemicals are dangerous and also which ones I can mix together to make explosives. How clever you are, just like your father. Tragically quite different from your very irresponsible pyromaniac of an uncle. Hisashi made most of the cleaning fluids disintegrate. Hey, those cost money. Yuuto yelped. Hisashi pushed open the door to the only other room. This must be your closet. Yuuto gritted his teeth. It's my bedroom and you know it. Stop pretending not to understand the concept of poverty. We both grew up poor. This BSTRD was just acting snooty. Maybe I was confused by all the junk in here. Hisashi surveyed the piles of comic books stacked in the corners and spilling over the floor. Shelves of hero figurines covered every wall. Although all might featured prominently, the collection included heroes from throughout Japan's history. How do you sleep with all these beady little eyes staring at you? It would give me nightmares. What? Are you scared they'll attack you? Yuuto growled. Ugh, you don't even have a bed? Is that a sleeping bag? I know you know what a futon is. Knock it off. Hisashi frowned slightly. Where's Izuku's bedroom? We share, Yuuto said. There's only one bedroom. Hisashi's eyebrows climbed his forehead. My foolish little brother, you appear to be raising my son in a shoebox. Yuuto's punching hand twitched. This is a perfectly normal-sized apartment. One bedroom was good enough for us when we were kids. It wasn't good enough. That's why I started my own successful business. Your own criminal empire. Details. Hisashi clapped his hands together. This won't do. I don't think either of us wants to share a room these days. Time to expand. He placed a hand on the bedroom wall. With a horrible screeching, part of the wall vanished, replaced by a wooden door. Hisashi turned the knob and peered at the neighboring room. Good, it looks like there was another bedroom against this wall. That will make the renovations easier. That was amazing. Izuku bounded over. What kind of quirk could do that? Does it only create doors? Could you create different kinds of doors? What if you needed to perform surgery? Could you create a passageway between heart valves? It just creates one type of door. A rather strange quirk. I tried using it on a person once, and the result was quite gruesome. Hisashi leaned over and ruffled Izuku's hair. A flash of power came from his hand, and the injury on Izuku's arm vanished. Hopping on his broken leg, Yuuto leapt forward, dragging Izuku backward before his brother did who knew what else. Stay away. Hisashi smirked. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I prefer you less mobile. His brother was an a-hole. It was a truth that defined the world, like how water was wet and 2 + 2 = 4. Thanks, Izuku started to say, then froze. You turned someone into a door? Someone who very much deserved it, I assure you. Hisashi's smile oozed sincerity. One of my less savory associates. No one will miss him. Izuku did not look any less alarmed. Yuuto concurred. He was starting to get an idea of what position his brother occupied in this time PRD. During his vigilante activities, he'd gotten hints of the mastermind ruling over the criminal world. Someone with political influence so great they called him the Shadow Prime Minister. Someone heroes didn't dare chase and villains didn't dare cross. He should have guessed the Demon King would always be his big brother. Which reminded him. Hisashi, how are you still alive? Yuuto shook his head. It's been so many years, I just assumed, and there was a valuable lesson about the danger of assumptions. If he'd known, he might not have been able to do that much differently, but at least he would have dyed his white hair a more common color. Longevity quirk. Hisashi dismissed the question with a wave of his hand, as if he considered it only natural he'd find a way to live forever. How about you, Yuuto? His eyes took on an intense light. Everyone hit by the time travel quirk always returned dead. There were no exceptions, and trust me, I experimented a lot. Then I looked for a time travel ability that would go backward instead of forward, but none seemed to exist. A light filled Izuku's eyes. Probably because of time paradoxes. He started mumbling under his breath. A melancholy look flashed in Hisashi's eyes. Maybe they were both remembering the many times Yuuto used to mutter the same way in childhood. Those sent forward in time always died. as if the process of traveling through time demanded a price. Hisashi shook his head. It was so hard for me to give up hope when I never found a body. I looked for your body for years. I might have been able to do something with a body. Do what exactly with his body? Yuuto suspected he was happier not knowing. There's a hero in this time PRD who can erase quirks. I found him with 5 minutes left to live. He saved my life. Hisashi sighed. Yuuto turned a suspicious look on his brother. Why do you look so disappointed? It's just, Eraserhead has such a useful quirk, but I suppose now I owe him a good turn. Don't even think about it, Yuuto growled. He's a friend of mine. And it's not some kind of favor not to steal someone's quirk, it's common decency. It would have gone so well with my other quirks. I had plans for obtaining it. Izuku widened his eyes in an adorable way that he 100% did on purpose. You wouldn't do something like that to Mr. Aizawa, would you? It would really upset me. Hisashi looked at his son with amusement. Of course not. It was like watching a great white shark decide a minnow was too small to be worth eating and pass by. Yuuto felt a tightening in his throat. He swallowed before it turned into a cough. Heading to the kitchen, he grabbed a cup off the counter and filled it with water. His throat really did hurt. Hisashi followed after him, pausing to create a new apartment door to replace the one he'd broken on his way in. Izuku muttered, "So cool." Trying not to feel annoyed or envious, Yuuto hopped to a chair and sat down. Actually, his good leg more or less went out from under him. Family conference time. I have more questions. Hisashi clapped his hands together. You are so not in charge, Yuuto muttered. Maybe I don't feel like answering more questions. How did you two run into each other? Hisashi's eyes glinted. This sounds like a story I have to hear. I'll make time. I'll make. This chapter was hard to write because Yuuto is a dumbass. Yuuto, my brother showed up? Cool, I'm gonna fight him. Author, spews coffee out her nose. What, right now? Yuuto, of course right now. He's no doubt up to dastardly deeds as we speak. Why would I possibly wait? Author, glances at pages of planned first all for one Izuku interactions, aka the whole point of this FIC. It's just, you broke your leg, you're severely ill, and you only have the dying embers of one for all. Meanwhile, your brother has been running amok unchecked by anyone for all users and gathering quirks for over a century. Yuuto, I used to start fights with my brother all the time back when I had no quirk and zero resources. Author, yeah, and that didn't turn out very well for you. Cough vaulted cough. How about you play nice and bide your time for a better opportunity? Yuuto, there's one critical fact you're overlooking, Author-chan. Author, doesn't want to know but asks anyway. What's that? Yuuto, I'm the hero and my big brother is the villain, so I'm going to win. Author, All for One has the combat capabilities of a nuke. What are you going to do, hit him with your crutches? Yuuto, look, I'm the main character and you're the author. My job is to fight, your job is to figure out how I win the fight. You can do it, Author-chan. I believe in you. Author mutters to herself, just for that, you're going in the vault at least once during this FIC. Yuuto, what did you say? Author, absolutely nothing. Author used Izuku's tearful face pleading with his uncle not to fight his dad. It's super effective. Yuuto raised an eyebrow. To hear the story, huh? Is that a demand? One leg crossed, Hisashi steepled his fingers. I'm agog with curiosity. You said something about quirk traffickers. His cheerful tone failed to hide the murder leaking into his voice on that last word. None of your business, Yuuto groused, taking a sip of water. I hope your curiosity kills you. Izuku whispered into his uncle's ear, I'd like to give him my sob story. The more guilty I can make him feel, the easier he'll be to manipulate. At least the story of how he'd first met his nephew made Yuuto look cool. Maybe he could finally get a little respect from his big brother. Alright, if Izuku wants to tell you. Between the two of them, they took turns filling in the details. 6 years ago, give or take. Yuuto shoved papers into his backpack while more files downloaded to a flash drive. A couple Yakuza members on the floor groaned. He worked faster. The download finished, and he snatched up the flash drive. Honestly, he didn't have much faith the police would do anything with this information. They'd largely ignored his previous anonymous contributions, but if he dumped everything on the internet, he might be able to find at least one non-corrupt cop. A new email popped up on the computer screen. The subject caught his eye: underage shipment. Weapons pounded against the barricaded door. He ought to make his exit out the window. But that shipment sounded suspiciously like it contained people. Yuuto read rapidly, taking in the details. A warehouse in Shibuya, 10 children, a sale in 2 hours. He smashed through the window. Yuuto waited outside the warehouse for the heroes to arrive. He was starting to get worried that they weren't coming. They were ignoring his tip. Likely bribed. He'd known the Hero Public Safety Commission was rotten, but he hadn't realized the full extent. He peered through the grimy window. 10 children huddled together in a cage. Unfortunately, they were guarded 8 villains. Seemed like serious overkill for a group of kids. Maybe this could be because of him, since he'd attacked quirk traffickers several times already. If there had only been a couple enemies, he'd have swooped to the rescue already, but with 8, and they might try to take the kids hostage. He needed other heroes to help protect the kids while he drew the fire. Unfortunately, he seemed to be on his own. The enemy's numbers would only increase if he waited for the buyers to arrive. He'd have to use sneakiness, then. Yuuto's definition of sneakiness was a tad different from most people, so he planned to cave in the warehouse wall as a distraction, then bust open the cage. A voice drew his attention back to the window. "Stop that sniveling." A little girl grabbed her swollen leg and cried harder. Her bright red hair writhed in the air like it was alive. "I'll give you something to cry about." The villain raised his fist. "No!" A green-haired boy with freckles leapt forward. He couldn't be more than 6 years old, and tears streamed down his cheeks, but he stood between the villain and his target with his arms outstretched. Yuuto was officially out of time to act. Drawing back his fist, he used the full power of One for All to pulverize the wall. At top speed, he shot through the debris and punched the villain's chin. The burly man went through the ceiling with a satisfying crunch. He grabbed the cage bars, ripping them open. "Run!" He didn't have time to watch if the children obeyed. He turned to face the remaining villains. 7-1. And he didn't dare move from this spot or the villains might get past him to reach the children. Rapid step forward. He punched one villain in the face even as his skin turned to stone. Little good though it did him against the might of One for All. Stoneface flew into 2 more targets, knocking them down. For remaining, grabbing the woman with centipedes for hair, he swung her into the wall. The other 3 came at him at once. One spat acid, another blasted water at him, and the last had guns for hands. Guns. But he could dodge, but what if a stray bullet struck the kids? He lunged for the gunman, letting the other 2 hit him because he could take a few blows. The gun-handed villain was silenced with a punch. Acid bit into Yuuto's side even as a tidal wave knocked him to the ground. Searing pain. From the floor, he kicked the acidic villain in the jaw, knocking her out cleanly. The water user backed away. Yuuto lunged for him. The other 2 villains had gotten up and out from under their stony compatriot. He was out of time. Accelerating his speed, he shot forward and punched the water user out, then turned to face his 2 new opponents. Not quite fast enough. One of them sent a blade of wind into his side. Now he bled from both his right and left. His legs tottered. He turned this into momentum, throwing himself forward and knocking the villains' heads together. Mercifully, they went limp. Yuuto fell backward and hit the concrete ground. A blurry, curly-haired child peered over him. Worry-filled green eyes. "Mister, are you a hero?" "Absolutely." Yuuto beamed. Even when he was about to pass out from pain, it always made him happy when someone called him that. "Kid, you should have run away. You still need to get out of here in case one of them wakes up." "She hurt her ankle. I had to stay with her." The boy gestured at the girl he'd been protecting, still curled up on the ground. "And my name is Izuku Midoriya." He tried to put his hands over Yuuto's injury. The sight of blood leaking through his fingers made the boy whimper, but he kept applying pressure. There was something familiar about this kid. The curly hair. The shape of his face. The lines of his nose. So much like his brother. Yuuto decided he must be hallucinating from blood loss. Your quirk is amazing, Mr. Hero, Izuku said. I can't tell if it's a strength or a speed quirk. No, some kind of body enhancement, correct? A quirk analyst, too? Yuto's suspicions intensified, though he had more pressing priorities at the moment than wondering if some poor woman had actually reproduced with his brother. He coughed, then managed to say, Izuku, you need to get out of here. I can take care of myself. The little girl looked up from the floor. My quirk lets me transfer blood between people. I can help. But can you tell people's blood type? You'd need to, wouldn't you? Izuku mumbled, unless the quirk itself alters all blood to universal donor, or alternatively, what if it altered the blood to exactly duplicate the recipient's? I can't change blood types, but I can read information from blood. The girl crawled over and dipped her finger in the blood trail on the floor. She frowned. We're not the same type. One of her blood-red, gelatinous locks of hair touched Izuku's arm. Wait, do you two know each other? She looked between them. Because he's your uncle. Your blood says so. Yuuto laughed. I knew it, though I'd have to be his great-great-uncle. I'm a time traveler. The girl said, Sure, I guess that could be it too. She spoke in the tone of a child who didn't want to argue with an adult even though she knew the adult was wrong. In retrospect, Yuuto regretted not paying more attention to that tone. Oh, I'm related to a hero, Izuku breathed. His voice turned high-pitched. Please don't die, Mr. Hero. He held out his arm to the girl. You can take as much blood as you need. Hold it. Yuuto batted the arm away, though it hurt to move. Not a chance in hell. You don't have enough blood to donate. You're too small. This boy looked 6 years old. I'll be fine. When you're a hero, you don't die from measly wounds like this. He coughed up blood. From the pain in his chest, he was pretty sure he'd punctured a lung. Izuku whimpered. He didn't sound convinced. Yuuto said, Listen to me, great nephew. You need to carry this girl to safety. Izuku stuck out his lip. I'll carry both of you. This kid had amazing spirit. Yuuto said, Right now, the best way to help me would be to find someone with a phone and call an ambulance. I need you to be a hero. There was a pause. Izuku asked, Do you really think I can be a hero? I'm quirkless. Why would that be a problem? I was believed to be quirkless most of my life. It turned out I had the world's most useless quirk, to pass along my quirk to someone else, except since I didn't have a quirk that was just adding insult to injury. But look at me now. It occurred to Yuuto that since right now he was lying on his back bleeding out, maybe that hadn't been the best argument. You've definitely got the spirit of a hero. I know you can do this. Izuku's face hardened with determination. He nodded. Please hang on, Mr. Hero. You can call me Uncle Yuuto. He managed a small smile before he coughed up more blood. Tiny footsteps departed. Yuuto didn't know how long he lay there. He tried to apply pressure to his own side. If someone didn't find him soon, this really would be the end. The whole world went fuzzy. As his eyes slipped closed, he heard shouting and footsteps. A flash of red costume. Had the heroes finally arrived? Was the day finally saved? Present day. Yuuto laughed. Of course, it turned out the Hero Commission was the group buying up children. So yes, the heroes arrived, but that wasn't a good thing. They hauled me straight off to Tartarus. Sitting across from him at the table, Hisashi looked shell-shocked and horrified. Yuuto would have liked to interpret this as admiration for his past exploits. But it was more likely his older brother was having bad memories about his own unpleasant experience with quirk traffickers. His expression had kept on getting more murderous the longer the story continued. Izuku sniffled. I'm so sorry. I was the one who called for heroes to help. What? No, it wasn't your fault. Who else could you have called? Yuuto ruffled his nephew's hair. Besides, they did give me medical treatment. Even if it was only because they thought my quirk was interesting and wanted to experiment on me. So that wasn't fun. Hisashi looked even more horrified. His lips were moving, but sound didn't seem to be coming out. Izuku nodded. That's why the traffickers went after me. The quirkless are often used as control groups in the experiments or test dummies. These days, a lot of quirkless kids just disappear. Yes, there was an entire division devoted to those experiments in Tartarus. It was very bad. Yuuto sighed. I'm so very glad you didn't end up there with me, Izuku. Hisashi's face purpled with horror. He looked about to pass out from lack of oxygen. The traffickers in this city probably had a cockroach's life expectancy, which might keep his a-hole brother busy and out of more exciting trouble. If Hisashi tried to go after the Hero Commission's Human Experiment Division, though, he'd be wasting his time. Yuuto has already wreaked thorough destruction there. Yuuto said, Hey, I escaped, so all's well that ends well, right? You moron! Hisashi exploded. It's like you don't even try to stay alive. Ever since we were kids, I've had to put all the effort into surviving for both of us. Every time I find a safe place to put you, you run off and do your best to die. Yuuto pouted. Maybe all had been too much to expect from his brother, but he thought he'd done pretty well. Here I am, out of your control yet still alive. That contradicts your theory. By dumb luck. Hisashi ticked off his objections on his fingers. First of all, you should have been more subtle using your quirk. Secondly, you should have gathered allies as soon as you arrived in the future, preferably before you tried to fight anyone. Thirdly, if you had to steal money, which I approve of, by the way, you should have picked a weaker target than the Yakuza. Fighting Yakuza was a vigilante job. Hisashi continued. Then there's your disaster of a rescue plan where you largely managed to traumatize my son by bleeding all over him. Yuuto glared. Excuse me? I did great. There were 8 of them. You think I don't handle more than 8 enemies on a regular basis? Hisashi snorted. You didn't even try to use your enemies as human shields or take a hostage. Letting the one with acid get close to you was a big mistake. Given how weak you are, you should have waited for a better moment to attack. If you'd both let that girl get beaten up, it would have made a great distraction. Izuku leaned over and whispered, You weren't kidding about him being an a-hole, were you? Yuuto nodded. Your uncle is always right, kid. How did you get out of Tartarus? And do you remember any particular names or faces? Hisashi asked this in the tone of a man whose murder list just kept getting longer and longer. Yuuto crossed his arms. I can handle my own enemies. Tartarus doesn't have an experimental division any longer, thanks to me. I'm a hero after all. Oh, and my escape, that's something I'm very proud of. I got out in less than a month. Tell him. It's so cool. Izuku jiggled in his seat. Yuuto held up a finger as if imparting great wisdom. The trick to escaping Tartarus is not to escape Tartarus. It's to go on a hunger strike, get transferred to a hospital, then escape out the window. Hisashi stared at him. Finally, he said, I was aware of the stupidity, but not that it was this terminal. Excuse me? Yuuto glared. It worked, didn't it? Everyone underestimates a man half dead of starvation. Hisashi sighed. Izuku, did you know my family was poor? Our mother gave birth at home. I was present for the event. Izuku blinked at the non sequitur. That's how I know no one switched my brother for another baby at birth. Hisashi shook his head. Despite the staggering difference in intellect, I'm unfortunately quite certain that's our genetic material sitting over there. He inclined his head at Yuuto. Oh ha, very funny, Yuuto mumbled. Maybe someone swapped you, and I have a less psycho brother left behind in the past. You might have been replaced with a demon from hell. Of course, you encouraged him in your hero delusions too. And with that quirk. Hisashi clicked his tongue. Genuine anger lurked in his eyes. Izuku said, Hey, I wanted to be a hero long before I met Uncle Yuuto. He was just the first person not to laugh in my face. Hisashi turned toward his son. What happened to you after that? You said something about dire circumstances leading you to get one for all. Izuku took a deep breath. It's not a good memory, but I'll tell you anyway. 6 years ago. The sky was dark as Izuku walked home from school. He'd spent hours rescuing scraps of his textbooks from trash cans around the school. The bullying in first grade was proving even worse than kindergarten. When he tried to complain to his teacher, he got a lecture about how he needed to play less rough with the other boys. The teacher knew full well an orphaned, quirkless boy had no adults to complain on his behalf. His foster parents wouldn't notice he was late. They'd made it clear from the first day that they only took in children for the government stipend. They hadn't interfered when their older foster boy had slammed Izuku into the ceiling with his quirk, claiming he found the younger boy's mumbling creepy. They hadn't lifted a finger when the foster girl had started testing various poisons produced by her quirk on him. The older girl had a perpetually angry look on her face, like she needed someone to be weaker than her so she could hurt him like the world had hurt her. Izuku had made the mistake of asking her if he could do anything to help her. She'd taken this as an insult. Her poisonous breath had swollen his throat twice as big. Izuku's hand went to his still red throat in memory. He'd lain on the living room floor for hours, gasping and choking. At the worst of the pain, right before he'd blacked out, he'd sincerely believed he was about to die. No one in the house had called a doctor. They hadn't even looked at him. If he went back to that house, next time might kill him. He stopped and stood still on the darkened street. It would be easy to run away. He doubted anyone would even call the police. But he had nowhere to go. His experience with the human traffickers had held up a mirror to his likely fate alone on the streets. Tears stung his eyes. He missed his mom so much. And he blamed himself for her death. "Hey, are you all right?" Izuku whirled around. A white-haired teenager leaned against a street light, his breath coming out in hoarse pants. Izuku's shoulders relaxed. This was the hero who'd saved him from the traffickers. He didn't look in good shape. His face had the damp paleness of dough and he'd lost significant weight just in the month since Izuku had last seen him. "I should be asking if you're all right, Mr. Hero. You look like you should be in the hospital." His hero winced. "I'm afraid I don't have that luxury at the moment. And I told you to call me Uncle Yuuto." A spark of hope formed in Izuku's chest. "Since you're my uncle, can I come live with you? Please?" Guilt filled soft green eyes. "Oh, Izuku, I wish I could. The thing is, I'm kinda not in a good situation at the moment." He looked at the sidewalk. Izuku examined his hero. He wore a doctor's coat stained with dirt. Instead of shoes, he had only hospital slippers. His shoulder-length hair hadn't been recently washed. The coat didn't quite fit, as if he wasn't its original owner. Certainly he looked far too young to be a doctor. If he was over 18, it wasn't by very much. "Are you running away?" "I don't mind. I'd run away with you." Perceptive kid. Uncle Yuuto shifted from foot to foot. "It's not because I did anything wrong. Those traffickers who took you had powerful political connections. Their agents in the police force are hunting me. But I'm going to take them down so they can never hurt anyone else again." He sounded very sure of himself for a man who didn't even have shoes. "I shouldn't be here. I just needed to check on you and make sure you were safe." "I'm not safe." It wasn't easy for Izuku to admit this. But he'd nearly died a few days ago. School bullying he could survive. His foster family was an entirely different level of awful. "My foster parents let the other children test their quirks on me. They all hate me. Please, I want to go with you. I'll help you defeat the bad guys." "I'm so sorry." Uncle Yuuto turned even paler. "I can't have a child with me right now. I'll come back for you when I can, I swear." The tears returned to Izuku's eyes. He couldn't stop them from spilling out and down his cheeks. "I understand. You've got to defeat the bad guys. I'd only slow you down. It's hero business, so it must be more important than me." "No, it's not like that." Uncle Yuuto dropped to his knees before him and took him by the shoulders. "You're more important than anything. I'm afraid of what might happen to you if the people hunting me found you. I don't have any money to look after you. But I'll hit the Yakuza tonight." The softness vanished from his eyes, leaving only hard emeralds. "Just give me a week, no, a few days to set up a safe place for you. Can you wait that long?" Izuku rubbed his eyes and nodded. He could survive a few more days. Especially now he had hope. "Promise," he whispered. "I promise." His uncle solemnly took his pinky and shook. Present day. Hisashi's face had warped into a mask of rage. There was enough anger in his eyes to burn all of Japan, but he turned it on the closest target. "I can't believe you left Izuku there," he growled, jabbing a finger at Yuuto. "I didn't have a choice." Yuuto threw up his hands. "I was in no shape to protect Izuku if more Hero Commission minions attacked me. I hadn't yet established a safe house. I slept under a bridge that night. Was I supposed to dump Izuku off at the bridge while I robbed the Yakuza? What if more traffickers found him before I came back? Reluctantly, Hisashi said, "No, that would have been unacceptable." Yuuto sighed and sank back in his chair. "That said, you're right. I should have taken him with me that day." Hisashi stared without blinking. Then his hand shot out to feel Yuto's forehead. "Your skin is a bit hot. Izuku, do you have a thermometer?" Izuku started to get up, but Yuuto waved him back to his chair. "Ignore my big brother. He's being melodramatic because I said he was right about something." Hisashi took out his phone. "I can have a doctor here within minutes." "Ha, you're very funny," Yuuto growled. Eyes full of worry, Hisashi glanced up. "Are you in pain anywhere? Can you breathe?" Yuuto realized that his brother was dead serious. "No, really, put down your phone. I'm not letting any creepy doctor of yours anywhere near me. I'm not delirious. I still think you're an a-hole and wrong about everything." In a sober voice, Izuku said, "He wishes he took me with him because of what happened next." 6 years ago. Izuku couldn't feel his legs. It had been hours since he'd woken up in this hospital bed, and he still couldn't feel his legs. Nor his left arm. He had a bit of sensation in the tip of his right arm, and it was pure pain. His skin had a purple tinge. The last thing he remembered was his foster dad throwing a bottle at the poison quirk girl. He'd leapt forward to intervene on instinct, but she'd shouted that she hadn't needed his help. Her poison had come out in a blue-black cloud far thicker than ever before, and then he knew nothing else. He'd heard the doctors whisper. The words paralyzation and permanent had been used. He'd figured it out. Forget being a hero. He wasn't ever going to be able to use his limbs again. The rest of his life would be spent on this hospital bed. He couldn't even cry. This was past the point of tears. He just stared at the crack in the ceiling. "I'm so sorry." Uncle Yuuto stood in the doorway. He'd stolen another doctor's uniform and this time looked much cleaner and convincing in his masquerade. Izuku couldn't speak. Too late. The man had come too late, but he didn't quite have the hate in him to toss those poisonous words at his uncle. It wasn't anyone's fault but his own that he hadn't managed to last even one more day. Uncle Yuuto took a seat by the bed. "I stole read your hospital chart. They probably already told you that there isn't a cure." "They didn't tell me. I figured it out." Izuku just wanted everyone to go away and leave him alone. "There's one final option." Yuuto jittered in his chair. "Remember when I said I could pass on my quirk? I want to give it to you." "What good would it to me now?" Izuku whispered. "It's a stockpiling quirk. My a-hole brother forced it on me for several reasons, one of which was to strengthen my weak body. It worked. I stopped catching every available illness and started being able to breathe without pain. My quirk is called One for All. I believe that it will heal you. You can still become a hero." "Just please," Izuku whispered. A mass tears spilled from his eyes. For the first time since he'd woken up, he finally had hope. He didn't ask what would happen to Yuuto's health without his quirk. This had honestly never occurred to him. He'd been too young and desperate. But later, up late at night listening to his uncle cough up blood, he'd cursed himself for not even asking. Present day. Hisashi said. This was his first reaction in a while. During Izuku's story, he'd gone very stone-faced and silent. Izuku finished, "Do you know the worst part? No one cared. The police didn't even come to ask questions. My foster parents didn't even punish her for paralyzing me. The system is corrupt, and it has to change." His eyes blazed with passion. Yuuto, who'd been waving his arms to get Izuku to stop talking, gave up. Izuku had only responded to his hints by winking at him and mouthing, playing him for sympathy. Clearly Izuku thought his uncle was trying to stop him because he could tell it was hard for him to talk about his past trauma. In fact, Yuuto was scared his brother might flat-out murder a child bully. Yuuto cleared his throat. Izuku is such a kind-hearted soul that he's never pursued revenge. He only wants to make a world where it won't happen again. He punctuated this cliché with a glare in his brother's direction. This was as open as he dared be, because he didn't want his nephew to realize there might be deadly consequences to his words. He couldn't let the kid be burdened with that kind of guilt. Once they were alone, Yuuto would make sure his big brother knew that if the bully were to be found dead, Izuku would never stop blaming himself. Hisashi said. Yuuto was starting to feel a little unnerved. He wrapped up the story quickly. It took a few days for One for All to take effect. As soon as Izuku could walk, I kidnapped him. It was super easy. Sad to say, I don't even think anyone looked for him. Izuku asked, "Is it kidnapping if I went willingly?" Yuuto ruffled his nephew's hair. Morally no. Legally yes. It hadn't been easy for Yuuto to abruptly become a parent. Back then he'd been 18 years old, recently yoinked through time, and known nothing about childcare. Fortunately, Izuku had been a very forgiving child to raise, largely just desperate for affection, which Yuuto had overflowing quantities of. They'd formed a team, the two of them against the world. Hisashi heaved a sigh. I suppose giving Izuku One for All might have been an acceptable decision under those circumstances. I'm sorry for criticizing you without knowing all the facts. Yuuto flung his hand over his forehead. Did I hear the unspeakable pass my a-hole brother's lips? An apology? I must be imagining things. Maybe I am delirious with fever. Who's being melodramatic now? Hisashi rolled his eyes. Are you all right? Perhaps you're feeling feverish? Yuuto put a hand on his brother's forehead. No sign of a temperature. Stick out your tongue and say, "Ugh." I need to check if you might be contagious, for Izuku's safety. You're being ridiculous. Would you mind saying you're sorry again? I'd like to record this momentous moment on my phone to replay at later arguments. I'm almost certain no one switched you for another baby at birth, but sometimes I have fantasies. Yuuto laughed. It turned into a cough. Once he started coughing, he couldn't stop. He couldn't breathe. It felt like drowning. He needed his inhaler, but his limbs couldn't move. His vision darkened. He doubled over, wheezing. Izuku lunged for the inhaler at the same time Hisashi grabbed Yuuto's arm to steady him. The world blurred. Each cough made Yuuto's leg and the bruises all over his body throb. Izuku held his inhaler to his mouth. Gradually, his breath returned. The tightness in his chest faded. He heard his brother telling him to take deep breaths. He'd like to say something sarcastic about stating the obvious, but he couldn't talk. His throat ached. Hisashi put an arm around his shoulders and lifted him to his feet. Time to go to bed. You're not the boss of me, Yuuto slurred. His head throbbed. Izuku said, I never thought I'd agree with a villain, but please go to sleep, Uncle Yuuto. You look like you need it. Aha, Yuuto mumbled. Izuku was somewhat the boss of him. They both knew Izuku ran their tiny family, since he had his uncle wrapped around his little finger. Together, Hisashi and Izuku maneuvered him into the bedroom. They were talking, but he couldn't make out the words. Someone removed his shoes and got him inside the futon. There was a warm hand on his forehead, brushing his hair out of his eyes. His brother's hand. It brought back so many memories of their childhood. So many times his big brother had looked after him when he was sick. Back then, he'd felt the safest in the world when that hand was on his forehead. In that moment, Yuuto let himself admit that he was glad his brother was still alive. He felt guilty for his gladness. It certainly wasn't good news for Japan and the world in general that All for One was still around. He resented both the happiness and the guilt. If only he could feel uncomplicated joy at their reunion. If only he could believe everything wouldn't turn out just like it had a century ago. Sleep, his big brother ordered, covering his eyes. And he slipped into unconsciousness. Yuuto woke up knowing it would be a bad day. He ached from bruises all over his body. Each breath of air took effort. His body informed him that it didn't plan on functioning today, so if his brain was smart, it would just lie back and shut off too. He was tempted. But he had to get up. No one else would make breakfast for Izuku unless he did it. That thought got him out of bed most mornings. Sun slipped between the blinds to fall on his face. Was he late? Today was Saturday. No school. He could take his time. He waited for the pounding inside his head to subside, then slowly sat up. Time to make breakfast. The scent of eggs and bacon drifted to his nose. Someone hummed in the kitchen as pots and pans clanged together. He hadn't heard that 21st century pop song since he'd traveled through time. Memory of the last night returned in flashes. His brother was in his apartment. Suddenly, Yuuto became wide awake. All for One was in his apartment, and Saturday morning was when All Might came over to pick up Izuku for their hero training. Make time. Make. Common sense must be a recessive gene, or how Hisashi's worst fears interpreted the flashback. Yuuto, you can be a hero, Izuku. They told me I couldn't be a hero because I was quirkless, and now look at me. Izuku, mostly dead and bleeding from every part of your body? Yuuto, yes, exactly. Izuku, great. That's precisely the kind of hero I aspire to be. I'm going to break a bone every time I fight. Maybe a couple bones. Heroes don't need working arms. I can headbutt my enemies and rip out their throats with my teeth. Yuuto, you have the right level of feral to become my successor. Let me give you the perfect quirk to help you break all your bones. You're already covered in my blood that will make the DNA transfer easy. Izuku, whoa, thank you. But don't you need your quirk to be a hero? Yuuto, nah, I'll just keep picking fights with no powers. When you become an experienced hero like me, you don't even need one for all to find new and exciting ways to get yourself killed. Izuku, you're my new idol. Please teach me how to be just like you. Hisashi weeps copious tears and rips out his hair until he looks like a bald potato. Make. How both brothers would describe each other. Yuuto when he thought Hisashi was dead. Things went kinda wrong in the end, but he was a kind, loving brother. I miss him a lot. Yuuto when he realizes Hisashi is alive. He's an irredeemable monster and always was, and I want him out of my apartment. Hisashi when he thought Yuuto was dead. He was an idiot. Hisashi when he realizes Yuuto is alive. He's still an idiot. Make. I couldn't use this bit of dialogue because All for One never got imprisoned in this EU, but boy did I ever want to. Yuuto, the trick to escaping Tartarus is not to escape Tartarus, it's to go on a hunger strike, get transferred to a hospital, and escape out the window. Hisashi, your strategy is stupid and you're stupid. Yuuto, which of us escaped Tartarus in less than a month and which of us is still imprisoned there in canon, foolish older brother? Hisashi, can't even talk because his brain has gone blue screen of death. Hashtag I headcanon that the first user is an insanely skilled escape artist due to his ample experience running away from his clingy big brother. Hashtag he got out of a freaking bank vault, somehow chapter text. How could Yuuto have been so stupid? He'd known that Toshinori Yagi came over every Saturday. He should have called last night to cancel. But in the chaos, he'd forgotten. The surprise appearance of All Might, the only quirkless hero, could turn this already delicate living situation into a disaster. His big brother killed heroes for fun. What if Hisashi took offense to Toshinori training his son on how to be a hero? Yuuto gulped in air. This could be fixed. He just needed to call Toshinori to cancel for today. He groped for his phone on its usual place on the nightstand. His phone was gone. Yuuto's eye twitched. Of course it was gone. His a-hole brother had been in his bedroom. Hisashi must have removed the phone as he would be systematically removing any other means of independence or escape. Such an a-hole. Just in case, Yuuto got up to search the room. He nearly fell over the side of the bed. But since when had he been sleeping on a bed instead of a futon? He looked down to see a king-sized bed with thick maroon covers. So his brother moved him into a new bed during his sleep. Welp, wasn't that creepy? His crutches rested against the opposite wall. That was just so like his big brother. Hisashi had deliberate left the crutches out of reach, so he'd need to call for help in the morning. Yuuto knew it in his bones, including the broken one. Well, he refused. Each movement hurting, he hopped over and grabbed his crutches. Leaning against one, he lifted the window blinds and peered out. An elderly woman sat on the bench outside his apartment building. The exact same woman who'd been there yesterday. His dear brother wasn't even being particularly subtle about his watchers. Just lovely. Today was very much shaping up to be a bad. Yuuto couldn't find his phone in his pants, in a drawer, or anywhere else. Time to confront his kleptomaniac of a brother. He kicked the door open with his foot and hobbled out. Hisashi looked up from a frying pan. The villain cooked wearing a suit and bow tie, of all the absurdities. Yuuto still wore his lounging clothes from last night, so he felt sweaty and probably smelled it too. He felt a vague flash of irritation that his older brother had stolen his job making breakfast. It was overwhelmed by his general panic. "Good morn," Hisashi began. "Stop playing around. I haven't been woken up by my morning cup of black tea, so I'm not in the mood. Where's my phone?" "Your phone? Did you lose it?" "Spare me the coy act. I know you took it. Look, we'll both be happier if you let me make one call." "Threats already? I suppose next comes the speech about a hero someday defeating me. What do you imagine you can do anyway, my adorable, foolish little brother?" Don't think of it as a threat so much as a statement of fact. Sweat dripped down Yuuto's forehead. "Believe it or not, I'm attempting to remove a potential problem for you as well as me." The picture of innocence, Hisashi shrugged. "I don't have your phone, so I can't help you." Izuku pushed open a brand new door which hadn't exited before, so Hisashi must have made good on his promise to create new bedrooms for all of them. His tangled green hair flopped in all directions. He pushed it out of his eyes. "Something smells good." Yuuto turned as fast as he could on crutches. "Izuku, I need to borrow your phone, because mine has gone missing. It appears breakfast is going to be a family meal. And we don't need any unexpected guests, do we?" He waggled his eyebrows frantically. Izuku paled. "Right, today is Saturday. I'm on it." He ran back into his bedroom. A few minutes later, he cried, "My phone is gone." Yuuto turned to glare at his brother. The supervillain looked innocent. "What? I'll buy you both new phones." Problem solved. No doubt loaded down with spyware. "I don't want anything purchased with your dirty money, I want my old phone back. It has all my pictures of Izuku on it." Hisashi laughed. "Yeah, those were adorable." He spoke like a villain who could get a phone passcode cracked in minutes and didn't think his family members needed privacy. "Now you're not even pretending not to have stolen my phone. You villain." Yuuto's temper snapped. One for all itched under his skin. He raised his crutch with every intention to use it like a stake on a vampire. Izuku stepped between the brothers. Yuuto froze. "Thanks for making breakfast, Dad." Izuku pulled Hisashi into a hug. The villain's face melted into happiness. He looked like a cat liking a dish of fresh cream. He didn't even notice as Izuku's hand dipped into his back pocket. Whirling around, Izuku threw Hisashi's phone at Yuuto. "Here you go." Yuuto scrambled to catch it. His nephew was the most brilliant child in the world. Luckily, the phone wasn't locked. His brother probably figured no one would dare touch it. "You little scamp." Hisashi chuckled, sounding amused rather than upset. Hands shaking, Yuuto dialed Toshinori. He accidentally entered part of the phone number backwards. Swearing under his breath, he put it in again, this time more slowly. The doorbell rang. Hisashi said, "That must be the next delivery of furniture." He opened the front door. A familiar ringtone belonging to the legendary All Might came from the doorstep. Yuuto almost didn't dare look. Sure enough, Toshinori Yagi stood in the doorway, dressed in full All Might regalia. The hero held up his ringing phone. "Were you trying to call me?" "Fear not, for I'm here." Yuuto regretted ever getting out of bed. Let's take a look at the universe without one for all. Those who would have inherited the quirk never did, and as a result mostly had long, full lives. Nana Shimura lives. Her family is united and happy. Kotaro Shimura is still a JRK, but there's no helping some people. At the least, with his ferocious mother in the picture, he doesn't dare raise a hand toward his wife or children. Although this alternative timeline may be better for the former one for all users, the same cannot be said for the populace as a whole. Crime runs rampant under All for One's steel fist. In response to a more dangerous world, the government turned increasingly authoritarian. All for One often encouraged the political rot with a bribe here or a planted agent there. The worse the Hero Public Safety Commission becomes, the more appealing his rule looks by comparison. Easier to one day swoop in and take everything over. In front of his followers, he shamelessly claims to have become a villain to oppose a tyrannical regime. Do not believe him for 1 second. With one hand, he donates to the campaigns of politicians who promote discrimination while with the other hand, he picks up oppressed quirkless as his followers. He's a lying liar who lies. Without One for All, Nana Shimura became a largely unknown underground hero. Her greatest achievement is recognizing the potential of young, quirkless Toshinori Yagi when no one else did, and training him into a hero. All Might, the only quirkless hero, is called the symbol of hope because of his fierce opposition to corruption and discrimination. In a world where the government and the villains look increasingly similar, he stands out as the shining hero people can trust. Instead of focusing on brute force, he turned to detective work to root out quirk traffickers and corrupt government officials. He's removed 2 prime ministers from office and cut human trafficking in half. As a result, Toshinori Yagi has avoided any real conflict with All for One. Quirk trafficking is the one criminal business Hisashi won't touch. He has personal reasons. Although one is still a hero and the other a villain, these two have no personal grudge. They've never come on each other's radar. Nevertheless, when Hisashi looked at the posters and figurines covering his brother and son's apartment, all with the same blonde moron and his insipid grin, the sheer level of hero worship offended him. When he found the aforementioned moron grinning on his doorstep, he started to feel an irrational, intense dislike. It was practically destiny. Of course Toshinori had arrived early, because today was just that kind of day. Yuuto's life. His throat and lungs hurt. A dull sort of pain made each breath an effort. On the bad days, it got insanely hard to get through his regular routine, much less manage. A volatile hero-villain conflict in the middle of his apartment. Yuuto fell backward into an armchair and contemplated the ceiling. Toshinori leapt forward, a second too late to help him sit down. "Yuuto, what happened to your leg?" "I fell down a flight of stairs," Yuuto said. Whoa, that had been lame. The most cliché story imaginable. He tried to add few more details. "I mean, I had a coughing fit and fell down a flight of stairs." He didn't sound very convincing even to himself. Aizawa would never have believed a word of it. Luckily, All Might didn't have as much experience with students claiming the dog ate their homework. Toshinori nodded sympathetically and said, "I'm sorry to hear it." He grabbed Yuuto's crutches and propped them against the chair. "If I can do anything to help, please let me know." Yuuto had first met All Might when he tried to stop a mugger, had a coughing fit, and got blasted in the face with a fire quirk. It would have ended much worse for him if Toshinori hadn't dragged him out of the way just in time. Not his finest moment as a hero. The incident had cemented All Might's impression of him as a cinnamon roll who must be protected at all costs, so the hero would have been very, very surprised to find out about his nighttime vigilante activities making the Yakuza cry. Yuuto did trust Toshinori not to turn him in. The government had tried to secretly assassinate All Might dozens of times, but he didn't feel the need to worry his extremely busy friend. "Black tea, as requested," Hisashi said, pushing a mug into Yuuto's hands. Yuuto felt too awful to care who had provided him with caffeine. He didn't even have the energy to be embarrassed that his brother had grabbed the All Might mug. He just guzzled down the tea like a drag. "Who's this?" Hisashi asked, and suddenly Yuuto became hyper-aware. "A friend of mine," Yuuto said shortly. "Why don't you go back to making breakfast? I think I heard a kitchen timer go off." It never once occurred to Yuuto to ask for All Might's help in dealing with his brother. As much though he respected the quirkless hero, that would be like using a Nerf bat on a tank. It would also have greatly surprised All Might to learn that in the fight between One for All and All for One, Yuuto thought of Toshinori as the civilian who must be protected. All Might. Izuku charged forward to give his idol a hug. Toshinori swept the boy off his feet and ruffled his hair. Yuuto wished he didn't see the jealous flash in Hisashi's eyes. Toshinori said, "My boy, are you ready for our train?" "Sorry," Yuuto yelped. "Today isn't good. You see, my brother unexpectedly showed up." "Because it would seem strange not to," he added. "This is Hisashi," with no real enthusiasm. All Might blinked. "Your brother? The a-hole one?" Then he bit his lip, glancing at the kitchen to see if Hisashi had heard that last part. Everyone knew two things within moments of meeting Yuuto, that he loved heroes and that he thought his brother was an a-hole. This was because Yuuto would express random thoughts like, "That suit looks like something my brother would wear. Great taste in clothes, but he was an a-hole," or, "Hey, a watermelon. That was my a-hole brother's favorite fruit." Yuuto had never revealed that his older brother was a villain, nor explained his exceptionally complicated time traveling. All Might only knew that he had a brother he didn't like very much but nevertheless thought of frequently. Toshinori lowered his voice. "Perhaps I'm remembering wrong, but didn't you tell me that your brother was deceased?" "You're right, I did. I genuinely thought he'd passed away," but Yuuto shrugged. "Here he is. What a surprise." His tone left it ambiguous what kind of surprise, good or bad. Toshinori's eyes raked over Hisashi standing in the kitchen. Yuuto could almost see him making guesses about what circumstances might have led to Yuuto raising his nephew after his brother vanished. The hero's lip curled back, and his expression screamed, "Deadbeat dad." Yuuto desperately forged on. "My brother showed up yesterday, and we have a lot of stuff to sort out. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to cancel on you today. I tried to call you to tell you, but I wasn't fast enough. I'm sorry for making you come all the way over here for nothing." "Not at all." Toshinori laughed. "I'm always happy to see the cutest kid ever." He ruffled Izuku's hair again. "Just make sure you keep up on your strength train." "He will." Yuuto interrupted. A cough escaped his lips. He swallowed more black tea to ease his throat. He'd been the one to ask All Might to train Izuku, so he'd never forgive himself if this put his favorite hero in his brother's crosshairs. I've lost my phone, but I'll call you. Speaking of which, could you email me some of the pictures you've taken with Izuku? I've lost all mine." "Of course." Toshinori beamed. Hisashi poked his head out of the kitchen. "You have more pictures of Izuku?" His most charming smile spread across his face. "Why don't you come in and show me?" Yuuto hissed, "Big brother, All Might is a very busy hero." "Sure, no problem," Toshinori said. "I don't have any other plans today." Yuuto wanted to scream. He ought to do something. He could see the train coming at him. But between fighting Overhaul, running into his older brother, and a not coincidental resurgence of his illness, he had nothing left to give. He quite literally couldn't stand up. Hisashi peered over All Might's shoulder as he scrolled through his phone. Toshinori said, "See, here's his first day of middle school. Isn't the uniform cute?" "It's adorable," Hisashi sighed. "I've often thought he might be the single cutest child in all of Japan." "In Japan?" "More like the entire world." Izuku covered his face. "Please stop it, you're embarrassing me." Toshinori kept scrolling. Hisashi gasped. "Oh, I want that picture. Send it to me. Now." Izuku groaned. "You want a picture of me with a cat napping on my head? Just why? I look ridiculous." Toshinori laughed. "That's one of my favorite pictures too. Cats are cute and Izuku is cute, so it's a double cuteness attack." Izuku clutched his head. It was a rhetorical question. You don't actually need to explain it. "I disagree that Cat is a mangy furball next to Izuku," Hisashi said. "It's cute because of how embarrassed and flustered he looks, as if he's scared to move his head for fear of waking the cat up." "Dad, you're embarrassing me in front of All Might," Izuku wailed. "I'm happy to share any of pictures," Toshinori said. "I need all of them." Hisashi rattled off an email. Toshinori said, "Here's Izuku accepting first place at a science fair. Did you know he's a genius?" Hisashi nodded. "I could tell right away. I'm not saying that he's the physical manifestation of perfection, just that I couldn't possibly imagine any way to improve upon him." "Whoa, what great taste you have." Muttering under his breath, Izuku fled back to his room, his face crimson. Under other circumstances, Yuuto might have cheerfully joined them in embarrassing his nephew, but at the moment he was trying to summon up the will to keep breathing. With a hint of caution in his tone, Toshinori asked, "Since you're clearly so attached to Izuku, why were you two separated?" "I hate to say it, but I never even knew he existed. I fully acknowledge I should have been more careful." Hisashi's face turned tragic. "My brother and I lost our parents at a young age and ended up separated for a long time. I consider myself lucky they found each other, and even more lucky I encountered them by chance." Now that I'm here, I want to do everything in my power to support my family financially and emotionally to make up for those lost years. Toshinori's face softened. That's great. I'm sorry for asking such a rude question. My parents abandoned me for being quirkless, and I might have projected a bit of my situation onto Izuku. It's become increasingly common these days to throw away children with no quirk or the wrong one. Genuine sympathy crossed Hisashi's face, an extremely rare occurrence. That's terrible. No one should ever abandon their family, for any reason. His words crackled in the air. The bright smile on Toshinori's face chased away the shadows in the room. What a noble statement. So, what do you do for a living? Without missing a beat, Hisashi said, I run a very successful business helping the quirkless and people whose quirks cause them difficulty living normal lives. What a great cause. Toshinori's whole face lit up with his trademark grin. I've worked so hard at getting legislation passed against quirk discrimination, but the real battle is changing the hearts and minds of people. So many quirkless can't find jobs and can't prove it's because of discrimination. No matter the laws, they still need someone to give them a chance. Hisashi said, what a shame. Many of my best employees were formerly quirkless. Apparently missing the word formerly, Toshinori said, on behalf of quirkless people like myself, thank you for taking a stand against discrimination. Hisashi nodded. Yes, I am pretty great. Yuuto drank more tea just to keep himself from breaking out into hysterical giggles. It was like watching a glass totter at the edge of the counter, just seconds from falling. As Hisashi went back into the kitchen to flip his omelet, he whispered to Yuuto, for a hero, this guy doesn't seem so bad. Maybe my first impression was wrong. At the least, he's a great judge of character. Murmph, Yuuto said. Leaning over, Toshinori said, he seems nice. I'm glad you found each other. Young Izuku is such a kind person, it's no wonder his father would be the same. Yuuto wanted to scream, but he could only sort of wheeze. His lungs had seized up. From the kitchen, Hisashi called, breakfast is almost done. Toshinori stood up. I don't want to intrude on your first family meal, so I'll be on my way. Tell Izuku I have a free evening on Wednesday if he wants to reschedule hero training. Hisashi dropped his spatula. Ha! What? In Yuto's mind's eye, the glass tumbled to the ground with a sharp smash. Helpfully, Toshinori repeated, hero training. I offered to recommend Izuku to UA, but he wants to prove himself by taking the entrance exam. Such a hardworking boy. Even praising his son couldn't stabilize Hisashi's mood this time. You want my son to be a hero? Yes. Toshinori blinked. In a society where people idolized heroes, All Might probably wasn't used to a parent asking, you want my son to be a hero? In the same tone of voice as, you want my son to be a serial killer? Ironically, Hisashi would probably rather his son become a serial killer than a hero. Yuuto spoke despite the pain in his throat. My brother is a tad overprotective, but we're going to talk about it. His words turned into an aborted cough. I understand. Toshinori flashed his professional hero grin. Many parents feel the same way. I can provide you with an UA brochure about our safety measures. Hisashi ground his teeth. Are you patronizing me? Your eggs are burning, big brother, Yuuto lied. As soon as Hisashi's attention was distracted, he shooed All Might out of the apartment. I'll have Izuku call you to reschedule, Toshinai. Just as soon as he finds his phone. Hisashi hissed so hard a hint of flame appeared in his mouth. Did you just call him Toshinai? As in big brother? Oops, he hadn't meant to let that slip out. And it had probably been the equivalent of pouring lighter fluid on a fire. No, I said Toshinori, you must have misheard. Yuuto pushed All Might out the door, whispering, I'll handle the situation with my brother. Don't worry about it. And don't send him any brochures, okay? It'll just make it worse. As soon as the door closed, Yuuto broke down in another fit of coughing. He eyed his bedroom with longing. If only he could wake up and find out this had all been a dream. Breakfast is ready. Hisashi slammed down a plate of fruit on the dining room table with more force than necessary. Don't even think about running off. We need to talk. I'll make time. I said in my author's note last chapter that All for One and All Might would become friends. Why did no one believe me? Hisashi, looking through the pictures Tashinori sent him of Izuku. I suppose I do owe that blonde hero something in exchange for giving me such priceless treasures. Someone with such good taste shouldn't be a hero. Do you think he might come over to my side if I offered him a quirk? Yuuto, try to remember how that worked out for you last time and restrain yourself. Hisashi pouts, I've acquired countless formerly quirkless as my most loyal minions. Maybe you're just ungrateful. Yuuto, maybe I see through your bullshit. How many of them did you render quirkless yourself first? Hisashi, not you, obviously, you had that invisible quirk. His tone implies he couldn't say the same thing about other people. Omake, after the hero training reveal, RIP All Might and All for One's 5 minutes of friendship. Hisashi, I knew that blonde Bisardi was a bad seed from the moment I laid eyes on him. Looks at the All Might mug. It has tusks of ceramic blonde hair sticking out the rim and a ridiculously big grin. Why do I have such an overpowering urge to smash this monstrosity? Looking at that smile pisses me off so much. Yuuto, that's worth a month's electric bill. Hisashi, hold up a minute. Do you mean to tell me that you didn't have enough money for your medicine, but you were buying exceptionally ugly hero-themed kitchenware at inflated rates? Yuuto squirms, well, All Might donates all the profits from his merchandise to charity, so it was a good deed to buy every last bit of it. Positively heroic of me. Hisashi, I was always going to smash this mug, but now I'm going to enjoy doing it even more. Yuuto, stop. Bad big brother. That's Izuku's favorite mug. Omake, how All Might met Izuku and Yuuto, then basically got collected like a piece of hero merchandise. Izuku, hey, Uncle Yuuto. I had such an exciting day. A villain broke out of a police car on my walk home from school, so I saved this lady he took hostage, and then All Might saved me. This is the best day of my life. All Might, sir, your child is latched onto my arm and won't let go. Looks at Yuuto. Oh, you're the one who tried to help during the mugging incident. Are you feeling better now? Yuuto, yes, thanks to you. Thank you so much for rescuing my nephew. Izuku, I'd like to adopt him as my new dad, but I wanted to run it by you first. Yuuto, what a lovely idea. I'm in the market for a new older brother. My old one was a nightmare. Let's both adopt him. All Might, excuse me? Don't I get a say in this? Izuku and Yuuto look at All Might with big, green eyes. All Might, you are both extremely adorable. Let's see how fast I can draw up the adoption paperwork. Yes, Yuuto usually calls All Might Toshinai. It's a cutesy way of calling him Big Brother. He was trying to avoid doing it around Hisashi because he knew his brother wouldn't take it well. Sure enough, he didn't Hisashi. Help, both my son and little brother have been stolen by a blonde moron. Seeking urgent advice on how to untraceably assassinate him. When Yuuto had been very young, his older brother had prepared every meal. The parents, well, the less said on that subject, the better. Hisashi had done every single chore around the house and taken care of a screaming, sickly baby too. Their cupboards only had boxed mac and cheese and instant ramen. Later, when his older brother's money-making activities started taking off, definitely the less said about that, the better, they'd ordered takeout. It had been a welcome relief from crappy instant meals. Somehow over the last century, Hisashi had learned how to cook, and judging from the heavenly smell, cook very well. He flipped an omelet onto each plate, stuffed with ham, cheese, mushrooms, and spinach. The apples had been cut into bunny shapes. From the oven, Hisashi pulled out a tray of cinnamon rolls and a casserole dish of French toast. Yuuto stared at the food. His stomach rumbled. It might be drugged. To be brutally frank, it wouldn't be the first time. But if that was what his brother planned, he never would have woken up this morning. Besides, he had to taste test before letting Izuku eat this. He took a small bite. The omelet tasted as good as it smelled. Hisashi called, Izuku, did you hear me? Breakfast is ready. Guiltily, Yuuto put down his fork. Give me a moment, Izuku said. I haven't said good morning to Mom yet. He walked over the shrine with Inko's picture and clasped his hands together, whispering under his breath. Hisashi scanned the picture. Ah, yes, I remember her. An absolutely fascinating woman whose company I greatly enjoyed, until she saw something incriminating on my phone and vanished the next day. If I'd had any idea she was Pure, she should have told me. Yuuto suspected that if Inko had any idea of his older brother's illegal activities, she might have hidden her Pr-Jin CY deliberately. If so, she had been smart to do so. The time before Hisashi found out about Izuku had been her window of opportunity to run. My mom died trying to protect me from the human traffickers, Izuku said, in a tone clearly conveying that any attempt to criticize Inko would immediately eliminate all hope of a peaceful family breakfast. The first few minutes of the meal passed quietly. Hisashi encouraged them to eat while the food was hot. Yuuto was almost starting to hope his brother had gotten distracted from the hero training. Hisashi waited for Yuuto to take a sip of orange juice before dropping his bombshell. So, foolish little brother, despite those high-handed morals you love to tout, you've signed my son up to be a child soldier. Yuuto snorted orange juice out his nose. Oh, come on. UA is a reputable, prestigious school, not whatever you just said. You've infected him with your stupidity. Hisashi jabbed a finger at Yuuto. That self-destructive, impossible ideal you did your best to chase to your grave. Straightening, Izuku glared. Being a hero has always been my dream. And it's my decision. Hisashi sighed. Of course you'd think that, after being brainwashed by this hero-obsessed society, you have no idea the true nature of professional heroes. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You've known me for less than a day. You don't get to tell me that my dreams are stupid, then claim to know what I want better than I do. For your information, I'm fully aware of the corruption among heroes. I want to become one so I can work with people like All Might to change that. All Might? What's so great about that meathead? He's no family of yours. Hisashi's tone reeked of jealousy. You haven't heard how much All Might has accomplished? It's no wonder, since the Hero Commission tries to keep him out of the news. Instead of merely taking down individual trafficking rings, he's gone directly after the government officials responsible for supporting them. Izuku's tone brightened as he launched into his favorite All Might lecture. Worried, Yuuto watched as his older brother's face darkened with each word. Hisashi had never been the sharing type, not even with his childhood toys or books. He wouldn't be amenable to the suggestion that Izuku could have more than one father figure in his life. Izuku finished, and you're wrong, All Might is like family to me. Yuuto winced. Hisashi's face turned bright red. I see now. The rat has been using your lack of fatherly affection to trick and exploit you. He doesn't actually care about you. Yes, I'm sure a top hero has loads to gain from spending his weekends training a poor foster child. Izuku spoke sarcastically. You think when All Might told me I had the potential to become the #1 hero, he was tricking me? You don't think I'm good enough to do it? Hisashi seemed to recognize the danger in Izuku's tone and switched tactics. You're only 12, yet you've already been caught up in a fight with the Yakuza. I could have accidentally killed you without knowing who you were. What happened last night was completely unacceptable and represents a huge failure on the part of my pathetic little brother. Yuuto muttered, amazing how you turn your willingness to murder children into my moral failing. Nevertheless, his brother was right, although he couldn't say so out loud for fear of getting dragged off to have his head examined by some sketchy doctor. Izuku never should have been near Overhaul or All for One. Izuku said, I hardly could have stood by and let you choke Uncle Yuuto. Yuuto raised a hand to stop him. Izuku, I'm proud of your courage and compassion. But you promised me that you'd stay at home while I went to rescue Eri. If I'm going to help you train to be a hero, I need to be able to trust you. Izuku lowered his eyes. I'm sorry, Uncle Yuuto. You know I love you more than anything. It would kill me if anything happened to you. Quite literally. If you died back at that mansion, I never would have found the strength to walk out myself. Izuku's eyes welled up. I'm so sorry. I never mean to make you feel like that. Tears streamed down his face. Yuuto shifted in his seat. He couldn't stand to see Izuku cry no matter how many times it happened. I don't want to make you feel too guilty. You were very brave. Really? Are you proud of me? Of course I'm proud of you. I couldn't possibly be prouder. Last night was practically my hero debut, wasn't it? Did I do well? You did amazing. Yuuto beamed. Most adults don't have your cool head under fire. You're a true hero. I'm so glad. Izuku's tears vanished. Can we get ice cream to celebrate? Of course. We'll get any flavor you want. Maybe several flavors. I'll let you pick out 3. For the first time since he'd woken up, Yuuto's good mood was restored. Then he noticed his older brother glaring at him with open scorn. Hisashi muttered under his breath, "It's like watching a child try to parent a child." "Do you have something to say?" Yuuto glared. "Yes, I do." Hisashi snorted. "You went in trying to DSPLN him and ended up promising him ice cream. Pathetic. Do you truly believe rewarding his behavior will deter him from future reckless actions?" Yuuto blinked. But he learned his lesson. Hisashi sighed. "The only thing he learned is that you're exceptionally gullible, which I suspect he already knew." Yuuto crossed his arms. "I suppose you think you could have done better." "I know I could have. Let me show you how it's done." Hisashi turned to Izuku. "Nice try, but you're grounded. There will be no ice cream, and certainly no training of any kind, since you've proven yourself immature enough to misuse it." Izuku's tearful face shifted into a mask of hostility. "On the contrary, everything I did last night was completely logical, and I can prove it." Hisashi raised an eyebrow. "Give it a shot." "If Uncle Yuuto died, then I'd probably die too, since I currently don't have the means to survive on my own. Thus, it makes more sense for me to fight alongside him to maximize both of our chances of survival. I wouldn't be in that position if you hadn't neglected me all my life." Yuuto had to admire the skill of the attack. Izuku knew full well that All Might had been designated his legal guardian in event of Yuto's death and would adopt him in the space of the time it would take to draw up the papers, but he'd successfully jabbed Hisashi's guiltiest spot. His big brother would hate to be considered an absentee dad, like their own. While Hisashi was still sputtering, Izuku continued, "I didn't intervene in the fight until you started choking Uncle Yuuto, which you did even after seeing his unmasked face. This casts serious doubts on your stability as a guardian. Furthermore, if you were any kind of decent person, then you'd have been at that mansion to help Eri instead of fight with us. That night, you were the danger to me. If Yuuto had a safer job instead of stupidly pursing heroism." Izuku interrupted his dad. "He has no identity, expensive health problems, and no way to get a legal job. That was also your fault since a minion of yours sent him forward through time. You were nowhere to be found when my mom died and my life went to hell, so you don't have the right to lecture either of us. You can't ground me. Only Uncle Yuuto can." He went back to eating his omelet, staring Hisashi down. Yuuto snickered. Look at how hard his brother had just gotten owned by a 12-year-old. He only wished he'd gotten it on camera. Some moments needed to preserved for posterity. Hisashi had gone slack-jawed. Gently, Izuku whispered, "This, dad thing, can be easy or hard for you. If you try to get between me and ice cream, it'll get hard." Hisashi stared. Then he laughed long and hard. "Oh, you're good. I'll let you have the ice cream, but only because you earned it, not because I don't see what you're doing, you clever child." Yuuto ground his teeth. His brother was acting like he'd won because he didn't want to admit he'd lost. That was so infuriatingly like him. The battle over UA hadn't been settled, but since Izuku was still 2 years from high school, it wasn't an immediate concern. Honestly, Yuuto assumed this whole living situation would go to hell long before that point. Speaking of which, under the table, he sent a text message while he still had a phone. Even before he'd discovered his older brother, he'd been fully aware of the dangers of his current lifestyle and arranged codes with his contacts. Hisashi clapped his hands together. "After breakfast, I have some plans for family bonding activities. You know, the payment you promised me." Just look at him, still acting like he was in control after his attempt to seize authority had been clearly rejected. Such a very punchable, smiling face. "Payment for not kidnapping us?" Yuuto muttered. "Yes, exactly," Hisashi said unrepentantly. "There's a new museum about the dawn of quirks, and I'd like to show it to Izuku so I can explain why it's all a pack of lies. Then I made lunch reservations at the Sushi Aoi." "Where you're supposed to." Reserve a month in advance. Can you possibly be more blatant about showing off? Yuuto mumbled. His lungs made a sad twisting at the mere thought of going out. But he wasn't about to show weakness in front of his big brother. Hisashi paused and examined his younger brother. His eyebrows went together. Change of plans. We're staying in today. They'll keep the reservation for whichever day I want. Do you have any board games? His big brother knew. Somehow, he'd always been able to tell whenever Yuuto had a bad day. Yuuto hadn't breathed a word of complaint. He hadn't even coughed. Yet ever since they were small children, Hisashi always noticed. Probably because he was a creeper, Yuuto decided uncharitably. Izuku said, "Sounds good. Let's put off the ice cream trip for another day too." Izuku also had an uncanny ability to notice when Yuuto felt sick, but in his nephew's case, this was because he was an amazing, brilliant, and compassionate child. "Do you have Monopoly?" Hisashi asked. "That's my favorite game." "Oh, hell no." A cough erupted from Yuuto's throat. Izuku patted him on the back. "Why not? You love Monopoly." "Not when I'm playing with my brother, I don't." "Because he always loses to me," Hisashi whispered to Izuku. "That's not why. Fine." A malicious grin warped Yuuto's face. "Let's play Monopoly, but the Cheaters Edition." "Sounds interesting. What's that?" Hisashi asked. "Cheating is allowed in any fashion, but if someone catches you, then you go to jail. That's all." Yuuto was fairly certain there were other rules in the official version, but he didn't know them. Nor did he care. He just needed that one rule. "Challenge accepted," Hisashi said, as Yuuto had known he would. After breakfast, Hisashi gathered all the dirty dishes and shoved them out the door, saying someone would come by to wash them. Yuuto didn't enjoy the reminder that everyone currently in this building was employed by his brother, but it was nothing he hadn't already known. Nor did it surprise him that while his brother might enjoy cooking for family, he considered the cleanup beneath him. Since Yuuto would have had trouble standing up to wash dishes at the moment, he couldn't complain too much. As Yuuto and Izuku got out the Monopoly box, Hisashi brought a teapot to a boil. Over his shoulder, he called, "Yuuto, what dose of painkillers did you take this morning?" Yuuto said. Hisashi frowned. "What does that mean?" "I demand an immediate explanation." Izuku snorted. Take painkillers?" "He says he doesn't like having his head clouded." "Doesn't like having his head clouded?" Hisashi finished at the same time. "Yes, I should have known." The a-hole acted like he hadn't used to put drags in Yuuto's food, aka the whole reason he'd developed his aversion to them. Vanishing into the bathroom, Hisashi came back with a cup of water and the bottle of painkillers the doctor had left last night. Yuuto glared. "I'm fine." Yes, as if you'd ever accept anything from me without me cramming it down your throat." Hisashi's eyes narrowed. "Is that how you want to do this? Because this is worth breaking our truce to me." Izuku coughed. "Come on, Uncle Yuuto. The doctor did order you to take those." It had been less than a day and Izuku was already betraying him to side with his brother. Oh, the travesty of it. Unable to stand against the pressure of his nephew's pleading green eyes, Yuuto took the painkillers. His brother watched too closely for him to fake it and pocket the pills. Hisashi carried over a mug of tea and handed it to Yuuto. "Honey tea, for your cough," he explained. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Well, of course there was. His big brother always liked him more when he was weak. The BSTRD was probably enjoying seeing him feeling so sick. Under other circumstances, Yuuto would have thrown that tea back in his brother's face, but with Izuku present, he couldn't turn every little thing into a battle, no matter how much he wanted to. He sniffed the tea in case it was drugged. Sometimes he could tell by odor. "For heaven's sake," Hisashi said, grabbing the mug and taking a sip. He handed it back. "There you go." Although it felt like giving in, Yuuto took a sip of tea. It tasted sweet, rare for cough medicine. This consideration only served to further pick at his nerves. He felt better already and he hated that. Izuku had finished setting up the game. Just looking at the green Monopoly board gave Yuuto flashbacks. 302 games. Every single one his big brother had won and he'd lost. He knew the count because Hisashi proudly announced it each time. The day he'd finally realized that his brother had been cheating every game had been one of the greatest betrayals in their relationship, and he was including stuff like the vault. But he wasn't a child any longer. He was a hero, and he wouldn't go down so pathetically. As Hisashi reached for the paper money, Yuuto said, "There's no way I'm letting you be banker." Hisashi snorted. "As if you could do it? You're useless at math." Yuuto flushed. His brother wasn't wrong, but the scorn in his tone still hurt. For 302 games, his big brother had given him incorrect change in Monopoly, then later told him it was his own fault for not noticing. The memory made him feel ashamed and stupid. "Please let me be banker," Izuku said. "I love the job." He grabbed the box without allowing his dad to object, coming to the rescue like a true hero. Yuuto mouthed, "Thanks. Double-check the amount whenever Yuuto gives you money." Hisashi's tone pretended to be helpful. "I'd be proud of him if he cheated, but that's not why. He can't do basic addition." Less than 24 hours since finding out his brother was alive, and Yuuto's Cain instinct was already out of control, demanding brotherly blood. He'd just have to get his revenge through Monopoly. When Hisashi rolled the dice and moved his shoe-shaped token, Yuuto instantly called, "Cheating. Go to jail." Hisashi glared. "It's my first move." "Yeah, and you moved an extra couple spaces." "Jail." His brother sighed, but moved his token to jail. After Hisashi failed his roll to get out of jail, Yuuto immediately called, "Cheating." Hisashi glared. "I didn't even do anything. I'm still stuck in jail. I saw you using an air quirk to steal money out of the bank. Nice try." Izuku looked interested. "I didn't notice anything." Yuuto said. "He blurred the air slightly to make it harder to spot." "He can do that?" Izuku's eyes sparkled. "Does the quirk bend light? Or did you move so fast it's a blur?" Hisashi laughed. "I'll do it again so you can see." "It's the latter." "I could tell," Yuuto said. "If you're caught cheating while in jail, you lose half your money." He had no idea what happened in the real Cheaters edition. He just made up that rule. Hisashi recoiled. "You didn't say so at the start of the game." "What? Do you not think you can win with half the funds? I thought you told Izuku that you always beat me." Yuuto stared his brother down. Grumbling, Hisashi counted out half his money. Yuuto hissed at his nephew, "Check if he put in the right amount, please." His brother's growl was music to his ears. Next, Yuuto landed on a chance space. "Looks like I have to pay 10% of my income or $200. He felt a spurt of panic. Hisashi whispered, "You can't tell which is more, can you?" Yuuto flushed. His attempted calculation slipped from his mind. He hated math so much. Numbers always failed to line up properly inside his head and definitely failed to divide into neat sums. He badly wanted to count on his fingers, but then his brother would mock him. The smug whisper continued. "Are you getting frustrated? Over elementary school math? For shame. Maybe you should have stayed in school instead of running away from home." Like an angel, Izuku reached over and took some of Yuuto's money. "My turn," he said smoothly, as if he hadn't done anything. His nephew was too good for this world. 3 turns after Hisashi had gotten out of jail, he hadn't tried any tricks. This was suspicious. Time for payback. Yuuto called, "Cheating." Hisashi threw up his hands. "How? How could you possibly tell? I was so careful. What did you notice?" Nothing," Yuuto admitted. "Lucky guess." "You guessed? That doesn't count. You have to prove that I cheated." "Not now you admitted it, I don't." Hisashi crossed his arms. "I'm not going to jail." "You cheated." Izuku cleared his throat. "You both cheated. Uncle Yuuto cheated by calling it when he hadn't spotted anything, and you just admitted to cheating now. You both go to jail." "Agreed." Yuuto moved his token to jail willingly, as long as his brother was going there too. "Let's make that a new rule. But if I call cheating and he denies it, then I prove it, he loses half his money." "Sounds fair," Izuku said before his father could argue. With the new rule in place, Yuuto called cheating on his brother every single turn. He'd gotten pretty good at telling when Hisashi was using a quirk, so he won frequently. Most of all, he had the advantage of not giving a solitary F what happened to himself as long as he could screw over his brother. Midway through a game where both of them spent more time in jail than not, Yuuto was actually beating his older brother for once in his life. He had more money and properties. It was all going according to plan, including that increasingly murderous look on Hisashi's face. Cheating, Yuuto said again. Isn't this game fun? I'm having a great time. How about you, big brother? Smashing, Hisashi said between clenched teeth. His eyes got a shade darker. In fact, Yuuto had no real plan for when his brother inevitably exploded, just a perverse devil on his shoulder driving him on. Finally, he was going to have his revenge for every single Monopoly victory his older brother had cheated him out of during his childhood. Oh, and the villainy thing. That too. Izuku held up his colorful fake money. 4 houses on both Park Place and Boardwalk. Both brothers turned to stare at him. When? Yuuto asked, speaking for both of them. Izuku shrugged. I actually played the game while you two were fooling around. Thanks for giving me so many opportunities. In minutes, Izuku had beaten them both into the ground. Strangely, this completely restored Hisashi's good mood. You're such a smart kid. You certainly take after your father, not your uncle. I'm so proud. Annoyed, Yuuto said, I'm even prouder of him. He's not as smart as you, he's smarter. Izuku buried his red face in his hands. Come on, knock it off. It's just a game of Monopoly. Hisashi said, You've beaten the master of Japan's underworld, Izuku. That qualifies you as a genius. No need to be modest. You're going to make a great future king of villains. I'm the proudest of you, by the way. Yuuto elbowed his brother. Excuse me? I think beating the current king of villains is a great start to your future path as #1 hero. It began right here, right now. With this accomplishment, you're already among the top tier of heroes in Japan. Muffled by his fingers, Izuku said, It's even worse because you're not deliberately trying to embarrass me. Please, stop. I'll make time. I'll make what Hisashi was too smart to admit during this chapter. Yuuto, whoa, this is delicious. When did you learn how to cook, big brother? Hisashi, I picked up a chef quirk a few decades ago. Yuuto. Izuku, what a cool quirk. Did it transmit culinary knowledge to your brain, or does it physically move your hands to follow recipes? Please show me. Yuuto pushes his plate away. It is now against my moral principles to eat this food. Hisashi, for the love of any deity, I didn't even steal the quirk. I traded it for another one, fair and square. Yuuto, don't believe you and don't care. I'm hunger striking now. I'll make incorrect quotes, the Big Hero 6 edition. Yuuto, for 6 years, I have done the best I could to raise you. Have I been perfect? Do I know anything about children? Should I have picked up a book on parenting? Probably. Where was I going with this? I had a point. Izuku, sorry I followed you to your fight with Overhaul, Uncle Yuuto. I love you, Uncle Yuuto. Yuuto, you're so cute. I forgive you for everything. Let's get ice cream. Ice cream for everyone, including my Demon King brother. I'll make Monopoly destroys families. Yuuto, I might have lost the game, but I don't give a DMN as long as my brother lost too. Hisashi, sadly, that's the story of our relationship. Yuuto, do you want to talk about why things got to that point? Because I've prepared a 20-page list of bullet points. Hisashi, I would rather go to Tartarus. Yuuto, reason #1, cheating at 303 consecutive Monopoly games. Reason #2, the ongoing disappearance of my phone, containing 6 years of priceless Izuku pictures. Hisashi, didn't you promptly steal my phone back? Besides, I thought you were more upset about the villainy thing. Yuuto, this document contains your personal crimes against me. Your crimes against humanity are listed in the 100-page appendix. Hisashi, wait until you find out what I've been up to over the last century. Yuuto, reason #3, your excessively smug face. The doorbell rang while they were still packing up the Monopoly game. Hisashi said, unless you have yet more insipidly grinning hero friends, that's probably for me. Yuuto rolled his eyes. You could have avoided meeting All Might if you hadn't stolen my phone. Which I still don't have back. Yeah, I'd like my phone too, Izuku agreed. Avoiding answering, Hisashi opened the door to reveal a team of DLVRY people. Judging from their silent, subservient attitudes, they had some idea of all for one's identity. They carried in massive boxes and rapidly worked to unpack them. Another team followed behind them, carrying cleaning equipment. "Hey, don't I get a say in this?" Yuuto asked. "This is my home. I live here now too." Hisashi shrugged. "If you don't like my generous gifts, you don't have to use them. I'll carefully preserve all your cheap belongings, no matter how much they look like garbage." Yuto's eyes shot around his apartment, unable to follow everything going on. The dishes being unpacked in his kitchen had genuine gold gilding. He didn't recognize half the new kitchen instruments. Another person was hard at work scrubbing the kitchen sink while a third mopped the counter. In the living room, two of his brother's minions set up a TV large enough to cover an entire wall. Yuuto also noticed a number of video games and movies aimed at younger children. He could have guessed that his brother would try to buy Izuku's affections. Just typical of him. "Whoa, that looks amazing," Izuku breathed, staring at the TV. Yuuto coughed. "Purchased with dirty money, no doubt. As a hero, I have no intention of using it." "Oh yeah." Izuku hung his head. Hisashi put his hands on his hips. "Don't you make a living stealing from the Yakuza? That's stolen money, yes?" Yuuto sniffed. "That's different. I was stealing from criminals, so I'm a vigilante." Hisashi's eyebrows drew up furiously. "You are such a goddamn hypocrite. My criminal activities are evil, but yours are heroic." He frowned. "Word on the street has it you made an extremely significant dent in organized crime. Shouldn't you have earned enough to afford a nicer place than this?" Yuuto said, 90% went to charity, of course." Hisashi stared for a long moment. On the surface, he might look dumbstruck, but Yuuto had known him long enough to recognize the storm building behind those blank eyes. Finally, he said, "I checked the medicine cabinet and saw you've been taking half dosages. You've been giving money away to strangers when you can't afford your medicine? You made my son listen to you cough up blood because of your insane moral principles? What's the big deal? Like I didn't get by just fine with half dosages all the time when we were children." Yuuto shrugged. "I had to give the money back to the people the Yakuza stole it from. It was never mine." He wasn't quite as blasé as he seemed. In truth, he'd had a lot of trouble figuring out how much he could give to the Yakuza victims he kept meeting and still have enough to pay bills at the end of the month. Math, a hateful, arcane mystery. But he'd always made sure there was enough for Izuku even if he had to skip a few meals. Surely that counted for something? Hisashi didn't seem to be listening. "You've combined criminality with stupidity. There are no possible upsides to your position on moral or rational grounds." He breathed heavily. "I don't know how to communicate with you. It's like trying to argue with someone speaking another language." "For once, we agree about something," Yuuto said, crossing his arms. The DLVOI people completely ignored this conversation, moving like silent dolls. Even after seeing it so many times, it still troubled Yuuto to witness the level of devotion his brother inspired or rather, deliberately cultivated. Izuku looked like he might be about to burst into tears. He whispered, "Uncle Yuuto, you told me you cut back because your condition was getting better. I could have picked a different, cheaper school. I don't need cram school either." Yuuto hissed, "There, look what you've done, you've upset him." "This is 100% on you," Hisashi growled. "Izuku, don't worry. I'm here now. I've restocked the medicine cabinet. There have been huge advances in quirk-related illnesses since our time. I've been doing some experiments on helping a promising young talent who also suffered from cellular degeneration like you. This stuff is much better than anything you could purchase legally." He inclined his head at a medicine box being carried into the bathroom. Yuuto had many questions about that meant, but now wasn't the moment to ask them. A blankness had come over Izuku's face. He knew his nephew too well to call it calm. They'd probably be revisiting this conversation later, and he was not looking forward to it. Backwards though it might seem, he lived in mortal terror of a lecture from his nephew. Izuku's eye caught on a rabbit mask hanging on the wall. "Is that my art project from last year? I remember using art class as an excuse to design my future hero costume. He looked closer. It is, but I could have sworn I let my teacher keep it as an example for the students next year. It's just like you to be the top student, Hisashi said. She happily sold it to me. You tracked down my old art project? Izuku stared at the drawings taped to the fridge. Didn't I draw those in kindergarten? How the hell did you find them? It took loads of money, Hisashi said, the pride in his voice proving he had no idea how creepy he was being. I'm extremely proud of your grades, and it's pitifully obvious your current school isn't advanced enough for you. A huge donation will smooth your transfer to a more elite middle school. Rather than grateful, Izuku looked terrified. How did you even obtain access to my report card? If you just leave it lying around, not even locked up, then isn't it public property? No, Yuuto growled. Izuku stared, wordless. Hisashi attempted to lighten the mood. Look, see what else I got you. He opened one of the new doors he'd added to the living room. The new exercise room had a treadmill, bike, weights, and a punching bag. Yuuto refused to believe his brother would do anything to encourage hero training. He sidled over and whispered, "If you've rigged that equipment to hurt him." Hisashi recoiled. "No. Do you have to see a trap in everything?" The anger in his tone seemed genuine, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Izuku ran into the room. "Whoa, you even have a training robot?" He looked over the compact silver humanoid. An even newer model than All Might's. Hisashi nodded. Everything here is much better than something a half-rate hero could come up with. Oh, so that was his brother's angle. Admittedly, it made more sense than Yuto's first guess. It wouldn't be like his overprotective big brother to cause physical harm. Mental scars, though, All for One excelled at those. Izuku's nose wrinkled. All Might isn't half-rate. He should be number 1 ranked, if you count the number of people he's indirectly saved. This unleashed a flood of statistics. The look in Hisashi's eyes got deader the longer the lecture continued. The doorbell rang again. Hisashi made his escape. He returned with 2 grocery bags. The ice cream has arrived. 6 cartons poured across the table. Could have sworn you said no to that, Yuuto mumbled. The blatant favor currying got on his nerves. He leaned against the kitchen doorframe, deliberately abstaining as Hisashi got out bowls. There was an uneasy feeling in his stomach. His brother could be great with young relatives. Only after they became adults and wanted independence did the problems start. A deliverman carried a ridiculously elaborate chandelier into the apartment. His arms were covered in fur and muscles like a gorilla's. Izuku's eyes sparkled. He muttered, "Partial transformation quirk or full?" Looking at the baggy shirt, "I'd say it's designed for someone who can turn bigger." "Accurate guess." Hisashi beamed. "How about that one?" He pointed at a woman who floated a rolled-up carpet over her shoulder. "Do you think it's gravity or telekinesis?" Izuku squinted. Not always easy to tell the difference. It was on the tip of Yuto's tongue to say that the woman's power controlled wind, since he'd noticed the gust coming through the door. But he refused to get lured in. Izuku sat straight up. "Trick question." "It's wind." "Very good." Hisashi ruffled his son's hair. "You're extremely bright." Izuku flushed. "Do you really think so? It's not strange. Don't let the babbling of your inferiors dim your light. Want to try another one? Take a look at..." As Hisashi spoke, he looked over the top of his son's head to meet Yuto's eyes. He smirked in triumph. Yuuto recoiled. His brother didn't understand at all. Yuuto wasn't worried about him corrupting Izuku, who was far too pure and kind a child to ever go along with All for One's worst activities. Izuku was a literal ray of sunshine. If Yuuto ever heard his nephew had become a villain, his first question would be what the world had done to deserve it. No, what scared Yuuto was that Izuku would come to love his father, then suffer even more when he had to fight him, just like what Yuuto himself had gone through. Rather than let it come to that, he desperately hoped he could finish everything himself. Yuuto slipped into his bedroom and pulled out his brother's phone. The friend he'd contacted earlier had sent him several files. Although his brother hadn't been completely wrong to criticize his open wallet policy, he'd made a lot of friends that way. People who felt like they owed him. He downloaded all the attachments, then ran the program erasing all signs of the download. Carefully, Yuuto tested his hold on One for All. A small bit of green lightning danced down his hand. He didn't dare actually summon the full power. He'd better save it. During his fight with Overhaul, he'd noticed his quirk fading faster. He might be able to use it only one more time before the power left him entirely. And his older brother had shown up for one last fight. It felt like destiny. The sound of laughter drifted through the door. Yuuto wished he could believe that it would last, that he'd never need to use his current plans. We could be a normal family where I'd welcome you back with open arms and we'd both cheer at Izuku's graduation from UA, and none of this would be necessary, Hisashi, if you could try to be less of an a-hole. Not particularly likely to happen. I'll make time. At least the money stayed in the family. Yuuto, I guess I did give too much money to the society supporting people with villainous faces. But they were so persistent. They really seemed to need the money. Hisashi, bro, that charity is a scam. Yuuto, are you sure? Hisashi, I own the company running that scam. Yuuto. Hisashi, it's such an obvious fake too. We have a bunch of actual villains posing for pictures claiming they can't find work because their faces look like famous villains. I started it as a joke. It usually only works on the elderly and mentally handicapped. Taking into account your time travel, I guess you're both? Yuuto, you are such an a-hole. I prefer the universe where your head is a potato. Izuku, Uncle Yuuto, where do babies come from? Yuuto spits tea out his nose. Help. Toshi and I, save me. All Might, help. Nana, save me. Nana, dear God, you're both a pair of worthless cowards. Come with me, Izuku. I'll answer all your questions in an age-appropriate manner. Years later. Izuku, Dad, where do babies come from? Hisashi, Yuuto, Izuku, didn't Nana already have the talk with you? Izuku shrugs. Yes, but I figured if he wants to be my father, I should give him the full parent experience. Yuuto, this is so much funnier when it's happening to him instead of me. Hisashi, Izuku, I didn't expect him to freak out quite this badly. Didn't he give the talk to you? Yuuto, as if. Everything I learned, I found on the internet. He probably still thinks I'm too young to know where babies come from. Hisashi, Hashtag Yuuto learned many things from the internet because Hisashi babbied him too much. Hashtag Hisashi didn't think he needed to teach his little brother a moral code. Hashtag so Yuuto developed his morals based on comic books. Hashtag lol, did that ever backfire? Hashtag also. Nana is like a grandma to Izuku in this EU. Hashtag she's so proud of All Might for carrying on her family tradition of adopting strange children off the street. Hashtag Izuku is very close to Tenko and Hana Shimura too. Yuuto continues to be uncooperative with the storyline. Yuuto, come on, please let me punch my brother. Just once. Right in his smug face. Author, you're going to get your dumb but vaulted too soon. Please, I'm begging you. I have the next chapter finished and I refuse to rewrite it. After that, there's going to be an amusement park and family stories and a very large surprise guest star. It'll be so much fun. Can't you wait until after that to start trouble? Pretty please? Yuuto, okay, how about if I hack into his phone? It'll be fine. He'll never notice. Author, Yuuto no. Yuuto, yes. Interlude, a POV from the devil. Everything was going according to Hisashi Shigaraki's plan. He'd successfully gotten his son to open up to him through judicious use of ice cream and a very enjoyable quirk analysis session. Afterward, he'd persuaded Izuku to watch a movie together. With his son curled up on the same couch, he felt a thrum of contentment that he normally associated with a billion-yen business deal. As the opening credits played on the screen, Hisashi used telekinesis to open a file on his laptop. A laptop he'd rendered invisible to everyone but him. He refused to pay attention to a children's movie about an animated talking dog becoming a hero. Especially not when he had an important report to read. Other parents wished they could get away with this trick. First, he sent out his orders regarding the total annihilation of human traffickers in Mizudafu, shortly to spread to all of Japan. If only he'd done this sooner and spared his son the pain. He'd tried to stomp traffickers out for decades, but small groups kept springing up, until eventually he decided the little fish weren't worth the effort. A mistake. He should never have forgotten the lesson and the grudge from a century ago. This time, he'd eradicate them to nothing. As the dog barked on the floor-to-wall TV, he clicked on another email. His subordinates had sent him everything they could find on his brother and son, from doctor's files to school reports. Hisashi went straight to the stolen Yakuza files. His brother's antics with vigilantism were probably going to cause the biggest increase in blood pressure, so he might as well get it over with. The files were labeled Event Reports Concerning the White-Haired Menace. Hisashi's eyebrow twitched. If his pathetic younger brother had to act like a hero, he couldn't come up with a better name than that. The first report from 6 years ago answered his question. Drag smuggling operation attacked by new vigilante wearing a white fox mask. Tried to call himself One for All. There's no way we're calling him something so similar to that man's name. Does he have any idea who he might PSS off? Probably not. He was annoyed at being called White-Haired Menace and collapsed our entire warehouse. Very unusual quirk. Hisashi thumbed through several more reports quickly. Mansion in flames. After next White-Haired Menace attack, be sure to search for any bombs left behind. White-Haired Menace lectured our captured members for 2 hours about heroism. By the time he finished, they begged for death. After looting the contents of the safe, White-Haired Menace struck a heroic pose on the roof. He slipped and fell. Pursuers were so surprised they failed to capture him. The next reports were more of the same, until White-Haired Menace resurfaced after his disappearance, unfortunately. Seems to be missing his quirk? Perhaps his ill-thought-out hero name brought him to the attention of someone who must not be named. Alas, this has not slowed him down. He destroyed our smuggling flotilla with a flamethrower. Hisashi's eyebrow twitched even harder. He remembered that flamethrower. White-Haired Menace successfully cornered by team of 50, only to activate his strength and speed to break through. Did he lose his quirk or not? Does it only work for a limited amount of time? Is it possible for he who must not be named to fail to completely steal a quirk? Definitely never mention him around anyone even remotely associated with the dreaded one in case his failure is a sore subject. Of all the stupid reasons for Yuuto to have lasted so long under his radar, Hisashi felt a headache coming on. He was going to kill someone for this, he just hadn't figured out who yet. Yet another safe house raided and all valuables stolen. Doubled bounty on White-Haired Menace's head. Even tripling it might be worth it at the rate we're losing money. White-Haired Menace left behind scribbles of some sort of ugly face and the message, "All your base are belong to us." Have hired several codebreakers in order to crack this message. Hisashi recognized the drawing of the troll face from his very distant 21st century childhood. Sure enough, the next report read, "We wasted hundreds of thousands of yen only to eventually learn that White-Haired Menace likes to leave behind memes from the early 2000s at the scenes of his crimes. When cornered by bounty hunters, he shouted, 'This is Sparta,' before annihilating them. We'll check local mental hospitals to see if they've had any recent escapees." Ha! The sound escaped Hisashi's lips before he could stop himself. Izuku looked up from the TV screen. That's not the normal reaction to the main character's tragic backstory, but I suppose it is a bit cheesy. Hisashi nodded, unable to speak because more laughter would emerge. Yuuto could be hilarious when he was happening to other people instead of his long-suffering older brother. It had been less funny the time Hisashi had found a valuable warehouse of his in flames and a phone dropped at the scene playing Rickroll on repeat. While interrupting a drag deal, White-Haired Menace followed by Small Child. He seemed very upset about this and immediately fled. Possible weakness? All local members instructed to pursue and capture Child. All traces of humor left Hisashi. Last night hadn't even been the first time Izuku had gotten caught up in his brother's idiocy. His hand clenched into a fist. Child is not a weakness. Child is extremely feral and bites. Furthermore, any moves towards said child causes White-Haired Menace to stop trying to leave enemies alive. We had no idea how much he was holding back before. Do not touch the child at all costs. That report was the worst to read, but the others got increasingly worrying as well. Yuuto had been able to use One for All for less and less time, and the Yakuza had noticed. His body had gotten weaker as well. Finally, some good news. White-haired menace fell over coughing while escaping the latest scene of his crime. He was down long enough for us to shoot him, twice. Unfortunately, he managed to escape. This will keep him out of our business for at least a few days. His illness seems to be worsening. If it doesn't kill him directly, it will slow him down enough for someone to finally finish off the job. A grinding sound. That must be his teeth. Hisashi forced his hands to relax before he destroyed his laptop. He didn't even know who to be angrier at, the Yakuza or his pathetic younger brother. This was why he didn't want his brother to pursue the self-destructive path of heroism in the first place. Well, one of the reasons. Yuuto had the heart of a hero but most definitely not the lungs of one. The fool couldn't even take the day off when he got sick. Did his pathetic little brother even consider what would happen if he died and left Izuku all alone in the world? Of course not. He no doubt had some grand reason he had to go out that night, some stranger more important to him than his own family. Yuuto always had the survival instinct of a lemming on a sugar high with a hero complex. Something was going to have to be done about Yuuto. In his bones, Hisashi already knew how this story ended. The truce wasn't going to last. He had this building surrounded. No need to wait for his foolish little brother to pick a fight. He could walk into the other room and finish this right now. Yuuto was too deeply tainted with the rot of heroism to be saved. His poor little brother was positively septic with his delusions. He'd die right away if he was left to wander around without protection. Just look how he'd ended up, injured and sick in a tiny apartment. A broken child playing hero, full of contradictory and self-destructive ideals. Weak and fragile but trying to pick a fight with the entire world. Just like how he'd been fighting Overhaul just to save some random girl. It was a miracle his foolish little brother had survived long enough for Hisashi to find him. A miracle which couldn't be counted on to happen again. He'd tried and failed to reason with Yuuto for too long. He didn't even want his brother on his side at this point, because if given any access to dangerous situations, Yuuto would find a way to get himself killed. Hisashi had only one option left. Lock Yuuto away somewhere nice and safe where he could be both looked after and kept out of trouble. For his own good. But Izuku wouldn't understand. And he'd destroy the fragile bond he was trying to build with his son if he moved too fast and too aggressively. Izuku was tainted with the false ideals of heroes as well. He was rather annoyed with Yuuto over that, although he couldn't regret the meeting since Izuku would be dead if not. Besides, in the current hero-obsessed society it had been nearly inevitable for Izuku to want to become a hero. But his son was still young and malleable. He already showed vastly more common sense than Yuuto had at the same age. So very much more common sense. The boy was brilliant and had nerves of steel. Hisashi had not been blind to Izuku manipulating him, but he'd been impressed with the skill of his 12-year-old son's machinations. His dear boy had so much talent, it made him proud. Izuku could be reasoned with. But it would take time, and everything inside Hisashi screamed at him to snatch up his son and protect him. He'd come so close to losing everything. His little brother had nearly died during his trip through time, then tried to get himself killed countless times afterward. His son might have been murdered by those vile traffickers without him ever knowing that he'd had one. He'd gotten so lucky. Now the aching hunger inside him demanded that he lock both Izuku and Yuuto up somewhere deep underground where even a nuclear weapon couldn't reach them. He had to keep it under control. He couldn't jeopardize his fragile relationship with his newly found son. Not yet. Later, Izuku would understand. He'd make him understand. Hisashi stood up, mouthing, "Bathroom break, I'll be right back," at his son. Except he headed for Yuuto's room. Time to head off a potential problem. He'd seen that look on Yuuto's face before, and it always promised trouble. If he wanted time to work with Izuku, then he was going to have to appease his foolish younger brother. Tell him what he wanted to hear, enough to keep him in place temporarily. Luckily, his little brother had always been on the gullible side. Hisashi had cleared out the apartment building. Every room was occupied by his people and under control. He'd sent orders to purchase up every building on the block and arm them with defenses. The more security he had around his family, the more he could calm his hunger. He could offer them the illusion of freedom, at least for as long as it took him to prepare a more secure location. At the end of the day, Izuku's cooperation was desirable but not strictly necessary. This time, he'd protect his family perfectly and never let go. Flat on his back on the bed, Yuuto tried to breathe. He should probably get his inhaler, but that would require him to move. He hated being sick so much. At the sound of a knock on his door, he sheepishly pocketed his brother's phone. He'd already finished. No traces left of what he'd done. Hopefully. Hisashi called. "Can I come in? I have a peace offering. Your phone." This was worth getting out of bed for. Yuuto sat up and called, "Come in." His voice cracked slightly with pain. Hisashi entered, holding an inhaler. How did he always know? Could he have picked up a telepathic quirk? What a horrifying notion. Yuuto needed his inhaler too badly to say a sarcastic word. He took a long huff. All pictures intact as promised. Hisashi tossed Yuuto's phone on the bed. "Now give me back mine." Yuuto had every intention of returning his older brother's phone, since he wouldn't be able to use the tracking program he'd added otherwise. But agreeing too quickly would look suspicious. His older brother knew better than to think he could issue even the most reasonable command without getting an argument in return. Instead, Yuuto said, "Give me my mask back first." "Your mask?" Hisashi tilted his head as if confused. "You left that back at the Yakuza mansion. I have no idea what happened to it after that." Yuuto crossed his arms. Bullshit. He'd bled on that mask, and he didn't believe for 1 second that his brother had left family DNA lying around that mansion. "You probably kept it and stuck it in a creepy trophy cabinet." "I might have thrown it away, since it looked like a child's craft project." "You're right. Izuku made it." Hisashi froze. It did have artistic appeal. Yuuto laughed. "I was just screwing with you. I purchased it from a vigilante inventor, and it had numerous useful features. Want it back?" "Huh, I knew that thing was ugly junk." "But Izuku did paint the fox face." Hisashi stared at him. "I think you're lying again." "You got me. I wanted to see if I could give you whiplash." Yuto's tone turned serious. "Forget the mask. I want something else instead. A promise from you. Don't hurt the foster child who paralyzed Izuku." "Are you sure you don't want ice cream? I can stuff an entire freezer with ice cream." "This isn't a joke." Yuuto met his brother's eyes. "Please." She was an abused 8-year-old child. That's too young to be held responsible for her actions. Hisashi counted on his fingers. She'd be 14 now. That's old enough to die. "No, it's not, you psychotic beaky." Yuuto forced his voice quieter, more reasonable. "At her age, I blame the parents, for twisting her and for not stopping her. But I suppose you're about to tell me I shouldn't kill them either?" Yuuto crossed his arms. "I already put them in Tartarus, but you're welcome to try to reach them there." "How?" Disbelief leaked into Hisashi's voice. "You couldn't obtain that kind of political influence. It's called having friends, big brother. You may be unfamiliar with the concept. All Might is very fond of Izuku. We put the girl in therapy, so such a tragedy wouldn't happen again." "You helped someone who paralyzed your nephew?" Hisashi hissed. "Why do you always value any random stranger with a sob story over your own family? Izuku is the very last person who would want you to do this. It would break his heart if you killed someone because of him. He'd never forgive himself." Here, Yuuto could very much speak from personal experience. "Please, brother. Think about Izuku's well-being instead of your own satisfaction. For your son's sake, stop." Hisashi looked at him for a long moment. He smiled. It wasn't a very nice smile. "Fine, I promise not to harm Aoi Tanaka." He held out his hand to shake on it. So he'd already researched the girl's name. Not good. Yuuto gritted his teeth. "How stupid do you think I am? You're clearly lying. Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to." Hisashi waved his hand, and the phone floated out of Yuto's pocket. Yuuto lunged, but his sickness made him slow. Hisashi snagged the phone and looked through it. What a laughably simple tracker. Deleted. Nice try, foolish little brother. The first tracker had been a decoy, to protect the second, more hidden one. Hisashi never would have believed he wouldn't try some trick, so he had to let himself get caught. Once upon a time, it had hurt Yuuto that his brother thought he was stupid. Just because I'm not a genius like you doesn't mean I'm an idiot, child, Hisashi. But these days he saw the value to being underestimated. He had too few advantages not to use every last one. He let his face settle into a pout, as if he'd been thwarted. I was just pranking you. Sure you were. Hisashi chuckled, always in a good mood when he was winning. Yuuto crossed his arms. Do you think that's going to stop me from checking up on Aoi Tanaka and telling Izuku if anything happens to her? Hisashi's eyes slid sideways. You wouldn't want to burden him with that kind of guilt. I would hate myself for doing it, but he'd have the right to know so he could watch his words around you in the future and decide if he still wanted a relationship with you. Yuuto glared. Let me be clear. There's no death accidental enough that I wouldn't assume it was you. Don't do it. Fury flashed through Hisashi's eyes, so vicious that Yuuto nearly summoned one for all. Then his older brother sighed. His shoulders sagged. I didn't want our conversation to go like this. I came here to make peace, believe it or not. Can I sit down? Sure, Yuuto said, still wary. Hisashi took a seat on the bed next to him. I know it must have been hard for you, trying to raise Izuku from back when you were only 18. You were too young for such a responsibility. His brother wasn't entirely wrong, but Yuuto didn't like how he said 18 like he meant 8. Yuuto gritted his teeth. We were fine. You and I both know that we didn't have the best childhood. I'm worried that might have broken your sense of normal. This seemed to be coming out of nowhere. What are you talking about? To start with, you let several heroes and a random stranger babysit my son. You mean the lady next door? She's a lovely person. Hisashi clicked his tongue. She told my people everything I wanted to know about you two in exchange for 1,000,000 yen, so maybe you're not a good judge of character. You didn't run a background check or take a hostage to ensure her compliance. Yuuto rubbed his forehead. No, I asked for a few references. Are you sure you're not the one with a broken sense of normal? More importantly, why didn't she stop Izuku from following you the other night? I don't use babysitter for Izuku now he's turned 12. Although Tashinori and Aizawa still frequently came by to take their favorite kid on fun excursions. Hisashi stared at him so long it started to get creepy. You left him here alone? Yes, he's old enough to stay by himself. 12 is not old enough to be left home alone. He's practically a baby. Yuuto rolled his eyes. You still thought I was too young to be left without supervision when I was 18. If I turn my back on you, you'd start trashing one of my warehouses. Your warehouses were full of stolen goods. You set your own hair on fire with your flamethrower. Please tell me you don't keep the flamethrower where Izuku can reach it. I don't get what you're so worked up about. Yuuto shrugged. Back when we were kids, I waited for you alone at the house while you were off stealing necessities. I stayed up at night watching for looters. And I turned out just fine. I left you alone because I had to, not because I wanted to, and turned out fine is a matter of opinion. Hisashi rubbed his forehead. Your sense of a normal is definitely broken. I'm sorry for that. I wish so much that I could have given you a better childhood. Why would you be sorry? It wasn't your fault. Yuuto's voice filled with passion. It was wrong what our worthless parents did to you. No 8-year-old should have to look after a baby. Then after they completely ditched us, you had to feed me and keep me safe. You realize that most preteens don't have to raise their younger brothers? Your childhood got torched even worse than mine did. Hisashi didn't look reassured. Yuuto took a deep breath and continued, I once came up with a 20-page list of my grudges against you. Of course you did. I can't even pretend to be surprised. But not even one of them was about what you did to keep us alive during our early childhood. We both had a lousy time, but you raised me the best you could under the circumstances. Yuuto hesitated, then admitted, I'm truly grateful for that. He always had been, whatever had happened afterward. He knew his brother had first starting stealing to get money for his medicine. His big brother had thrown it in his face repeatedly during arguments later, and it had always made him feel desperately guilty and even more certain it was his responsibility to stop Hisashi, since the start of everything had been his fault. Stepping up to parent Izuku at age 18 had also given Yuuto a whole new perspective on the difficulties of being a teen father. Now he understood that Hisashi had been a child back then too and never should have dealt with so much responsibility at a young age. This didn't excuse the villainy, but it did make him wonder if things could have been different if they'd grown up under happier circumstances. I did the best I could. Hisashi frowned. My best wasn't good enough. No, it was. Hisashi raised his hand to stem the tide of protests. I might have had no choice but to let you grow up in that kind of environment, but I always swore that if I had children of my own, things would be different. It was one of my motivations to work so hard over the years to accumulate my wealth. That's why it came as such a nasty shock to me to see Izuku growing up in poverty. Yuuto had already had some idea where his brother's issues came from, so this didn't surprise him. But it did make him feel guilty. Look, I'm sorry I'm not a wealthy, naturally talented genius like you, but we were happy. I didn't mean it like that. You started out in a bad situation, and I'm not blaming you, okay? I might be blaming you a little for giving away so much to charity, because what the hell? Yuuto squirmed. Fine, I should have made sure all the necessities were covered first. He'd always carefully set aside money for Izuku, but he'd considered the money on himself optional, and maybe he'd been wrong not to see the indirect impact on his nephew from that. I just kept on running into so many people during my work who really needed help. I can't completely agree with your family-first philosophy, but I probably should have thought more about how it might affect Izuku if I skipped medicine doses. None of that is necessary now. I have money. So much money. Hisashi waved his hands. If dirty money is such a big deal to you, then I have enough legal businesses to cover everything. Please. There was sincere emotion in his brother's voice. Please let me give Izuku the childhood he deserves. Don't fight me on just this one thing. Izuku did deserve the best. No argument from Yuuto there. His heart softened. He understood where his brother was coming from. He wanted his nephew to have a better childhood than theirs, too. And Izuku deserved a relationship with his father if he wanted one. The thought of putting up with Hisashi's controlling tendencies again gave Yuuto hives. But he'd put up with just about anything if it was for Izuku's sake. Hisashi sounded so sincere. There was even something admirable about his desire to let Izuku have everything they'd never had growing up. It was the first time in a long time his brother had wanted something that didn't sound evil. Maybe, just maybe, his brother had changed over the years they'd spent apart. Mellowed. It was theoretically possible, though not super likely. A voice in his head screamed that deals with his brother never ended well. He might be making a mistake, but he so badly wanted to have his brother back and let Izuku have his father. If worst came to worst, he had contingency plans. Yuuto exhaled. Fine. I'll strike a truce with you. The words tasted like ashes in his mouth. But I have one condition. Give up your revenge on Izuku's old bully. That's really so important to you? Hisashi's eyebrows drew together. Yes, but not for the reason you think. Even if it's not very heroic of me, on a personal level I'm more scared of the emotional impact on Izuku than what might happen to someone I've never met. Yuuto raised a finger. I'm offering a lot in exchange. I'll promise not to take Izuku and run away from you, not to stop you from spending money on us, and not to deliberately sabotage your attempts to build a father-son relationship. Seriously? That's a lot more than I expected. Hisashi eyed him as if expecting a trap. Because this isn't a deal so much as a test. If you love Izuku, then you should be able to restrain yourself from doing something that would hurt him. I'm giving you a choice. You can keep your family or you can murder a child. Yuto's eyes narrowed. Since you claim to put family first, which are you going to pick? That's far too good a deal to pass up. Done. Hisashi held out his hand. As they shook, he said, I'll even try to be less overprotective. I want this to work too. Thinking you were dead forced me to reassess my priorities. I don't want to repeat old patterns from the past. He smiled. Yuuto felt a flicker of hope. If his brother was actually trying, maybe this might work. He didn't completely believe it, but oh how he wanted to. Make time. Make. Hisashi returns to watch the movie. Izuku, Dad, you missed the best part. Spot just developed his quirk to produce infinite dog treats and found the power to believe himself. Hisashi, how tragic, I can't believe I missed that. Wait, no, don't rewind. Lunch was slightly late, delayed by finishing Izuku's movie. Yuuto, who was feeling significantly better, chopped up some vegetables for the salad while Hisashi crafted overly elaborate small sandwiches. Sitting down, Hisashi asked, "Is there anything you two want to do tomorrow? My credit card has no limit." Yuuto hobbled over to his seat. "You can pick, Izuku." Izuku grabbed a strawberry and cream sandwich. "This tastes great." After finishing chewing, he said, "I want to go to an amusement park." Completely doable, but Hisashi inclined his head at Yuuto. "Your uncle would have trouble with his broken leg." Yuuto bit his lip, torn between saying they could go without him so as not to ruin Izuku's fun and his unwillingness to let his nephew go anywhere alone with the Demon King. Izuku tilted his head. "Can't you fix that the way you did with my arm?" Yuuto nearly dropped his drink. "Oh hell no. He is not using any quirks on me." Of course, Hisashi reacted like a bull spotting a red flag. "Why not? Don't you want to make Izuku happy?" Yuuto waggled his eyebrows at Izuku. "Who knows what else he might do if he touches me?" "Don't be ridiculous." Hisashi raised his eyes to the heavens. "What, do you think I'd give you another quirk after my last mistake? Why was that a mistake, big brother? Was it because you forced a quirk on me against my will or because I used it against you? I want you to say the answer out loud." "Same thing really." "They are not the same thing." Hisashi blew out a breath. "Look, if you stop to think about it, you'll realize it's safe because you lie, so I'm not listening to you." Yuuto crossed his arms. Hisashi threw up his hands. "You're impervious to logic." It would perhaps be more accurate to say Yuuto had long ago given up on logical arguments with his big brother. Hisashi was a master at twisting words, so he always won because he was the better arguer, not because he had the stronger position. He could claim that 2 + 2 = 5 and somehow make Yuuto feel crazy and stupid for saying otherwise. Yuuto had been reduced to tears during countless childhood debates while Hisashi came out smug and triumphant. Eventually, Yuuto had figured out the only way he would ever win a verbal fight with his big brother. Pick one position and then hold that line like he was at the Alamo. Refuse to listen to any counterarguments. Occasionally shout heroic cliches, which drove his brother insane, so win-win. The very first time Hisashi had gotten frustrated and shouted, "I can't reason with you anymore," it had been a triumph, because at least now neither of them was having fun. Now, watching Hisashi's face get redder, Yuuto felt that same perverse pleasure. It made him want to push even further. "You call it logic, I call it lying." "Liar. Exactly how much of a grudge are you holding over Monopoly?" Yuuto hissed, "You lied about much bigger things than Monopoly, big brother, and you know it. Want to talk about what happened to my childhood friend?" "You mean your childhood bully? Are you finally admitting what you did?" Hisashi sniffed. "It's ridiculous how you're still trying to blame me for an accident." Izuku grabbed Yuto's arm before he could leap out of his chair and punch his brother. "Stop." Leaning close, Izuku whispered, "I don't care about the amusement park." This surprised Yuuto into silence. His nephew murmured, "I used that as an excuse to ask him to heal you. Look, I might be getting along with my new dad better than expected, but I've also found 4 different tracking programs since he gave me back my phone. If we end up needing an escape plan, we have more options if you can run. Got it?" Yuuto nodded very slightly, feeling annoyed with himself for not thinking. In addition, he'd resolved to try to make peace with his brother minutes ago, and he was already failing. Hisashi had a knack for pushing his buttons, which very much went both ways. Yuuto took a deep breath. "Fine. I suppose I can't get in the way of the amusement park trip." Hisashi told the ceiling, "No need to show me any gratitude or say please. Not a problem, my expectations are already non-existent." He grabbed Yuuto. In a flash, not just the break but also the cast vanished. Yuto's head spun. He tested that he could bend his knee. Hisashi said, "I can't do anything about your illness, I'm afraid. The quirk rewinds time, and you've been sick since infancy." He looked genuinely sorry about it. Yuuto reminded himself that he was putting in an effort for Izuku's sake and said, "Thank you." Hisashi gaped. His hand shot out to check Yuto's forehead. No fever. How strong were those painkillers? I could take it back, Yuuto grumbled. Hisashi clapped his hands. I have one condition in exchange for my help. Yuuto couldn't help noticing that his brother had deliberately healed him first, then imposed his condition second. But if he pointed that out, he'd be picking another fight. He might as well find out how bad this condition was first. I need you to come along while I give orders to a subordinate of mine, Hisashi said. He won't listen to anyone except me personally, and he gets antsy if I go too long without visiting him in person. I'm overdue for a trip, and if he decides to come looking for me, that doesn't end well for anyone. He's in a forest slightly outside the city. It won't take us very long. Suspiciously easy. Yuuto raised an eyebrow. Why would you possibly want to take me along? I made zero promises about standing by if you do something villainous. I'm only having a conversation, Hisashi said, not answering the question. Yuuto had already realized why, though. Hisashi didn't want to let either of them out of his sight. So much for his big brother working on his controlling tendencies. Well, he'd known that wouldn't be easy. A hiking trip sounds fun, Izuku said with forced enthusiasm. His eyes pleaded no more fighting. In the interests of reducing his nephew's stress, Yuuto said, "Fine with me." Yuuto vaguely regretted his earlier compliance after he'd been wandering around a strange forest for half an hour. Hisashi kept looking at a map and muttering, "He's so big, he has to be around here somewhere." How vaguely ominous. Not for the first time, Hisashi cupped his hands to his mouth and bellowed, "Gigantomachia?" Izuku winced and covered his ears. Yuuto scuffed a fallen leaf with his foot. The cold air wasn't doing any good for his lungs. The autumn trees had been lovely at first, but now numerous leaves and twigs had slipped into his shoes. He said, "Big brother, maybe your friend went into town to grocery shop or run errands." Hisashi snorted. If he'd gone into town, then trust me, it would be all over the news. That's not really the point. I'm cold and so is Izuku. Lord! Someone bellowed like a loudspeaker. A man as tall as a tree crested the hill. Brown hair stuck in all directions, matching the spikes on his body. He had 2 canines and a radio hanging from his neck. The giant lifted Hisashi off the ground. Before Yuuto had time to worry they were under attack, the giant sniffed his brother and rubbed him against his cheek. "Lord, I missed you so much." "Ah, look, big brother made a friend." Yuuto snapped several pictures for later blackmail purposes. This caught the giant's attention. He sniffed the air. Then he leaned down so his face was level with the ground. "A little lord," he cried reverently, rubbing his cheek against Izuku. One giant finger descended to pat Yuuto's head. "And you must be the idiot brother." "What did you just call me?" Yuuto growled, trying to straighten his hair. "Lord has told me a lot about you." "Oh, I'll bet he has," Yuuto said, glaring at his brother. Rather like no one could hang around Yuuto for long without learning he thought his brother was an a-hole. No one could spend an extended length of time around Hisashi without learning he thought his little brother was an imbecile. Hisashi hopped down from the giant hand. "Gigantomachia, this is my son Izuku and my brother Yuuto. You too, this is Gigantomachia, my most loyal bodyguard." Gigantomachia preened at the compliment. "Seriously, what did you tell him about me?" Yuuto asked. "Only true things," Hisashi said. "The idiot brother often fails to feed himself, forgets to sleep, and opposes the Lord's great plans." From Gigantomachia's tone, the last one was the most unbelievably dumb. Yuuto glared at his brother. "I suppose you think you're hilarious." Hisashi covered a snicker with his hand. "Was any of that untrue? I think not." "Breathe!" Gigantomachia shouted. Yuuto jumped a foot into the air. "Huh! The Lord explained to me that his idiot brother is so dumb he might forget to breathe if not periodically reminded." The worst part was how Gigantomachia sounded like he sincerely believed he was being helpful. Yuuto glared at his brother. "You're an a-hole." Hisashi smirked. "You already called me that several times today, foolish little brother." Yuuto said, It hasn't changed in the last hour. Leaning close to the ground, Gigantomachia examined Izuku from every angle. So tiny. So precious. I will protect you with my life. Thanks. Izuku patted the giant's hair. Gigantomachia purred in joy. You've got quite an interesting quirk. Izuku peered at the spikes. His eyes sparkled as he took out his notebook and made some sketches. Yuuto shook a leaf out of his shoe. Hisashi waved at his bodyguard. Come over here. I have some instructions to give you. Yuuto felt curious. He didn't know how his brother's organization had changed from the days when he'd been trading around quirks for favors. Hisashi was no doubt still involved in all sorts of crime, and he'd probably expanded over the years, but it would be useful to know just how bad the situation had gotten. The giant bodyguard shouted so loudly that it might be possible to overhear. Hisashi spoke rapidly while Gigantomachia nodded. Yuuto crept closer. A giant hand shot out to grab him. Yuuto thrashed in the sudden grip. That is a lake. Gigantomachia pointed at the small body of water just beyond the trees. Do not jump into it. You will drown. I know what a lake is. The Lord clearly explained to me that the idiot brother never saw a pit he didn't immediately jump into. Let me go. Yuuto shoved at the fingers holding him, but he might as well have been pushing steel bars. He glared at his brother. Hisashi raised his hands. I didn't tell him to do that. I'm just enjoying watching it. You are such a passing leaf tickled Yuuto's nose. He sneezed. It turned into a coughing fit. It's true. He really is too stupid to know how to breathe. Gigantomachia shook his massive head. A tear formed at the corner of his eye at the tragedy of Yuuto's affliction. Allow me to demonstrate. Inhale. The giant ripped the fall leaves off the trees with the force of his breath. Now exhale. The blast of air coming from his nose flattened several tree trunks. He looked at Yuuto. Now you try it. Put down. I will protect you with my life, but listen to nothing you say because it's all idiocy. Yuuto coughed again. He couldn't manage to speak, but the rage in his eyes must have conveyed that he was about to launch a suicide attack on a giant's wrist, because his big brothers suddenly looked worried. Hisashi said, set him down. On the ground, Yuuto took a huff from his inhaler. His breathing steadied. If he had maybe one more shot to use one for all before the quirk faded, it would be a mistake to waste it now. But DMN, was he ever tempted? He didn't know who he wanted to punch more, the giant or his brother. In a whisper like a roaring train, Gigantomachia said, I have correctly taught your idiot brother how to breathe. Yes, you did. Great job. Hisashi patted his bodyguard on the closest spike. Are you okay? Izuku asked. Yuuto waved his hands. Just a tickle in my throat. He kept an eye on where Hisashi was whispered again. No luck overhearing. He'd probably get snagged again if he tried to go closer, so he'd have to rely on hacking his brother's phone. Izuku nudged his shoulder. My turn to try to get close enough to eavesdrop. He ran over, holding up his notebook with the drawing of Gigantomachia. Do you like my picture? Gigantomachia stared. A tear rolled down his cheek. It's perfect. Exquisite. I'm honored beyond compare. Yuuto nodded. Say what you might about this giant, he had great taste. I so look forward to providing protection once your new high school is ready, little lord. New school? Yuto's eyes narrowed. Izuku is going to you. Hisashi looked sideways. I'd like him to have more than one option. I'm looking into acquiring a high school. A hero school even. See? I'm compromising. Don't even think about it. Yuuto shuddered to imagine what his brother might do if he brought a hero school under his control. Hero society was corrupt enough already. Hisashi sighed. We were having such a nice day. How about you forget you heard that, and we table this discussion for another time? I think I won't, Yuuto growled. Izuku said, don't worry about it. I'm still going to you. Hisashi said, you could consider other options. Izuku crossed his arms. Not going anywhere except UA. All Might is going to start teaching there. I promised to be part of his first class. Oh, so that blonde hero is the one who influenced your school choice? Hisashi's eyes narrowed. Now Yuuto wanted to change the subject. High school is still 2 years away. No need to worry about it now. Gigantomachia said helpfully, it's no doubt a painful subject for you when you never managed to finish high school. Why did you tell him that? Yuuto glared at his brother. I had to drop out of school after your enemies tried to take me hostage twice. It wasn't my fault. You had perfectly good tutors, yet you were too busy running away from home to finish your education. Hisashi whispered to Izuku. He called himself a hero. But he was really just Yuuto remembered the huge numbers of tutors he'd been through. There had been a PRD when his big brother had been convinced it was the public school system's fault that his flesh and blood wasn't the genius he'd expected, but instead struggled with basic addition and subtraction. Eventually Hisashi had figured out that Yuuto was just stupid. The bad memory made his stomach twist and his tongue uncharitable. I always did suspect you arranged that last attack yourself just to make me drop out. Hisashi glared. Yuuto, you nearly lost your leg back then. Of course I didn't arrange it. Why do you always blame me for every single thing? I know you felt restricted by me, but I only did it to protect you. Do you have any idea what my enemies would have done to you if they'd taken you hostage? Yuuto shrugged. Oh, I have some idea. It happened a couple times during my hero days. Hisashi screamed, What? See, this is why I never told you. I knew you'd make a big deal about it. All 3 times turned out fine. I practiced my escape artist skills, got a badass new scar, and made some new friends who hated you almost as much as I did. Hisashi hissed, low and long. No other sound came from him. Yuuto started to worry maybe he'd broken his brother. Look at the bright side now, you know you were worrying over nothing. Thanks to all my practice escaping from you, no one else could hold on to me longer than 5 minutes. Hisashi hissed again, sounding even more like a volcano about to blow its top. Izuku waved a hand in front of his dad's face. No reaction. He whispered, Uncle Yuuto, maybe you should stop making it worse. How terrible. I will kill all those enemies for you. Gigantomachia looked around as if expecting to find one behind a tree. It's fine. That was a long time ago. His calm returned, Hisashi patted the giant. The change in mood happened so quickly it was suspicious. Yuuto had an unfortunate feeling he'd later regret what he'd revealed. He should have known his overprotective brother would react badly even a century after the fact. Please visit again, Lord and Little Lord. Remember what I taught you about how to breathe, idiot brother. Gigantomachia waved as they headed back toward the road. Another of his brother's minions drove them back. Hisashi tapped his phone from the front seat. It was maddeningly curiosity-inducing. As soon as he got home, Yuuto headed for the bathroom, which was less likely to have cameras than his bedroom. His phone was compromised, but he had a tablet he'd hidden the one place his brother would never look taped to the hero figurine cabinet. He pulled up a copy of all activity on his brother's phone since he'd installed his tracking program. There wasn't much information stored on the phone he'd already suspected as much because of the lack of security. But his older brother had sent out emails about the hero school he planned to purchase. As expected, Hisashi intended to increase security and surveillance to ridiculous levels, revamp the curriculum to show a very different version of history, and the ethics class would be, unusual to say the least. More importantly, who he was emailing revealed some interesting facts about which politicians he had bribed. All Might, who devoted his life to taking down corrupt politicians, could do useful things with this information. The emails made it clear these politicians were for sale to any criminal who could pay the correct price, not just Hisashi. This could be the big break All Might had spent years searching for, with even high-ranking members of the Hero Commission implicated. On the other hand, Yuuto had tried so hard to keep Toshinai out of his family drama. Hisashi would probably figure out Yuuto was responsible, the timing alone would be suspicious, and Toshinori didn't have the same protection against retribution Yuuto did. He'd never promised not to interfere with villainous plans, but a technicality wouldn't appease his brother's wrath. But heroism. Convinced by this great argument, Yuuto emailed all relevant files to Toshinori. He included an explanation of the risks, but he knew that wouldn't stop his friend. All Might was a hero. He didn't shy away from danger. And that was precisely why Yuuto respected him so much. Make time. Make perversity. Hisashi, I'm not healing your leg. I have no interest in making it easier for you to run away. Yuuto, I wouldn't let you use a quirk on me, anyway. Hisashi, never mind, I'm healing you whether you like it or not. Make. Because Hisashi totally noticed why Izuku wanted to go to the amusement park. Hisashi, you know, Izuku, I noticed your little trick back there. It was clever, such a shame a certain fool almost messed it up by not picking up on what you were doing. I completely sympathize. I know what it's like to have an idiot mess up your plans by being too inflexible and idealistic to compromise while also not being the tiniest bit grateful for your efforts to protect him. Yuuto, is some minion of yours causing trouble, big brother? Serves you right. Izuku. Hisashi, I just want you to know that I feel your pain on multiple levels. He's allergic to logic. Izuku, logic works just fine when I use it actually. Are you sure it's not just you he has a problem with? Hisashi. Make Hisashi, human disaster, Shigaraki never made a mistake he wouldn't make again, even harder. Hisashi, so Izuku wants to go to UA because of that blonde idiot? I wonder what would happen if All Might spontaneously developed a villainous type quirk. It would seem like he'd been hiding it for years. His reputation would be ruined and his job offer removed. Maybe I could offer him a position at my new school as janitor. Izuku would probably follow him out of loyalty. Yuuto, I imagine what would happen would be that I'd tell All Might what you'd done, and then you'd have two people you'd given quirks to who hated you. Do you like your face in its current, intact, non-potato shape? Make. Yuuto did Izuku a huge favor by lowering the bar in every regard. Hisashi, what are you doing, Izuku? Izuku, just finishing up my math homework due on Monday. Hisashi, you're doing your homework? A day early? Without being reminded, bribed, threatened, or tied to a chair with a pencil glued to your hand. I'm so proud of you. I'm going to buy you something ridiculously expensive. Izuku, I can't tell if you're being sarcastic. Hisashi, son, you have no idea how much your uncle lowered my expectations. If you graduate from high school, it will be my greatest parental triumph. If you graduate from high school without even once trying to kill me, then I'll have finally nailed this parenting thing. Make. The sad reality of what was actually going on with Yuuto's untreated dyscalculia a century ago. Yuuto, big brother, will you help me with this math problem? Hisashi, sure, no problem. Looks at algebra equation for half a second. The answer is 18. Yuuto, how did you get that? Hisashi, what do you mean? It's obvious if you're not an idiot. Yuuto, holding back tears. That's right, it's obvious and I'm not an idiot. I don't feel like doing my homework anymore. Hisashi, look, I completely understand I got terribly bored in school because it was too easy. You only have 30 problems. That should take you, what, 5 minutes? Then I'll see about getting you some more challenging material. Yuuto, actually crying now. I hate math. I'm not doing it. I refuse. Hisashi, do your homework or no dessert after dinner. Yuuto, cries harder. I hate you. Hisashi, you don't mean that. You can't mean that, not over math homework. Please, can you explain to me what's wrong? I don't understand. Author's note. Both Hisashi and Yuuto have very different versions of the events leading to Yuuto dropping out of school, and neither is the truth. Yuuto thinks that his brother treated him like a disappointment for not being able to meet insanely high standards. In reality, Hisashi was a genius teenager who lacked the maturity to understand that what came easily to him didn't come so easily for his little brother, who had a learning disability. Ashamed, Yuuto decided he couldn't fail to meet his older brother's expectations if he didn't try. Hisashi didn't know how to cope with an insanely stubborn truant child from hell except with more punishments. The absentee parents who unloaded all their responsibilities on their eldest child are the real villains. #parentification is abuse. #the biggest villain of all may be Yuuto's undiagnosed dyscalculia. Make. Welp, even I don't know how Yuuto is getting out of this. Author, that's quite a hand grenade you dropped at the end of the chapter. Yuuto, really? Why do you say that? Author, eyebrow twitching, because your brother will inevitably find out what you just did. I told you not to hack his phone, but you did it anyway. Yuuto, that sounds like a problem for future Yuuto. I'm sure it will all turn out well in the end because… Author, if you tell me you're going to win because you're a hero, then next chapter you'll be beheaded in a freak amusement park accident. This is not a bluff. Do not test me. Yuuto closes his mouth. As soon as they arrived home, Izuku headed straight for the kitchen and opened the silverware drawer. Hisashi chuckled. Hungry already? Dinner will take me half an hour. Don't spoil your appetite. I'm making meatballs and spaghetti, one of my specialties. Izuku looked up. I was going to set the table. That's one of my chores. I'm sorry I wasn't fast enough to do it this morning. Chores? You mean child labor? Hisashi's nose wrinkled. That won't be necessary from now on. I can acquire someone to do any tasks I'm uninterested in carrying out personally. You're a child, you should go play. He made shooing gestures. Izuku glanced at Yuuto. Yuuto could have given a speech about the psychological benefits of chores and an allowance for children. But he already knew it wouldn't do a whit of good. For all that Hisashi had accused him of having a distorted view of parenting due to their warped childhood, he suspected the same was true of his older brother, just in the opposite direction. Hisashi had a fantasy of letting his son grow up without ever being burdened by all the responsibility he'd had to deal with himself. It clearly mattered a lot to his older brother, and Yuuto even saw admirable elements in that, so if he was going to pick his battles, he definitely wouldn't pick this one. There's no need, Yuuto told his nephew. You'll still get your allowance. Allowance? Hisashi glanced over his shoulder as he put a pot on the stove. I'll be increasing that, of course. Does 1,000,000 yen a month sound reasonable? Izuku choked. Yuuto could practically see images of all the hero merchandise his nephew could buy dancing before his eyes. I knew that might be too little. Hisashi shook his head. It was just an opening offer. 10,000,000 yen. This might be worth arguing about, because his older brother didn't understand how much trouble Izuku could get into with that much money. First it would be the All Might collectibles, but then he'd decide he needed to do something to help his less well-off classmates, and it would turn out like his Ponzi scheme in elementary school all over again. On the other hand, maybe it would be funny and educating to let Hisashi experience the consequences of his actions. Yuuto asked, How can I help with dinner? I'm making garlic bread, could you grate some cheese? Sure. As Yuuto got out the cutting board and the grater, he heard his brother humming. What had the Demon King in such a good mood? Wait a moment. Was Hisashi celebrating because Yuuto had listened to an order from him? Sure enough, the a-hole had the biggest smirk on his face. How annoying. It was just cooking, not a scheme to take over Japan. Yuuto was tempted to brain his brother with the baguette on general principle, but restrained himself. He was putting in an effort. He would not pick fights for no reason. He'd promised to sincerely try to get along with his big brother. Anger made Yuuto grate the cheese a bit too fast. He scraped his thumb. Sheet. Language, Hisashi ordered, glancing at Izuku. Hey hell, I know how to curse, Izuku said as he brought over a bandage. Hisashi looked about to faint. Yuuto Shigaraki. Have you been teaching my son swear words? He groaned. Of course you have. You always had the vocabulary of an uncivilized ruffian, despite my best efforts. A tad defensively, Yuuto said, You're trying to turn him into a villain, yet you think it's bad I shared some of our cultural heritage? Hisashi rubbed his forehead. The slums don't have culture, just fleas and rats. Izuku laughed. Pretty ironic that the supervillain doesn't like curse words. Oh, he swears, Yuuto said. We were both dropping F-bombs before we hit kindergarten. Hisashi growled. I keep telling you that our childhood wasn't normal and shouldn't be used as a basis for anything ever. He acts like he's one of those supervillains with royal lineage who was raised in a mansion, but don't be fooled. Yuuto snorted. He went to speech therapy to get rid of his Kansai accent. Hisashi raised his eyes to address the ceiling. I was there when Yuuto was born. Needless to say, there was no money for preschool and our mother didn't care enough to arrange play dates. So there wouldn't have been any real opportunities for him to get switched out for a dumber baby. Yuuto said, You raised me, so you have no one to blame but yourself for my colorful vocabulary. Despite how he acts, he does have my hair and eyes, Hisashi continued. Woe is me, he's probably my real brother. Izuku leaned against the counter. What do you mean, Dad raised you? Did you two not have parents? The brothers exchanged glances. Yuuto bit his lip. How do I put this? It's possible to have parents and not have parents at the same time. Hisashi said bluntly, they were a pair of alcoholics. Dad would vanish for weeks even before he drank himself to death. I don't even remember him, Yuuto said. You didn't miss out on anything. Just endless rounds of hiding money from him and hiding from his fists. Hisashi was the one who kept me fed and clothed. It was way too much of a responsibility for him, but he managed to keep us both alive. There, Yuuto would always give full credit where credit was due to his brother. Our mom threw us out the first time she saw my power. Hisashi's face twisted. She said a freak was no son of hers. Yuuto placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. Hey, she abandoned me too, so she was probably just looking for an excuse. Hisashi shrugged. She died in the riots shortly afterward. Also no loss, but that did end our only source of income. I was only 13 and Yuuto was 5, so things got tight before I figured out how to monetize my quirk. Izuku looked between them. You were all alone? Didn't child services find someone to take you in? Once again, the brothers exchanged glances. Yuuto had never been quite this open with his nephew about the worst parts of his past, but the kid was older now. Maybe he deserved an explanation for Hisashi's oddities, if he was going to have to live with them. Hisashi said, it was a bad time. Yuuto said, if Hisashi had come to the attention of the authorities, they would have murdered him for his quirk. They might very well have killed me too, because I had white hair and a brother with metahuman abilities, so good odds I might be one myself. Hisashi sighed. Not a good time to be different. Yuuto got all the discrimination with none of the actual benefits of having a power. Izuku's hands moved while listening as if taking notes. A common habit of his. Since his nephew seemed interested, Yuuto said, Hisashi and I even had our one and only heroic debut together when we were kids. Back in the days when we were still on the same side. Want to hear about it? What are you? Hisashi winced. Oh, you mean that story. That wasn't heroism, it was stupidity. Come on, big brother. Those quirk traffickers would have hurt a lot of innocent people if not for us. You mean me? Yuuto scowled. I helped. You would have died without me, remember? Nonsense. I would have been fine. You're still claiming that? Why is it so hard for you to admit that your pathetic little brother saved your butt? Because you nearly got yourself killed. Izuku bounced on the ball of his feet. I really want to hear this story. Please? Yuuto beamed. I'd be happy to tell you. Oh, no you don't. Hisashi took the lid off the boiling pot and added some salt. If you tell the story, then you'll glorify your recklessness and tempt my son into similar idiocy. If someone must tell the story, then it's going to be me. Many, many years ago. Hisashi's story, albeit a number of these details will be left out in the version he tells Izuku. At age 19, Yuuto Shigaraki had successfully amassed the fourth largest organized criminal group in Tokyo. He had no intention of stopping until he reached number 1. This was a critical moment for him. He'd gotten big enough to attract attention both from the government and rivals, but he wasn't yet ready for a full-on war. He might have no choice, because the largest Yakuza family vehemently hated metahumans like him and most of his followers. One of his lieutenants had already tried to backstab him, bribed by the opposition. He'd found evidence of more traitors. He'd had to withdraw his little brother from school for fear he'd be taken hostage. Yuuto had protested, and Hisashi had promised it would be temporary. As the petty skirmishes had drawn on for weeks, Yuuto had started making unhappy noises about missing his classmates. Hisashi could hire expensive tutors far superior to the public school system, but Yuuto hated being cooped up. When rumors of snipers had forced Hisashi to forbid playing outside the house, the child had thrown a temper tantrum of epic proportions. Unfortunately, Yuuto might get his wish of a quick resolution. Spies warned of a major attack within a week or two. To survive the coming storm and protect his only remaining family member, Hisashi needed more quirks. This lead Hisashi to the docks late at night to meet with a group of human traffickers. They'd promised him 24 combat-useful quirks he could steal. He had to keep this deal a secret. He'd often painted himself to his followers as a hero standing up for metahuman rights against the oppressive government. Any association with human traffickers would taint his reputation. Sometimes leaders needed to make hard decisions, but he didn't expect the common sheep to understand that. So Hisashi had come accompanied by only one bodyguard and negotiated the same from the other side. The young woman was one of his few followers without a power. She lurked behind a support beam, her rifle ready. The bright orange beams and pulleys stood out in the twilight. The piles of crates obscured the distant, shadowy view of ships. The air stank of salt water and fish guts. Two men in dark suits walked down the wide pavement path. Hisashi tossed them a briefcase full of money. Half up front. He didn't fear being cheated of such meager amount. He'd have been willing to pay double the agreed-upon amount, especially for that wonderful telekinesis quirk they'd promised him. The middle-aged man picked up the briefcase, but made no move to open it. His lips pulled back to reveal several golden teeth. What a fascinating ability you have. The power to remove and grant other powers? You're worth more than the rest of our merchandise combined. Hisashi understood immediately. He leapt backwards with a gust of air, moving behind his bodyguard. Except he'd leapt to the wrong person. She slapped a quirk-suppressant handcuff around his wrist. Betrayal. The emptiness where his power had been pained and stunned him. In that moment of weakness, she jabbed a needle into his neck. He barely had time to swear revenge before the world went dark. Hisashi woke up in a cage. It wasn't big enough for him to stand up, forcing him to squat awkwardly. His head ached and his face had red marks from where he'd slept against the bars. The quirk-suppressant HNDCFFS dug into his wrists. More people sat in cages adjacent to him and on the shelves above him. The overpowering reek of sweat and human waste nearly made him pass out again. From the other end of the warehouse, a child wept. He told himself that he wasn't afraid. Our number one piece of merchandise is awake. The man from before leered down at him. Fortunately for you, I'm sure we'll be able to sell you very quickly. The loss of his abilities made him feel sick and empty. He wanted to say something clever or useful but couldn't think over the pain in his head. The man pointed at the water bowl in the corner of his cage. I'm sure these accommodations aren't what you're used to, but they're what a freak like you deserves. Hisashi eyed the bowl in horror. With his hands cuffed, he'd have no choice but to drink it like a dog. He'd never, not with that man watching. But his throat hurt so much. Drink, the man ordered, a nasty smile on his face. When Hisashi didn't move, he raised a whip and brought it down with a crack. The humiliation stung even worse than the lash on his cheek. The distant child wailed even louder. The man's face twisted. He bellowed, I told you to stop that noise. He stomped over. Minutes later, the screaming died down into subdued sobs. From the light through the warehouse window, it had been less than a day, yet Hisashi already felt like he might go mad. For the first time in a long time, he felt like a powerless teenager instead of an underworld boss. Needless to say, he didn't like it. If he got out of here, when he got out of here he'd make the traffickers pay. He vowed then and there to eradicate human trafficking from Japan. A dozen men with whips, guns, and tasers moved around the warehouse. He'd killed them 1,000 times over inside his head. If he had even one quirk, he could have done it. At some point, they'd want him to use his power, and then they'd have to take these cuffs off. They'd take precautions, of course. But sooner or later, someone would slip up and give him an opportunity. Then he'd never let anyone render him helpless ever again. He'd had a few quick, whispered conversations with his neighbors, putting on an act of being friendly and encouraging. Luckily, they had no idea what he'd originally been here for. In case he had the chance to organize a rebellion, he wanted allies. Even if this lot largely seemed to have the resistance beaten out of them. His throat felt dry as parchment, but he'd still resisted touching the filthy water. If he went much longer, he feared he might pass out. What would happen to his little brother? He'd charged his most trusted lieutenant with getting Yuuto out of the country if anything happened to him, but in reality, Hisashi didn't trust anyone with such a delicate task as protecting his only family member. Yuuto got so upset when his brother didn't come home for days. He'd pick at his food and refuse to do his homework. The two of them only had each other. He couldn't leave his baby brother all alone in this cruel world. No matter what, he had to survive and escape. For Yuuto's sake, he lowered his head and drank from the dog bowl. Hisashi had entered a fitful doze when voices awoke him. The voices were saying, "Did you hear that?" And then, "Grab him." A child cried out, then coughed. Hisashi's eyes shot wide open. A burly man dragged his 11-year-old brother out from behind a crate. It was as if time stood still. His heart stopped. The sight of his precious little brother dangling from that meaty grip hurt him more than anything the traffickers could ever do to him. This couldn't be happened. Yuuto was supposed to be at home and safe. An endless litany of no and please ran through his head. He tried and failed to summon even one of his many quirks. Yuuto kept struggling even as coughs racked his small body. He seemed determined to protect something inside his closed fist. A trickle of blood ran down his lips. Hisashi wanted to scream and plead, but he knew it would do no good to betray their relationship. His body shook with the force of his murderous fury. White hair. Must be another freak. The man looked around. Someone bring me a pair of cuffs. Yuuto's bloody spittle struck his captor's cheek. The man backhanded the child, then got one cuff around a thrashing wrist. As Yuuto kept kicking, the man frowned. Usually the shock puts them down temporarily. Unless this one has no power. Holding Yuuto in the air, dangling from one cuff, he peered at the child. Yuuto looked frantically around the room. Finally, his eyes fell on his horrified older brother. He beamed a gap-toothed grin. "Big brother. Catch." With his one free arm, Yuuto threw. A ring of keys soared through the air, landing between the bars of Hisashi's cell. At the same time, the man said, "No power, not worth any money." He fired his gun. Hisashi would see the sight in his nightmares for the rest of his life. A bloody hole blossomed in Yuuto's chest. His eyes widened. He gurgled. The brutish human trafficker dropped the child to the floor. Yuuto landed with a sickening crunch. A sad sound like a deflated balloon came from his throat. The pool of blood kept getting bigger. The man turned around. His face drained of all color at the sight of Hisashi, freed from his HAs. He gaped as if gazing upon the angel of death. Within seconds, all the human traffickers had turned into red blotches on the floor. No matter how Hisashi pressed his hands to his little brother's chest, blood kept leaking out. The bullet hadn't gone through the heart, thank goodness, but something critical had been hit. There was a roaring sound in his ears. Yuuto lay on the dirty floor, too pale and still. Hisashi had no religion, but in that moment he prayed. Where was that demon doctor? He'd threatened a fate worse than death if his people didn't get an entire medical team over in time. If only he had a healing quirk. He'd obtain one. If he had to search the entire world. Yuuto cracked one eye open. "Big brother? I'm here. You're fine. Everything will be fine." Hisashi didn't sound convincing even to his own ears. "I did good, didn't I? Huh. I saved you." Yuuto spoke through a bubble of blood. "I'm not as weak as you keep saying. Aren't you proud of me? Please stop talking." Hisashi pressed harder, precious liquid leaking from between his fingers. "You shouldn't have come. You never should have been in a place like this." Yuuto sputtered, the bloody bubble on his lips breaking. "Big brother, can't you say you're proud of me? I might be dying." "You're not dying." Hisashi spoke hoarsely. "If you die, I swear I won't forgive you. I won't forgive the entire world." Yuuto's eyes closed. The screeching of tires finally announced the doctor's arrival. Hisashi's head snapped up as he growled at the approaching medical team. "If he dies, you die too." 11-year-old Yuuto looked tiny, propped up in a hospital bed with a dozen pillows around him. Of course, this was no legitimate hospital, but rather a basement rigged up with the same facilities. Hisashi had used his supposed disappearance to give his enemies false confidence, then crushed them. But it still wouldn't be safe to let his adorable little brother out in public where someone might nab him. There were still remnants to mop up before Hisashi emerged as the #1 underworld power in Tokyo. Hisashi placed a stuffed tiger down on Yuto's bed. He'd littered the room already with a dozen such gifts. According to the doctor, Yuto's lung had been shot. This horrified Hisashi. His frail little brother already had enough breathing issues. The doctor had promised that the worst danger had passed, but Yuto had still only woken up a few times, and never when Hisashi was visiting. His nerves had been stretched to their breaking point, and he'd grown more vicious towards his enemies, leaving trails of dead bodies in his wake. Of course, he'd long ago killed the once trusted lieutenant who'd sabotaged all attempts to find and rescue him, then told Yuto where to find him in a transparent attempt to get his baby brother killed. There had been a thorough purge of those disloyal. He'd also prepared a new, more secure house. There wasn't the smallest chance Yuto would be returning to a public middle school after this debacle. He needed to be under guard 24. Yuto cracked an eye open. Hisashi's heart flip-flopped. He brushed a stray lock of white hair off his little brother's forehead. "How are you feeling?" "I feel great." Yuto's cough betrayed this lie. Hisashi grabbed an inhaler off the bedside table and held it to his little brother's face. As soon as he could breathe, Yuto asked, "What happened to the other prisoners in the warehouse?" Hisashi blinked. "What did that matter? I set them free, of course." It wasn't even a lie. Many of the former prisoners at the human traffickers' warehouse had joined his cause. He'd found more allies among victims as he'd kept crushing the entire network. Many freed prisoners offered up their quirks voluntarily because they wanted to avoid being targeted again. Clearly opposing the human traffickers had been a smarter idea than dealing with them, so he intended to pretend that had been his plan all along. Yuto bounced on his bed. "Amazing! I knew you'd save everyone. You're so cool. So that's what you've been so busy with lately? If I'd known you had to rescue people, I wouldn't have complained about you being home late. Of course, your big brother is the coolest." Hisashi was perfectly happy to let Yuto believe this lie if it got him to stay put and made him happy. It would be impossible to turn down the admiration in his brother's eyes. He placed a hand on the child's shoulder to stop him from vibrating off the bed. "You should rest." Yuto beamed up at him with wide, adoring eyes. "Big brother is a hero." Hisashi chuckled. "I don't like heroes as much as you. But I'll always be your hero, my adorable little brother." "I'm going to be a hero alongside you someday," Yuto declared. "We'll fight crime together." A prickle of uneasiness ran down Hisashi's spine. "Yuto, we need to talk." He pulled up a chair and sat down. "You never should have gone near that warehouse." Yuto pouted. "You just don't want to admit that I saved your butt." "I'm serious." Hisashi's fingers drummed on the bed's armrest. "You nearly died." While looking at his baby brother's still body in the hospital, Hisashi had had a lot of time to think about his mistakes. He'd let Yuto run wild too long. In the early days after their parents had abandoned them, he'd had no choice but to leave Yuto alone for long periods, rely on him around the house, and even sometimes use him as a lookout for shady deals. But now he finally had the resources to protect his only family member. Things would be different. There would be an adjustment period, but surely Yuto would come to enjoy a more normal childhood. A normal childhood with loads of supervision so this never happened again. "Come on, you're not even a little proud of me?" Yuto asked. "I'll take mixed pride and anger." "Don't be ridiculous. I'm the one who saved you. If I'd been given a little more time, I would have freed myself, and then you wouldn't have ended up here." He glared at the four attached to Yuto's arm pointedly. "You're too fragile to let yourself get into dangerous situations." Yuto sank down in his bed. His long hair obscured his face. He mumbled, "You could give me a quirk. Then I could be a cool hero like you." "I've been looking for a quirk to heal you or at least strengthen your body. But I'm afraid regenerative quirks are extremely rare. Just be patient. I don't want a lame power like that. I want something cool." "What about fire?" Hisashi winced at the idea of his little brother with such a dangerous ability. Yuto already showed pyromaniac tendencies. He'd burned himself once. Matches had been banned in the house ever since. As gently as he could, Hisashi said, "I'm afraid your body wouldn't be suited for a more combat-oriented quirk." nor his little brother's reckless personality. Yuuto's lip jutted out stubbornly. He said, "Maybe it should be my choice, not yours." Hisashi snorted. "If I let you pick, you'd want one which breaks your bones or something similarly foolish. I'll find an ability you can handle. Maybe I won't accept the quirk if you don't let me pick." Yuuto's lip jutted out even further. "It's not like you have a choice," Hisashi thought. Pasting a conciliatory smile on his face, he said, "Don't fret about the future. You need to focus on getting well. Look what I brought." He pulled out a manga, the latest volume of Hero and Demon King. Yuuto's eyes lit up. "You're the best. I love you, big brother." "Love you too." Hisashi opened the book and started to read. Present day. Hisashi finished his story, although of course he'd left out the crucial detail of how he'd ended up in the human traffickers' hands. In his version, he'd been betrayed by his bodyguard after he went there to attack the warehouse and free everyone inside. Izuku made motions with his fingers as if writing when listening. It was extremely cute. He also muttered under his breath, which made Hisashi's heart squeeze. Yuuto used to do that all the time. After pondering, Izuku held up his finger. "My verdict? I'm siding with Uncle Yuuto. He did save your butt." "Yes." Yuuto pumped a fist in the air. Hisashi felt vaguely indignant. "I've escaped worse situations. Eventually, they would have taken the cuffs off." Even to this day, Hisashi believed he could have escaped on his own, so Yuuto had done a foolish, useless thing. The damage to his little brother's health had had lifelong repercussions. Who knows what might have happened? Izuku shrugged. "You could have died first from poor living conditions. You might have been killed trying to escape. You might have been carried off to the moon by rabbits. What actually happened was that you got your goddamn butt hauled out of the fire, and you don't want to admit it." He held up his finger again. "But I will concede that you saved Uncle Yuuto back afterward." "I can live with that," Yuuto said. This was exactly what Hisashi had feared, watching his son idolize his brother's recklessness. Izuku was about the same age as Yuuto had been back then and already charging into Yakuza mansions. Something dark unfurled inside him. But he needed to be subtle. Adopting a conciliatory tone, he said, "Nothing scares a parent like seeing a child in danger. I reacted with so much anger because I cared." He'd laid the groundworks for a longer conversation later, but he'd rather pick an incident where he looked less foolish to make his persuasion about stupid heroics. He still felt irritated. He added, "I warned you about swearing. I'm taking 1,000 yen off your allowance." For some reason, Izuku did not look particularly intimidated by this. He raised an eyebrow, his face too cute to look stern. Maybe his allowance wasn't large enough for him to fear losing it? Hisashi would have to find an excuse to increase it, some other time when he wasn't trying to impose DSPLN. Yuuto said, "Even if you won't acknowledge my coolness, I'll acknowledge yours." Over the years, Hisashi saved thousands of victims of human trafficking. Izuku's eyes lit up. "That is cool. Trafficking is horrible and absolutely no one deserves to be a victim of it." The whole time he'd been telling his story, Hisashi had been on the edge, waiting for Yuuto to contradict his claim of being an innocent victim. He'd been prepared to threaten his brother's dumb blonde hero friend to keep him silent. With Izuku's history with human traffickers, his son might not forgive him if he knew the full truth. However, Yuuto hadn't said a word. Now, Hisashi realized that his little brother genuinely didn't know. Why would he? Of course, Yuuto had later found out about the unsavory aspects of his organization. But Hisashi's vendetta against traffickers had been quite genuine, so Yuuto still had no idea the less than commendable way it had gotten started. In that one matter, his little brother's admiration remained intact. It gave Hisashi an odd feeling he couldn't find a word to describe. Hisashi's thoughts didn't impede the movements of his hands as he added peas to the meatball sauce. That cooking quirk had been well worth its price. A delicious garlic smell wafted off the food. Yuuto started setting the table. "I was convinced my brother would show me a little respect after that incident, but he only got more overprotective." Honestly, if Yuuto had the tiniest understanding of how much work it had taken to keep him alive growing up, maybe he'd start to feel a little grateful. Hell would probably freeze over first. Because Hisashi's son was listening, he tempered his response to sound reasonable rather than angry. It was an extremely dangerous time, especially for people with quirks and their relatives. I tried to allow you a rebellious phase. I only drew the line at you endangering your life. Yuuto set a plate down with more force than necessary. What my brother calls a rebellious phase, I call the realization that it wasn't normal to have bars on my bedroom window or be locked in my room at night. Izuku looked appalled. It took you a while to realize this? Yuuto sighed. I didn't get much socialization growing up, okay? Time to cut off this line of conversation before it turned into more reminiscences from the past that Izuku didn't need to know about. Hisashi called, "Dinner is ready." As he sat down, Izuku said, "It smells great." "Thank you, Dad." No matter how many times Izuku called him that, it still filled Hisashi with warmth. His son was so cute, from his curly hair to his big, green eyes to those adorable freckles. Funny, because he didn't normally like children. They were loud and messy. But something about his own child made a primal part of his brain go, "Alwoo." Almost against his will, he reached out to tuck a lock of hair behind Izuku's ear. He had a strong urge to grab him and cuddle him, but that probably wouldn't be appropriate dinner manners. "I'm glad you asked about that story," Yuuto told Izuku as he served himself some pasta. "It's one of my happiest memories. The one and only time me and my big brother got to be heroes together." Hisashi sighed. That Yuuto considered being shot one of his happiest memories said a lot of things about him, none of them good. Yuuto raised an eyebrow at him. "Oh, don't give me that look. At one point your organization did a lot of good. Protecting people with quirks from the government. Peaceful protests. Counseling people who couldn't handle their quirks. Then, of course, you decided to slip into villainy right before I got old enough to join you. It wasn't fair at all." He shook his head. "What changed, Hisashi? When did you stop wanting to help people? Did the power corrupt you?" What a load of bollocks. Nothing had changed from the very beginning. Hisashi had only been interested in protecting his family. The counseling sessions had been a great way to find people who didn't want their quirks or to recruit followers. He'd worked to oppose government restrictions out of self-interest. He'd never been pro-metahuman rights, he'd been pro-Hisashi rights, and he happened to be metahuman. He'd been committing crimes for food and Yuuto's medicine long before he'd realized he had all for one. As he'd gotten more powerful, naturally he'd moved on to bigger criminal activities and more violent action against the government. He hadn't changed. It would be more accurate to say that as Yuuto had gotten older, he'd started noticing his brother's sketchy activities. Yet even long after it would make any difference, Hisashi couldn't quite bring himself to disillusion his adorable, foolish younger brother. Even though those pure, shining ideals made his baby brother so unfit to survive in the world. He came up with his story on the fly. The government got more violent against metahumans, as they called us back then. We had no choice but to fight back. It was even partly true. Izuku shifted in his seat. "From your story, you two used to be very close as children. What went wrong?" He looked up. As their eyes met, the look in his son's eyes pierced Hisashi to the bone. Izuku said, "I've heard Uncle Yuuto's version of the story. Now I'd like to hear yours." "Make time." Omake, Hisashi, human disaster, Shigaraki never made a mistake he wouldn't make again, even harder, round 2. Hisashi, telling that story made me feel depressed. That was the beginning of Yuuto rebelling and me clamping down on him in a slowly worsening death spiral. Back then, I was just an overworked 19-year-old trying to be a parent. Now that I'm older and wiser, I'm sure I can do a much better job with Izuku. Hisashi, to start with, I have an even bigger criminal organization I can use to monitor his life and stop him from running away. Yuuto, Omake. They were both messed up by their childhoods in different ways. Yuuto, what should I get Izuku for his 13th birthday? I bet he'd like a flamethrower. Hisashi, when can Izuku start dating? Maybe by age 30, and only if his candidate passes my background check. Omake, preview of next chapter. Izuku, I've heard my uncle's story, which I know is the truth as he sees it. I'd like to hear your truth, Dad. Yuuto, he'll tell you a story all right, but the truth? Good luck with that. Hisashi, it's tricky to say. I don't understand what happened. I did nothing but dote on my baby brother. I provided with money, with protection, with a great quirk. Then he enters his teenage rebellion phase and decides I'm a monster. I'll never understand why. Izuku, to be clear, all that stuff came from your criminal empire. And when you say you gave him a quirk, you mean you forced it on him. During a time when having a quirk was a death sentence with the government. Hisashi, oh please, he was perfectly safe from the government in the nice, thick bank vault I locked him in. Izuku, and you have no idea why your brother turned against you? None whatsoever? Hisashi, not the slightest clue. It will forever remain a mystery, lost in the sands of time. Maybe our negligent mother dropped him on his head as a baby. Yuuto, screw you big brother. What had gone wrong between Yuuto and his brother? That was the billion-yen question. Yuuto didn't have one answer, because it hadn't been just one thing. It had been 1,000 snowflakes building into an avalanche. Tension filled the room at his nephew's question. So much for a nice family dinner. Yuuto liked a bit of tomato sauce off his lip. He hesitated to break the sudden silence in the room. Over Izuku's head, his eyes met his brother's. There was a hint of panic in those green orbs. It surprised him to learn that Hisashi didn't want to talk about their fight either. He'd been so certain his older brother wouldn't pass up on an opportunity to manipulate the truth. In the end, he proved correct. Hisashi set down his fork and began, once upon a time, a wonderful and loving older brother did everything in his power to provide for his foolish younger brother. He built a lovely family house. Yuuto snorted, with a suspiciously large bank vault in the basement. Hisashi sniffed. Who's telling this story, you or me? Izuku placed a hand on his arm. I did want to hear Dad's version of the story, Uncle Yuuto. The cuteness of those eyes should be classified as a weapon of mass destruction. Yuuto sighed. Fine, but I reserve the right to speak up if he says anything factually inaccurate. Otherwise, I will restrain myself. Challenge accepted, Hisashi said. Yuuto regretted his promise already, because he desperately wanted to point out that his brother had basically admitted he was going to see how far he could bend the truth without outright breaking it. Hisashi said, although my organization was labeled as criminal by the government, they'd criminalized all use of quirks. People with transformation quirks they couldn't turn off were considered criminals just for existing. Countless metahumans were dragged off to camps with increasingly worse living conditions. Those people came to me for protection. This was all true. What had happened to people with quirks back then had been a travesty of justice. However, Hisashi was leaving out how his organization had carried out numerous plain old crimes like theft and fraud. But he hadn't technically violated the truth. It was going to be very hard for Yuuto to keep quiet. He shoved spaghetti into his mouth to stop himself from talking. I had a thriving business swapping quirks among people who didn't want them and people who did, Hisashi continued. I was providing a service very much in demand. Still all technically true. But his older brother hadn't told his customers that sometimes quirks came with horrific side effects. Also, he'd traded his services in exchange for favors. The recipients believed him to be incredibly generous, offering his help for free. In reality, Hisashi's favors tended to cost much more than money he'd ask for horrible or dangerous things people never would have agreed to if they'd known in advance. And he had a mob boss attitude towards collecting repayment. 1,000 stories with bloody endings lurked under Yuuto's tongue, demanding release. But he'd already told his nephew about his past. Such a smart child didn't need a repetition of the same facts. Through a Herculean effort, Yuuto held his tongue. Hisashi said, Yuuto always had a very black and white view of the world. He even went as far as to tell me that I shouldn't accept any payment for using my quirk ever. Izuku snorted. Okay, that's kinda silly. Excuse me? Yuuto sat straight up. What I said is that heroes can't use their power for personal gain. That's a well-established principle in comic books. Big Brother promised me that we were going to be heroes together after I grew up. Hisashi glared. I absolutely did not. That was very much selective hearing and wishful thinking on your part. Izuku tilted his head. What about people who aren't heroes then? Anyone can be a hero, Yuuto said. No, I mean people who don't want to be heroes. I don't follow. People who don't want to be heroes should be able to use their quirks for personal gain, right? Izuku asked. Yuuto blinked. There are people who don't want to be heroes? Hisashi rolled his eyes. Good luck convincing comic books for brains of that. Also, Dad, you shouldn't murder people, Izuku said, proving he hadn't forgotten Yuto's version of the story. Hisashi pouted. You're not being fair. You're clearly biased toward your uncle. Fairness does not mean acting like Uncle Yuuto. Having a slightly confused and naive philosophy is the moral equivalent of you straight-up murdering people, Dad. Izuku's eyes narrowed. The government and rival organizations came to kill me first. I only retaliated, Hisashi said. Yuuto muttered, that would qualify as the truth, until we start talking about the indirect deaths he caused in riots or by dropping hints leading to those inconvenient to him disappearing. There were a lot of civilian deaths in the crossfire. We're getting off topic from the cause of our fight, Hisashi said. They weren't. The dead people had been the whole point, but good luck convincing his older brother of that. Hisashi said, my main mistake was giving Yuuto that quirk. He raised a hand to forestall Yuuto's protest. Yes, I know I didn't give it to you, I forced it on you. But I did it to strengthen your health. You have to admit your illness let up while you had it. Izuku tapped the table. Uncle Yuuto said the same thing, but he also told me that sometimes people died or ended up comatose when you tried to give them more than one quirk. Hisashi looked innocent. I only did that to people who deserved it. Yuuto muttered, true, as long as you realize that people who deserved it means anyone who opposed him. Izuku said, given that Uncle Yuuto turned out to have a hidden quirk, could that have happened to him? Hisashi paled. Of course not. I was so careful to pick out a mild, weak quirk for him. Izuku said, but you didn't take the second quirk into your calculations. And you grossly underestimated what that supposedly weak quirk did. So it's a lucky save you didn't accidentally turn Uncle Yuuto into a drooling zombie. Hisashi said slowly, I never thought about that. Yuuto muttered, maybe that's why the transfer hurt so much. It hurt. Hisashi looked surprised. I wasn't screaming for joy. I thought you were just faking it to make me feel guilty. Yuuto growled, you are such an a-hole. Izuku said, Dad, I can't help noticing even in your own version of the story, you're kinda d-dashed. Hisashi barked, language. That's another 1,000 yen off your allowance. Turning toward him, Izuku asked, Uncle Yuuto, do you think One for All was the cause of your fight too? Yuuto had a lot of reasons he'd been upset about the forced quirk incident. They ranged from how angry he'd been that his brother had picked out a super weak ability to his brother trying to act like he owed him for something he'd never asked for. But in the end, he'd actually been quite glad for One for All, especially after it had allowed him to save Izuku a century later. No, that wasn't it. I'd been fighting with him long before that point. I didn't mean the quirk caused our fight, I meant it escalated it. Hisashi sighed. It got too hard to keep Yuuto control after that itty-bitty power turned out to be a lot more dangerous than I'd realized. Even the vault couldn't, he stopped, apparently not having meant to mention that story. Izuku snorted. I already know about that. A bank vault? Do you know Uncle Yuuto at all? He can't sit still for 5 minutes without losing his mind. Hisashi said, it was my only option left with someone whose second hidden quirk was danger attraction. Izuku perked up. Oh, is that a quirk? I might have one after all. At his father's horrified look, he laughed. Just kidding. No, that might be worth investigating, Yuuto said, recalling numerous Izuku-related incidents. Hisashi said, look, I was extremely indulgent with Yuuto's teenage rebellion phase. There was a whole PRD of time where he was living with me and attacking my side businesses with a flamethrower in his spare time. I never stopped providing for him, no matter how many warehouses he burned down. Yuuto glared. I didn't ask for any of that. I wanted to survive on my own. I was living with him because every time I left, he dragged me back. Hisashi nodded, no trace of remorse on his face. I served as your parental figure, so it was only natural for me to bring you back after you ran away from home. Even after I'd turned 18? Once upon a time, it had been the two brothers against the world. Then Yuuto had been near fatally shot, and Hisashi had decided to convert his feral street rat younger brother into a normal child. This would have been difficult under the best of circumstances, but Hisashi had shot way past normal childhood and landed on, really, is there any reason for my baby brother to ever leave the house? They'd fallen into a bad pattern of Yuuto rebelling and Hisashi tightening his restrictions. For the vast majority of his childhood, Yuuto had still worshipped his brother, while Hisashi had doted on him and treated the rebellions like a game. But the older Yuuto had gotten, the more he'd come to resent always losing. Gradually, the game had turned hostile. Even as he matured and their perspectives diverged more and more, Yuuto had remained grateful to his older brother for raising him and often risking his neck to obtain his medicine in the early days. After several ineffectual teenage attempts to run away, Yuuto had decided to bide his time, telling himself that once he became a legal adult, he could do whatever he wanted and his brother couldn't stop him. Only to discover that after he turned 18, as far as Hisashi was concerned, nothing had changed. Hisashi didn't care about legalities. He had a menagerie of powers and a cult-like criminal organization with which to enforce his continued parental authority. So Yuuto had broken into his brother's office to trash the place in vengeance for being dragged back, only to discover the full, ugly truth about All for One. There had been things in those files he couldn't stomach. People who were dead because they'd bullied him, in other words, his fault. He'd decided it was his responsibility to convince his brother to return to the correct path. Amazing how fast matters had deteriorated from that point. Hisashi said, I realize some people move out when they turn 18. Most people, Yuuto corrected. But you weren't responsible enough. Stop pretending I'd ever have been good enough for you, Yuuto snapped. You picked my clothes and food, you constantly monitored me, you wouldn't let me go to school, and I had no friends. This is what you have to look forward to, Izuku. Izuku paled. What's that supposed to mean? Hisashi demanded. I had valid reasons to tutor you at home. You could have been taken hostage by my enemies. My absolute worst nightmare, which apparently already happened 3 times and you never felt the need to mention it. Look at all the trouble you got into as soon as you were without adult supervision. You launched a war on both my criminal empire and the government, nearly died multiple times, then got yourself launched through time. I rest my case. I was fine. I mourned you as dead. Izuku broke the sudden sub-zero temperature in the room with another question. Then do you think the crux of your argument occurred when Uncle Yuuto attacked your criminal organization? Yes, Yuuto said. At the same time Hisashi said, no. No. Yuuto stared at his brother, genuinely surprised. He wanted to call untruth, but he couldn't think of any motive for such a lie. Hisashi shrugged. I treated the property damage from his pitiful, quirkless attacks as the equivalent of increased car insurance from having a teenager under my roof. No big deal. Then the government started moving against metahumans on a large scale, dragging everyone with quirks off to camps whether they used them or not. Yuuto got it into his empty head that he was going to be a freedom fighter. I could order my followers not to hurt him, but the government lackeys were shooting to kill. So I had no choice but to lock him up in a bank vault. Izuku stared. I feel like I'm missing a few steps in how you went from point A to point B. Yuuto gaped. Why wouldn't you prefer it when I started attacking the government? You didn't like them a bit more than I did. Hisashi glared at him. Because you were a sickly teen with no quirk and no combat training. Whose fault was that? Yuuto asked the ceiling. You never let me take martial arts. I begged. Not the point, Hisashi growled. I know you think I'm overprotective, but you nearly died the first time you hit a government caravan. You absolutely would have been dead if I hadn't found you in time and dragged your carcass away from the flaming truck. You were in a coma for a month. Then as soon as you'd recovered, you escaped and did it again, including the coma part. Everyone dies. What's important is how you live your life. You saying things like that is the reason why I'm scared to let you out of my sight. Or out of the vault you riddled with cameras. Oh my God, you're still so hung up on that vault even after all these years. Who wouldn't be? It was an extremely not okay thing to do. I still have issues with enclosed spaces. You could have had a room with a window if you'd stopped breaking them. You could have helped me fight against the government. Hisashi looked at him for a long moment. No, I couldn't have. I wasn't nearly strong enough to directly take on the government back then. At one point, it hurt my feelings that you'd try to drag me to my death with you, but I've since realized you were actually stupid enough to think we could win. Yuuto flushed. He'd grown used to his brother calling him stupid. But sometimes Hisashi said it in a particular tone of voice, one which meant he wasn't just giving Yuuto a hard time, he actually meant it. Like now. Trying to keep his voice steady, Yuuto said, I started doing very well against the government after I got one for all. He mostly kept the pain from the old wound from leaking into his voice. Hisashi didn't seem to notice. Hence why that quirk remains my biggest mistake. You became enough of a threat, they put a bounty on your head. They'd laid multiple traps for you. When I tried to warn you, you wouldn't even pick up the phone. That's why I had to pull together a last-minute plan to lure you out by staging an assassination attempt, which unfortunately led to the incident that launched you through time. Oh, was that what had you so worked up? Yuuto shrugged. I thought my bounty poster looked cool. Fun times. Fun times? Hisashi shrieked. Izuku shook his head. Uncle Yuuto, you didn't even know why he put you in a bank vault, and he didn't know you didn't know? Just how bad was your communication back then? Sheepishly, Yuuto admitted, I'd stopped listening to anything he said by that point. Well, I've learned a lot, Izuku said. Thank you for answering my questions. There was an ambiguous expression on his face. If forced to guess what it meant, Yuuto would have called it, the main thing I learned was that my family is FING dysfunctional, but I can't say so without getting my allowance docked again. Yuuto felt apologetic toward his nephew for dragging him into this whole dramatic mess. He winked at Izuku and mouthed, sorry. Izuku smiled back, banishing the strange look on his face. Typical of him, Hisashi didn't let the conversation end without trying to get the last word. Izuku, don't let your uncle fearmonger and convince you that we're destined to repeat the same patterns. You're two very different people. You're much smarter, for starters. How did Yuuto ever think he could survive on his own when he can't even figure out the correct amount of change at the store? Izuku sat straight up. His eyes blazed. Hey, it's not cool to mock someone with dyscalculia. A pin could have been heard drop in the sudden silence. Hisashi screamed, Yuuto has dyscalculia? Yuuto blinked. I have dyscalculia? I don't even know what that is, but I think it explains a lot. Uncle Yuuto, you didn't know? I noticed within a week of meeting you. Izuku bit his lip. It's a learning disability affecting your ability to understand numbers. Should I have said something sooner? Hisashi whipped out his phone and scrolled rapidly. Dear God, every single symptom fits perfectly. Why didn't I notice? I would have done so much differently. Does that mean I'm not stupid? Tears stung Yuuto's eyes. He forced them not to leak out. He'd always tried his hardest to appear unbothered by his brother's insults. He'd never before admitted that sometimes he believed them. Of course not. Izuku looked ready to cry himself. I definitely should have said something sooner. I'm sorry. Hey, no, this isn't your fault, kid. I'm a dunce for never noticing. Don't talk down to yourself like that. It doesn't help. Hisashi mumbled, I feel guilty for once in my life, and I don't like the feeling. I must fix this. He typed rapidly. I need the number of a tutor specializing in dyscalculia. Izuku grabbed his father's arm to stop him. It's wonderful that you want to help, but don't you have something more important to do first? Hisashi's fingers stopped moving. His whole body froze. He looked so uncomfortable it was glorious. Like what? His voice even quavered a little. Like an apology. Izuku's stare turned implacable. Hisashi turned bright red. He withered under the force of a 12-year-old's regard. His eyes shifted. He coughed. I'm sorry. Even though we both like to give each other a hard time, if I'd known, I wouldn't have said those particular things. No excuses. Izuku enunciated each syllable. Hanging his head, Hisashi said, I went too far and I'm sorry. The whole world felt fuzzy. Yuuto didn't know how to react. He just stared. A big part of himself wanted to tell his older brother that it was too late and he didn't care what a villain thought of him anyway. The silence went on too long. Hisashi squirmed. If you're going to throw it back in my face, then please put me out of my misery already. Perversely, this changed Yuuto's mind. I accept your apology. Thank you, I know that wasn't easy for you. I'll do better from now on. I promise. Hisashi actually sounded like he meant it. Would wonders never cease? Good job, Izuku said. Who was the adult in this family? Yuuto had a nagging suspicion it probably wasn't his brother and definitely wasn't himself. I feel tired, Hisashi mumbled, sounding like apologizing had traumatized him. It probably had. One more thing. Meeting his father's eyes, Izuku said, since I've listened to your perspective, would you hear me out about why I want to attend UA? Hisashi scowled. Because your uncle has filled your brain with his hero nonsense. I told you before, I wanted to be a hero before I even met Uncle Yuuto. It's not fair to blame him for my choices, as if I don't have any will of my own. Didn't you only just promise to stop insulting him? Shifting, Hisashi protested, but insulting each other is the basis of our relationship. The dyscalculia and the heroism are two separate issues. I think both of them connect to you not treating Uncle Yuuto with respect. Izuku adopted a cold tone. Are you going to do the same thing to me, or are you going to listen? Whoa, his nephew had only known about that weak spot for seconds and already he'd weaponized it. Yuuto had only noticed because his big brother did that all the time. Wasn't that an unnerving thought? Even more so because of how effectively it worked. Hisashi squirmed and nodded. I'll try to keep an open mind. As you said earlier, I'm not the exact same as Uncle Yuuto. To start with, I find a good steel wok a much more versatile and subtle weapon than a flamethrower. This actually surprised a laugh out of Hisashi. Encouraged, Izuku continued, I decided to become a hero because I saw a deeply flawed world and wanted to make it better. I've been bullied ever since people realized I didn't have a quirk. Then after Uncle Yuuto gave me his ability, everything changed. My teachers SE'd up to me, acting like they were auditioning to appear in my future heroic memoirs. Instead of my muttering being creepy, it showed my intelligence. If I had a conflict with another kid, they took my side without asking any questions. You know how that made me feel? Angry. Because your inferiors should have treated you with respect all along? Hisashi asked. Because I saw them still mistreating quirkless students and those with quirks considered unheroic. I can inspire people and make them listen to me by virtue of this power I was given, so I want to use that to stand up against what I see as wrong. Izuku's eyes blazed. I've heard the power equals responsibility speech from Yuuto before. You don't have to sacrifice yourself for random strangers. I do feel a sense of responsibility, that's part of it, but what if I enjoy being a hero? Did that ever occur to you? I wouldn't say it's about glory, I don't care if anyone knows about what I do, but I get emotional satisfaction out of extending a hand to help make the world a better place. I wouldn't enjoy a life spent trying to accumulate money or minions. Those things don't matter to me. Hisashi gazed at his son thoughtfully. You don't have to become a hero to change the world. You could be an activist or a politician. Izuku shrugged. But I also enjoy wreaking devastation on my enemies with physical force. Hisashi snorted out a laugh. His eyes danced. Clearly you got that from me. Yuuto protested. Hey, I like punching people too. Izuku put a hand on both of their shoulders. We can all share a genetic love of chaos and destruction. The innocence of his smile made him sound even more terrifying. Hisashi laughed out loud. This got Yuuto laughing too, and soon all three of them were doubled over with laughter. Wiping tears from his eyes, Hisashi said, I haven't laughed like that in decades. Izuku smiled. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you for taking us to the amusement park tomorrow, too. I'm excited. The matter of UA still hadn't been settled, but Hisashi had actually seemed to be listening to Izuku. Yuuto felt impressed. Coming from his big brother, this much progress qualified as a miracle. The family dinner had gone much better than expected. Yuuto wondered why he had a nagging sensation he was forgetting something. Probably nothing important. All Might slammed his super-powered taser into the robot's neck. Blue electricity arced forth. The 15-foot metal monstrosity tottered, then finally fell. Unfortunately, it was falling on top of him. Nana grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and flew him out of the way. The robot fell to the marble floor, taking a chandelier and a table down with it. A dozen more robots lay broken across what had once been a fancy dining hall. "Are you all right, Toshi?" Nana asked, setting him down on the cracked wooden floor. Toshinori checked his body. A few bruises, but nothing serious. "Fear not, I'm unharmed. Thanks for the save, teacher." Who would have guessed a corrupt politician would be protected by so many robots? Her dark eyes sparkled. "I had fun. It's been too long since I last got out into the field." She surveyed the metal bodies of their fallen enemies. "It certainly says something about the state of hero society that you couldn't find anyone else to help you make this arrest." Cold anger entered her voice. "This man is involved in buying and selling children. How can heroes call themselves heroes if they take orders from someone like him?" Toshinori brushed dust off his all-might costume. "Let's chase after him. We've finally found a big enough fish to implicate members of the Hero Commission in covering up quirk trafficking. This could be the big break he'd been looking for since the start of his career. No matter how many trafficking rings he shut down, more kept popping up. This time, he would cut off the head of Hydra for once and for all. To make time. Omake, Yuuto destroys the author's sanity. Author, oh my god, Hisashi is going to be so mad now you've torched his school purchase plans. You've dragged both All Might and Nana into this mess. Do you know how much trouble I went to in order to carefully craft an AU where Nana didn't die? Yuuto, sweetie, this is why your author drinks. Yuuto, I'm sure they'll be fine, author-chan. You like them far too much to let them die. Author, have you met your brother? He's a monster. I shake in terror every time I try to write him. I have no faith in my ability to stop him from doing whatever he wants. I can't even keep the likes of you under control. Yuuto, you can do it if you believe in yourself. Justice will prevail. Believe in the heart of the cards. Author, I bet your own brother vaulted you just to shut you up. I've never had more sympathy for a supervillain. If I let him lock you up again, you'd stop interfering with my plot lines and stop inviting yourself over to my house to raid my chocolate stash. Yuuto, you're bluffing. You love me. Author, I would sell you to all for one for a chocolate bar. A century ago. Omake, Hisashi never understood his little brother. Hisashi, little brother, I will level with you. I need you to stop running away from home. The streets are getting less and less safe with the rise in violence between the government and metahumans. I'm honestly worried about you. Yuuto, shut up, villain. Hisashi, yeah, about that. I also need you to stop burning down my warehouses with a flamethrower. I'm prepared to resort to bribery. Do you want a shiny new quirk? You always like quirks. Yuuto, I reject your blatant attempt to manipulate me. Also, I'm hurt that you didn't offer me one until you needed to strike a deal and that you deliberately picked a weak power. Take your quirk and stuff it up your butt. Hisashi, okay, so my foolish little brother seems to be going through his teenage rebellious phase. That's perfectly normal. I'm sure I can convince him to join me before this turns into a centuries-long feud. Yuuto, I will devote my entire life to crushing your criminal empire to prove to you that this isn't just a phase. Hisashi, I started stealing to begin with because I wanted a better life for you. We couldn't have afforded your medicine through legitimate means. Doesn't that make you feel guilty? Yuuto, then it's even more my responsibility to stop you. Hisashi, you're pathetic and weak. You'd never survive without my protection. Yuuto, I'm going to prove you wrong even if I die doing so. Hisashi, that doesn't make any sense. Dying would only prove my point, but please don't do that. Are you rebelling because I haven't given you enough love and attention? Yuuto, if you try to smother me even worse, I may kill both of us just to make it stop. Hisashi, let's calm down. At least some of my activities are aimed at thwarting the government. Look, I have proof of the horrible things they've been doing to metahumans. Clearly I'm the lesser evil here. Yuuto, thank you for bringing this to my attention, big brother. I'm going to fight both you and government now. Hisashi, what? No. So, that's absurd and impossible. You'll die right away. Get back here. Don't you dare break another window or you're going in the vault. Omake, If One for All started out with power fully stockpiled and ready to break bones. Hisashi, I can't believe you actually picked up the phone to call me, foolish little brother. Enjoying your brief jaunt running away from home? Please tell me this isn't another hero monologue. Yuuto, no, on the contrary, I wanted to thank you. That quirk you gave me turned out to be absolutely awesome. I love it. Hisashi, I should be pleased, but why do I have an itching sense of doom? Yuuto, I'm still going to use it to defeat you, of course. Hisashi, do I hear beeping in the background? Are you in the hospital? Yuuto, I'm not going to tell you where I am. Especially not now I can't use both my arms. Whoops, didn't mean to say that out loud. Sashi, what? Yuuto, I need you to put the nearest adult on the phone. Yuuto, talk to my middle finger, villain. Rustling noises. Okay, my finger might be broken too, but it's flipping you off in spirit. Hisashi, I'm coming over there right this instant to take back that quirk. Yuuto, wait until you find out why you can't do that. Hangs up. I have many questions about the vault. First of all, where did Hisashi get a person-sized bank vault? He must have custom-built it. What did the construction team think? Were they creepy fanatics who were like, the great all for one must know best? Or were they being paid too much to question the crazy? Hisashi, looking over the designs for his new house. I'd like a bank vault in the basement. Architect, Hisashi, it must be large enough to hold a bedroom. Architect, Hisashi, I'll need a ventilator here and a bathroom here. Architect, hold up. Are you planning to actually put a person inside your bank vault? Hisashi, you see, I'm the legal guardian for my younger brother. I'm afraid he's become a teenager. Architect, say no more, sir. I completely understand. I currently have 3 teenage daughters, and if I had as much money as you, I'd do the exact same thing. Yuuto woke up having a good day. His body didn't feel as heavy as yesterday, nor his throat as clogged. The light leaking through the blinds felt pleasant rather than intolerable. He barely felt sick at all. Those days were rare enough to be cherished. Extremely good luck for him to feel so great on the morning of the planned amusement park trip. He bounded out of bed and skipped to the bathroom. He found Izuku in the living room before Inko's shrine, muttering, "It should be fun today. Wish me good luck, Mom." Izuku turned around with a bright smile. He whispered, "Can I borrow your tablet, Uncle Yuuto? I want to look something up without being monitored by you-know-who." "Sure. Let me show you where I've been hiding it." Izuku followed him. "You're not going to ask what I want to do? Kid, I'm not your dad. I'm not going to make you lie to me. Have fun and get in loads of trouble." Izuku giggled. "Thanks, Uncle Yuuto. While I'm at it, could you remind me about the name of the vigilante who you purchased most of your equipment from?" "Sure, let me write down the address and phone number for you." Yuuto reversed the phone digits the first time, swore, and copied more carefully. Like always, Izuku was patient with him. It didn't make him feel quite so bad now. He understood why he had so much trouble with numbers. Hisashi entered the front door with cups of coffee and tea, takeout, and a large backpack. Yuuto ran forward to help him. The bag contained bottles of water, chapstick, trail mix, rain ponchos, a first aid kit, hand sanitizer, backup cell phone batteries, several spare sets of clothing, and a ridiculously large amount of sunscreen. Did Hisashi expect them to carry all of that around the amusement park? He'd better have a strength quirk. Over breakfast, Izuku asked, "Can I have an advance on my allowance? My science fair project is due at end of this week, and I need some supplies. I saw your first place trophy from last year." Hisashi smiled. "Eager to top yourself? Since it's for school, I'll give you some extra money outside your regular allowance. Let me get my wallet." The science fair wasn't for another 2 months, but Yuuto was no snitch. So much for Hisashi's smug belief he was the less gullible parent. Yuuto might very well have given Izuku whatever money he wanted to, but at least he would have done it expecting it would backfire on him. He finished his breakfast and went to wash the dishes. Hisashi touched his arm to stop him. "Someone will come by to do those. We need to get ready for the amusement park." He eyed Yuuto's sweatpants and baggy sweatshirt. "I brought you new clothes. They're in your closet." Yeah, Yuuto had seen those. He rolled his eyes. Who on earth wears a suit to an amusement park? Only a weirdo like you, bro. His eyes raked over Hisashi's gray wool suit. I prefer comfortable clothes. Unlike cheap mall suits, expensive suits are comfortable. Hisashi adopted a lecturing tone. Clothes tailored to your measurements fit much better. You'll see. I said no. How about you try one on and see if you like it? How about no? Why must you be so stubborn about every little thing? Because I'm a grown man, and you're still trying to dress me. If he gave his brother an inch on this sort of thing, he'd take a mile. Faced with the impenetrable wall lurking behind Yuuto's eyes, Hisashi merely switched to a new target. Time to put on sunscreen. Do we even need that? Yuuto sighed. It's autumn. You can burn even during winter if you're outside all day and as pale as you are. Hisashi's gaze assessed the color of Yuuto's face. Did you take your medicine this morning? Oops. He'd forgotten. Why, yes, of course. Really? So if I go to the bathroom and check the number of pills, that's what I'll find. Izuku pushed open the door to his bedroom. I was skeptical about your claim, but this suit really is quite comfy. No wonder Hawks endorsed their advertising campaign. Thanks, Dad. Yuuto would have loved to see the look on his brother's face when he'd been debating buying hero products versus his desire to get Izuku to wear his clothing selections. Much though he hated to admit it, Izuku did look adorable in a brown striped suit with a bow tie matching his red sneakers. His fingers itched to take pictures. Hisashi was already on that, whipping out his phone and snapping multiple shots. Izuku started to apply sunscreen to his face. Hisashi hovered, saying, I don't think that's quite enough. You left a white spot. He grabbed the bottle from Izuku and started applying sunscreen to his son. Izuku squirmed, protesting, I can do it myself. Uncle Yuuto help? Yuuto considered. Option A, he could go rescue his nephew and probably get the smother turned on him, too. Option B, he could take his medicine while Hisashi was distracted. Your noble sacrifice will not be forgotten, my dear nephew. Traitor, Izuku wailed as Yuuto made a run for the medicine cabinet. Loaded down with layers of sunscreen and backpacks of supplies, the three of them approached the gates of the amusement park. There was no need to stand in line. A woman in a suit showed up to escort them through a private entrance. Her nervous deference towards Hisashi did not escape Yuuto's notice. He was familiar with his brother's tendency to acquire favors everywhere. She handed them what she called a number 1 VIP flash pass, which would allow them to go straight to the head of every line. I don't think that's an actual type of flash pass, Yuuto said, eyeing the golden card with a signature on it. It is now, so don't worry about it, Hisashi said. Did you threaten anyone to get that? Only by threatening not to give them massive amounts of my money. Hisashi rolled his eyes. You can chill. I wouldn't do anything illegal as part of this excursion because I can't let anyone find out that All for One has a family. This made a lot of sense, so Yuuto let the subject drop. In front of the first ride, Hisashi read the warning sign. No one with heart conditions, no PRGT women, no one with spinal problems. He shot a worried glance at Yuuto. Maybe this isn't such a good idea. Yuuto sighed. I'm none of those categories. You worry too much. Izuku stood next to the cardboard crocodile holding up a sign reading, You must be this tall to ride this ride. He stood on his tiptoes and fluffed up his hair, trying to get above the line. Nope. Hisashi grabbed them both and dragged them towards a teacups ride. Sorry, looks like you got more of my genetics than your dad's there, Yuuto whispered to his nephew. I could still get a growth spurt, Izuku muttered back. Was Dad short as a kid? Afraid not. Yuuto shrugged. The park employees had clearly been told to expect them. They let them move to the front of the line without even asking to see the pass. People stared and muttered unhappily. It was kinda nice to skip the lines, although it did mean the ride was over quickly. Afterward, Izuku typed on his phone. I've found a roller coaster I'm tall enough for. Come on. Hisashi asked. Are you sure you don't want to ride the teacups again? Izuku crossed his arms. I'm not going to an amusement park without riding any rides. He let his shoulders sag. It's just, we've always been too poor to afford an amusement park. I was so looking forward to it. His eyes welled up. Look at him, laying it on thick like All Might hadn't taken him to Tokyo Disneyland for his last birthday. Yuuto felt proud, especially when his brother sighed and gave in. As they skipped the roller coaster line and climbed up the stairs, Hisashi got increasingly antsy. Are you sure this contraption is safe? I'd like to research this a bit more before we leap into anything. Yuuto rolled his eyes. If any of us fly out of our seats, you can use a quirk to catch us, then massacre the amusement park employees for their negligence. Hisashi perked up. Yeah, I could do that. You were joking about the massacre, right? Izuku hissed as they sat down in the car. Yuuto looked at his nephew with dull, dead eyes. Did I sound like I was joking? A recorded voice gave the standard message about hands inside the car as the over-the-shoulder HRS came down. Hisashi hissed to Yuuto, if your hands go anywhere near the seat buckle, I'm stopping this ride. Yuuto glared. Excuse me? What's that supposed to mean? And why are you only telling this to me, not Izuku? I haven't seen Izuku wriggle out of a straitjacket in 30 seconds. But why would I tell? The ride shot uphill, cutting off Yuuto's protests. 2 thrill-filled moments later, they staggered out at the bottom up the ride. Hisashi stopped at the booth to buy Izuku's photo. He said, because you saw someone getting pickpocket or something similar. It took Yuuto a moment to realize his brother was answering his question about why he might try to escape his seatbelt in the middle of a ride. Yes, that sounds like a great reason to jump off a moving roller coaster. I knew it. Hisashi shrieked. Izuku sighed. Dad, he doesn't mean it. He's trolling you. Hisashi examined Yuuto's face. Oh, this cheeky brat. He flung an arm around Yuuto and put him in a headlock. As Yuuto futilely struggled, his older brother mussed up his hair. Your photos, a park employee said, and Hisashi finally let go. Without any lines, it didn't take them long to ride every roller coaster where Izuku could pass the height test. Then the kid dragged them off to try the games. I'd like that, Izuku said, eyeing the water gun offered as a prize at a racing game. Hisashi was already pulling out his wallet. We're taking the water gun. That's way too much, the woman said, eyeing the extended bill. Keep the rest as tip. And a few tickets to play, Izuku chimed in. I still want to try the race. Their procession through the game booths involved Hisashi buying anything Izuku looked at for a second too long, rapidly leading to all of them being loaded down with junk. Hisashi must be using a quirk, because no matter how full his hands got, it never stopped him from snapping pictures of Izuku playing every single game. Hey, I actually won something for once, Izuku said, looking at the bottle of pop he'd successfully tossed a ring around. Ah, I'm so proud, Hisashi said. You've defeated the rigged carnival game with wit and cunning. He sounded for all the world like his son had conquered his first city. What an excellent throw, the stall owner said with exaggerated deference. Hisashi's massive overspending without asking for change had won them the VIP treatment at every booth. The man continued, You have such an adorable child. That's my son. Hisashi beamed. And this is a hobo who's been following us around. Huh. Yuuto blinked as all eyes turned on him. He realized this was a jab at the baggy sweatpants he'd insisted on wearing. You think you're hilarious, don't you? Have you noticed how overdressed you look compared to everyone else? Why do you think people are staring at us? Natural class and majesty always stands out. Hisashi added the pop bottle to the stuffed animals and inflatable toys overflowing from Yuuto's arms. Then he purchased a dozen more bottles. Yuuto shifted and groaned under the weight. He'd noticed several of the same people popping up around the amusement park. His brother's minions must be following them around. To confirm his theory, he pretended to trip, then caught himself. He saw the woman with glasses make an aborted movement. She'd definitely been trailing them. He nudged his brother, jostling his huge pile. That lady is one of yours, isn't she? Haha, what are you talking about? Hisashi fake laughed. I completely trust your promise not to run away and in no way have taken precautions. Yuuto wasn't even mad. If he decided to be fair to his older brother, a rare occurrence, then he'd be forced to admit that in the past he'd quite frequently promised not to run away, then broken that promise at the first opportunity. Cut your bullshit. I just want to give them some of this crap to carry. Language, Hisashi said. That's actually a great idea. From his tone, it was as if Yuuto had never had one before. After they'd unloaded the fair prizes, Izuku tugged them towards the food stalls. Am I the only one who's hungry? Me too. Yuuto's stomach rumbled. Apparently, the special fast pass even let you skip the food lines, assuming you were shameless and didn't mind people glaring at you, which most certainly described his big brother. At the window, Hisashi stared at the menu. I recognize pizza, but what is the rest of this? The people behind them looked antsy. A woman with a bowl haircut and a certain look in her eyes might be about to order them to hurry up. That wouldn't end well. Hastily, Yuuto picked the first item on the menu. We'll all have corn dogs. Once they all sat at a table with an umbrella, Hisashi eyed his corn dog as if trying to decide if it might attack him. What's inside this thing? Yuuto didn't know what was inside. A hot dog. It's meat with cornmeal on top. Amusement park food may be nothing fancy, but it's fine. What kind of meat? It varies. I think. You're trying to make me eat something without knowing what's inside it? Hisashi glared at his younger brother like he was a child attempting to eat food off the ground. Yuuto felt offended. Stop being so melodramatic, big brother. Leaning towards Izuku, he hissed, shortly after our mother threw us out, we roasted a stray raccoon and ate it. But look at him, acting like he's too good to eat a corn dog. Whoa, really? Izuku looked impressed. Don't tell that to Izuku, Hisashi growled. I became rich and powerful so I would never have to eat something that might give me rabies ever again. Izuku typed into his phone. I found an article on hot dogs. Like Uncle Yuuto said, the type of meat can vary. They can contain water, peas, corn syrup, collagen casing, and selective meat trimmings including cow and pork organs, blood, skin, and even feet. You were trying to make me eat what? Hisashi threw the corn dog down with enough force to rattle the table. Even Yuuto felt a little queasy, but he refused to admit it. That's probably an exaggeration. I bet the higher quality hot dogs just have meat. But he also doubted amusement parks purchased the highest quality of food. Despite his hunger, he couldn't quite bring himself to take a bite. You're an idiot, Hisashi stopped. His face visibly reordered itself. I mean, I appreciate you trying to find something for us off that inferior menu, but we can do better. I'll be handling matters from here. DMN, so his big brother had been serious about trying to stop insulting his intelligence? Yuuto wouldn't have even minded that time, since it hadn't been a jab at his math skills. But he very much appreciated the effort. Hisashi typed into his phone. Izuku, what's your favorite kind of sushi? I like eel rolls, Izuku said. Within minutes, a nondescript man arrived at their table carrying 3 gourmet bento boxes. Yuuto had to admit the food tasted far better than standard amusement park fare, even though it was creepy how his brother had contacts everywhere. After lunch, Izuku said, we haven't tried the Ferris wheel yet. Of course. Yuuto's eyes lit up. He loved the Ferris wheel. As the Ferris wheel lifted off the ground, Hisashi whipped out his phone and took a few dozen pictures. You two, get closer to the window and lean together, he ordered. Smile. There was a gentle look in his eyes, as if looking at a precious treasure. And the woman in the car adjacent to them was taking pictures of the 3 of them too, definitely on Hisashi's orders. Yuuto could tell because Hisashi put his arms around them and gathered the 3 of them together in a subtle pose. His big brother was such a creep. The climb to the top was a great opportunity to people watch, one of the reasons Yuuto enjoyed this ride so much. Izuku pointed at a family of 3 invisible people eating at the tables below. Have you noticed how we can't see the food going down their throats? That means their bodies can't be truly invisible. Hisashi nodded. It's a light refraction quirk, probably. Yuuto shifted on the metal bench. He did like to talk about quirks. He hadn't let himself do it with his brother in ages. But on this lovely day he decided to relax and join in on the fun. He cleared his throat. It could be a chameleon quirk. Or even a notice me not psychological effect. He started mumbling. At this distance, it's hard to tell. That's true. Hisashi nodded. Once we get off the ride, I could go over there and confirm it. No! Yuuto yelped. Hisashi pouted. Come on, I'd give the quirk back as soon as I finished investigating it. I said no. To Izuku, Yuuto hissed, he won't give the quirk back. Yeah, I know, Izuku whispered back. Aloud he said, Dad, that would be cheating. We need to figure out the quirks by observation. All right, Hisashi agreed amiably. What do you think that man's quirk is? He pointed at a muscular man with a pair of curved horns. Izuku took a look. Hisashi handed him a pair of binoculars from his bag. After muttering for a moment, Izuku said, From the way the horns curve, big-horned sheep. That's what I think too. Hisashi nodded. He pointed at a woman holding up her phone. The woman standing by the lockers? Electricity, Yuuto and Izuku said at once. They grinned. Izuku asked, You noticed the sparks on her fingers? Yuuto nodded. Yeah, she's charging her phone. My, what a useful quirk that would be, Hisashi said. His fingers twitched. No! Yuuto and Izuku cried together. Hisashi tried to look innocent. What? Probably to change the topic, Izuku said, That quirk you used to heal me and Uncle Yuuto is one of the most fascinating abilities I've ever seen. Rewinds time, right? Have you figured out its limits? A magnificent quirk, Hisashi agreed. It seems to need time to recharge, so I haven't been able to experiment. At the moment, I'd be lucky if I could rewind a minute. I still barely understand the quirk, but as soon as I can use it again, we can explore it together. I'd like that. Izuku grinned. They resumed their guessing game. No one made them get off the Ferris wheel when everyone else did, so they kept riding it for half a dozen rotations. When they'd exhausted people in eyesight, the conversation turned to the quirks of well-known heroes and villains. Izuku said, I've gone over Sticky Hand's story a dozen times, and I still don't understand how his quirk works. According to his interview, he lost his grip on that bank robber because the rain interfered with his sticking power. But from my analysis, his quirk clearly manipulates gravity, and what does that have to do with water? Smart of you to catch that, Hisashi praised. Sticky Hand was bribed by the bank robbers to let them go. He makes good money arranging to be the nearest hero to certain incidents, then helping the villains escape. This could very well be true, given how disgustingly corrupt hero society had gotten. Yuuto made a note to pass this information along to All Might for investigation. Izuku scowled. I always knew there was something I didn't like about him. But I assumed it was just his exceptionally tasteless puffy purple cape. Hisashi laughed. Did your uncle ever tell you that he had a super long cape back during his edgelord try-hard hero phase? Yuuto paled. You can prove nothing. Actually, I still have the pictures. Hisashi yanked out his phone. Give me a moment to find them. Anyway, it got caught on a tree, an assembly line, and on the claws of a cat-quirked lady, but he kept stubbornly clinging to it because he thought that heroes needed to have capes. I had to use it to tie him up before he finally admitted it might not be the best idea. Izuku leaned over to look at the pictures. Whoa, Uncle Yuuto, you were so young back then. You and your cape look cute. Tell me more stories. Traitor, Yuuto muttered. Hisashi's eyes danced wickedly. When Yuuto first got started, he was oddly obsessed with rescuing a cat from a tree. He thought all heroes did it as a rite of passage. But apparently that doesn't happen as commonly as media portrays, because he searched for weeks without results. Maybe out of optimism, he mistook an exceptionally fat squirrel for a cat. Must you tell him that one? Yuuto muttered, his hands covering his face. The squirrel did not appreciate being grabbed, so it clawed him up here and here. Hisashi pointed on his face. Then it bit his ear. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Is that how you got the scar on your right ear, Uncle Yuuto? You told me that you were bitten in a bar fight. I have photographic evidence, Hisashi said. Make it stop, Yuuto mumbled. His plea went unheard as the two of them leaned close and thumbed through the pictures. Hisashi continued, I showed up to grab both him and the squirrel, and he put up a big fuss in order to let the squirrel escape my supposed revenge. You should have seen the look on his face when I explained to him that I'd been trying to catch the squirrel to give it a rabies test, which is standard procedure after a wild animal bite. Since he foolishly helped it escape, he had to get rabies shots. Rabies shots are horrible. Yuuto shuddered in memory of the days-long pain. Never get bitten by a squirrel, Izuku. I have many more stories. Hisashi grinned. Want to hear about the time he tried to create his own hero equipment? He based his designs off comic books. Of course, he didn't let little things like the laws of physics stop him. Enough was enough. If that's how you want to play it, big brother, let's tell Izuku all about your edgelord try-hard villain phase. Hisashi flinched. Nonsense, I never had anything like that. Unlike my foolish little brother, who never really grew out of the phase. His face betrayed him, frantically trying to remember which story Yuuto might be thinking of. Monologuing, oh, he was the worst about monologuing. Yuuto grinned. If I ran off during his speeches, sometimes it took him minutes to notice. I noticed, Hisashi claimed. I just wasn't in any rush to catch you. Once he started gesturing during one of his speeches and accidentally tossed his enemy to safety. Then he tried to pretend he'd been intending to do that all along by giving this grand speech about how he liked to see the fear in their eyes as they ran away. I wasn't pretending. I meant to do that. He had self-destruct mechanisms in no less than 3 different hideouts before I taught him why that was a bad idea. After that, I replaced all my self-destruct buttons with a trap that dropped a cage on anyone stupid enough to push the big red danger button. Hisashi whispered to Izuku, I caught your uncle twice that way. Not too hard to escape when you kept riddling your hideouts with pointless but cool-looking secret passageways, Yuuto said. Izuku, want to hear about the time he created a super artificial intelligence? He was convinced this would be his first real mental equal, second in command, and most importantly, something that would always obey him. Hisashi winced. Not an interesting story at all. Just an unfortunate mistake. I see no reason to rehash it. I'm interested. Mischief lit up Izuku's face. You told Izuku about the squirrel incident. I think it's only fair that I return the favor. Yuuto laughed. Izuku, your father's first mistake was hiring a scientist who dressed and acted like a lunatic. Those ones are always bad news. Hisashi complained. Why are all your stories about our past embarrassing ones? Can't you tell me a story which casts me in a good light for once? Just like his big brother to conveniently forget that he'd started this. Nevertheless, Yuuto was in such a good mood he decided to call a truce. Fine. If you let my hero equipment story remain lost in the distant past, then I'll forget the supercomputer story. He leaned back in the gently rocking Ferris wheel car. Maybe I'll even tell Izuku the story of your coolest moment. Oh really? Intrigue filled Izuku's green eyes. I'd like to hear that one. Hisashi looked suspicious. Which story is this? One you'll like. I promise. Yuuto's eyes became distant as he remembered the past. The distant past, Hisashi age 10 and Yuuto age 2. The riot came out of nowhere like a flash storm on a summer day. 1 second, Yuuto was walking down the sidewalk, hand in hand with his older brother. The next second, a watermelon smashed into the wall next to his head. It would have been comical, except the fruit had been hurled with enough force to do serious damage to a toddler's skull. Yuuto stared at what had almost been his death, too stunned to even be afraid. In an instant, Hisashi dropped their precious groceries and scooped Yuuto up into his arms. He ran. Fighting had broken out all over the open-air market. A man with fur in ragged patches all over his body stood in the wreckage of a fruit stall. The terrified shopkeeper begged for his life. A woman with snakes for hair curled up in a ball as men with sticks beat her. She was trying to protect something in her arms or someone. The men, just ordinary citizens moments ago, had faces warped into something animalistic. Another woman laughed as she stood on top of a dairy truck, sending lightning from her fingers to zap the fleeing crowd below. Madness and bloodlust ran thick through the air. The screaming had risen to an incoherent, painful jumble. Hisashi dodged around the fallen stalls, crouched low and small. He had his hood pulled up to cover his white hair, which would make him a target. Using his jacket, he covered Yuuto's hair too. Yuuto bit his lip, shaking in terror and trying to hold back a coughing fit. He couldn't let himself become even more of a burden on his older brother right now. They'd almost made it to an alleyway with an exit to another street. Then a man staggered in front of them. Smoke poured from his mouth. His bloodshot eyes held no hint of sanity. Yet they latched onto the two brothers. He took a step forward. Embers burned inside the depths of his throat. Hisashi set his 2-year-old brother down. "Yuuto, I need you to run into the alley. Don't stop running until you get home." In their everyday life, Yuuto might frequently sass his brother. But when it came to a crisis, whether it be their mother's debt collectors or looters, he knew to obey Hisashi without question. He turned and fled. Hisashi put his head down and lunged for the man, yanking on his leg. Yuuto couldn't resist glancing over his shoulder. The fire-breathing man stumbled, then kicked his older brother away. Yuuto screamed. The man turned on him. Fire started to pour from his mouth. Yuuto wouldn't be able to run in time. Futilely, he raised his hands to protect his face. Hisashi got to his feet. He looked at his younger brother. In that moment, Yuuto saw the determination burning in those green eyes. His older brother was completely willing to die to protect him. Hisashi leapt between Yuuto and the fire-breathing man. As the inferno struck, he neither fled nor resigned himself to death. He ran forward, launching one last attack. As Hisashi grabbed the man's wrist, a miracle happened. The fire vanished. No, it was being sucked into Hisashi's body. The man wailed and toppled backward. Hisashi looked down at his unburned hands in astonishment. What did I just do? Is this my power? A spark of flame spat from between his lips. I finally have power. I won't be helpless any longer. You're amazing, Yuuto whispered. Just like a superhero. Another table of goods overturned to the ground, reminding them both of the severity of the situation. Together, they ran, but this time their terror had been subsumed by a flicker of excitement. Present day. That was the first time Hisashi found out about his quirk, Yuuto finished. He probably had it before then, but he'd never discovered it. Hisashi stared at Yuuto. I had no idea you remembered that. You were so young back then. It's my earliest memory, Yuuto said. That moment had been one he could never forget, no matter how old he got. Because the older brother from back then had been the coolest sight he'd ever seen. Because he'd longed to be equally cool someday. Because that had been the start of his obsession with heroes. The memory had made it so much harder for Yuuto whenever he had to fight Hisashi. He'd never been able to see his big brother as a monster, no matter what he did. The chains of the past held him tight, making it impossible for him to ever completely let go of his brother. Izuku clapped his hands together. Uncle Yuuto was right, that was a very cool story. He grinned. Very awesome, Dad. You really think so? Hisashi asked. Yes, I do. Slowly, carefully, as if afraid he might not be allowed, Hisashi leaned forward and planted a kiss on top of Izuku's head. Yuto's heart squeezed as he watched. He wanted so badly for this moment to last. Hisashi looked up. Astonishment filled his eyes. He said, You know, I think you just smiled at me for real for the first time in years. Yuuto touched his lips. Sure enough, he was smiling. Having finally had their fill of the Ferris wheel, they got off at the bottom and headed for the parking lot. The sun was just barely starting to set. Had hell frozen over? Was it an eclipse? Had Yuuto actually gotten through an entire day of family bonding with his brother without even once feeling the urge to punch him in the face? He truly had fun. Yuuto had always had a sense of oncoming disaster ever since Hisashi had invaded his apartment. He'd never had much luck getting his brother to compromise on even basic things like not murdering people on a whim, nor had he offered much compromise in exchange, if he was being fair. But maybe, just maybe, they could find a way to keep the peace. He saw how Hisashi looked at Izuku, like the sun rose and set around his child. Perhaps he might be willing to avoid doing things which would make Izuku upset. There might be a way Yuuto could get his brother back. For the first time in a while, he felt a bit of hope. He needed to sleep on this. Monday morning, Yuuto woke up with the resolve that yes, he was willing to compromise with his older brother. It honestly surprised him. A century ago, he hadn't even been willing to talk to Hisashi. But something about thinking his brother was dead, then getting him back again, had made him reassess his priorities. He ate breakfast together with Hisashi and Izuku, then kissed his nephew on the forehead before he headed off to school. As usual, Hisashi set out the dirty dishes for some minion to come by and pick up. He had to push aside the pile of toys from the amusement park with his foot. Yuuto lingered in the kitchen doorway, trying to decide how to start this conversation now he had his brother alone. He cleared his throat, then stopped. Sweat dropped down his neck. He pushed his bangs out of his eyes. Hisashi looked at his phone, then bit back a strangled curse. He started typing rapidly. Was he about to leave on some business? Had Yuuto missed his moment? He cleared his throat again. It turned into a cough. Hisashi glanced up, worry chasing away the dark look in his eyes. I'll make you a cup of honey tea. Thank you, Yuuto said, grateful for a few more moments to think. He'd faced down life-or-death battles without being this scared. He tried to tell himself that if his brother completely shut him down, he'd be no worse off than he already had been. Yuuto sat down in the living room and turned on the TV. He didn't pay any attention to the news. Instead, he jiggled in his seat. When a commercial started, he turned the volume down. Hisashi entered the living room area and handed him a mug of hot tea. Yuuto blew on it before taking a sip. The sweet taste soothed his throat and his nerves. Very good, he said. If you ever left your villainous organization, you'd have a backup career as a cafe owner. Which brings me to something I wanted to talk to you about. Ugh, don't even start. Hisashi paced next to the window. It's not like you'd ever give up your ridiculously dangerous vigilante career. Yuuto realized two very important things. First of all, whatever message Hisashi had received on his phone, it had been extremely bad news and put his brother in a foul mood. Second of all, this was definitely not the moment for an important conversation defining their family's future. Time to change the subject. It was just a joke. Yuuto took another sip of tea. Do you really believe I'd want to unleash you on the world of customer service, knowing your limited tolerance for bullshit? There would be a sudden thinning of the population of entitled people who ask for discounts or demand their drinks be made twice. Once again, his attempt to lighten the mood completely failed. Hisashi kept talking as if he hadn't heard a word Yuuto had said. Do you have any idea what I went through when I thought you were dead? I kept experimenting with that time travel quirk for decades, until I finally realized I'd passed the maximum time in which you could have been sent forward, so you must have already appeared in the future and died. I'm not dead, Yuuto said soothingly. What on earth had brought this on? He drained his teacup for emotional support. That probably won't last for long if you keep attacking the Yakuza while your quirk is fading away. Hisashi didn't sound like he was talking to Yuuto at all. He sounded like he was offering up justifications to himself. What had he done to deserve this? Yuuto started to feel annoyed. Have you completely forgotten that it was your minion who hit me with the time travel quirk and nearly killed me? Hisashi growled. And after having you back for a few days, I'm already tempted to murder you myself. Yuuto shrugged. Then I'm doing my job as your little brother. Hisashi laughed, a pure, light sound expelling decades of poison. He looked surprised, yet he didn't stop chuckling. The bemused, indignant look on his brother's face got Yuuto laughing too. Between chuckles, Hisashi said, I don't want to laugh. I'm trying to be angry at you. This just made Yuuto laugh even harder. No, why, I can't stop, he admitted between giggles. It's not that funny. Hisashi laughed even harder. Then stop laughing. You stop laughing. I can't stop laughing when you're laughing. Yuuto laughed until he ran out of breath. Wiping tears from his eyes, Hisashi said, I've been laughing more in the last couple days than I did in decades. It feels good. He looked surprised at what he'd admitted. This admission made Yuuto willing to offer up one of his own. I had a lot of fun at the amusement park yesterday. Thank you for taking us. I missed you a lot over the last 6 years. No, even before that. Since we first started fighting. Seeing you again has made me happy. Are you serious? Of course I am. I'm so glad you're alive. I know I'm too stubborn to admit it very often, but I do love you. Hisashi looked gobsmacked. The commercial ended. The news resumed. Though the volume was low, the words the newscaster spoke struck straight at Yuuto's heart, Aoi Tanaka's body was found in the river just hours ago. Aoi Tanaka. That was the name of the girl at Izuku's foster home who'd bullied and nearly killed him. The girl he'd explicitly made his brother promise not to murder. Yuuto stared at the screen, desperately hoping for some mistake. But he recognized the girl's picture. The announcer continued, "The true mystery in this case is why an individual with a shape-shifting quirk chose to impersonate Aoi Tanaka after her death. With the criminal on the run, the motive behind this case remains unclear." "So that's how you thought you would get away with it?" Yuuto whispered, his horror crystallizing into fury. Betrayal burned through his veins like fire. He'd tried his hardest to keep the peace for Izuku's sake. He'd even been willing to compromise. Then Hisashi just had to remind him there was no point in striking a deal with someone who never kept them. Why did his brother always have to ruin everything? Hisashi did not look surprised at the news story. He'd already known. This must have been what his phone message had been about. He said, "I'll never understand how you could care about someone who paralyzed your own nephew." Whoa, his desire to punch his brother was back and stronger than ever. "You absolute bstrd. You couldn't restrain your murderous impulses for a full day, could you? Now I'm going to have to tell Izuku and break his heart." "You don't have to tell him, but I know you will anyway." Hisashi groaned. He has the right to know. Yuuto had remained blind to his brother's extracurricular activities for years, and it had hurt him so much when he'd found out later. Especially when he'd realized how many people he'd condemned to death by telling his brother they'd bullied him over his hair color or his sickness. He'd never wanted Izuku to feel that guilt, but now it had become inevitable, better for him to learn early on how dangerous his father could be. Hisashi threw up his hands. "Oh my God, I knew you were going to be unreasonable about this." "I'm unreasonable? You couldn't even keep one little promise. That's why as soon as I found out, I drugged your tea." Yuuto said, looking down at the empty teacup in his lap. Hisashi said, "Your anger is probably all that's keeping you awake, but I bet you can't stand up any longer, can you?" Yuto's arms felt like sandbags. Rage made it impossible for him to speak. He tried to stand up, determined to rip his brother's face off with his teeth. Instead, he fell forward. Hisashi's arms caught him before he hit the ground. "Make time. Make." Incorrect quotes, the Firefly edition. "Yuuto, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal." Make, Hisashi, human disaster, Shigaraki never made a mistake he wouldn't make again, even harder. Round 3. Hisashi, I for one think that the family bonding has been going wonderfully. Now it's time to move on to some one-on-one bonding with both of you. It will be nice to have Izuku all to myself tonight. Maybe I'll read him a bedtime story. Doesn't that bring back memories, Yuuto? Yuuto, I'm going to kill you. Hisashi, oh, like that's anything new. Give it your best shot, my foolish, pathetic little brother. Yuuto, I'm sure I'll be just fine. Author-chan loves me, that's why she let me be main character. She's probably planning a deus ex machina to let me escape. Author smiles and unwraps a bar of chocolate to take a bite. Yuuto, what does that mean? Does it mean I'm about to defeat my brother in a super flashy battle? Author, let me try this again. Grins even wider. Yuuto, I still don't take your meaning, Author-chan. Author, there are two types of authors. Those who want good, fluffy things to happen to their characters. And those who the more they like a character, the more they want to cause suffering. Yuuto sweats profusely. So which type are you? Author, a little of column A, a little of column B. Yuuto, what is that? Author, remember the Omake where I vowed to vault you? Smiles evilly. I'd like to say I take no pleasure in this, but that would be a lie. I'm going to enjoy every minute of this. Nauseous. Head stuffy. A funny taste in the back of his throat. Yuuto woke up with fury still burning deep inside his chest. It took him a moment to remember what he was angry about, then he shot out of bed. Something tangled around his legs and he fell, landing on his knees on the soft carpet. It hadn't been blankets. An extremely long chain ran from his ankle to pile up at the foot of the bed, then fastened to the wall. Yuuto touched the quirk-suppressing cuff. It had been padded and tightly molded to his ankle. Honestly, he would have had trouble summoning up the dying embers of his passed-on quirk regardless. The air tasted stale and dry. Even before he saw the ventilator on the wall and the round metal door, he knew where he was. Yuuto got to his feet. He didn't have any shoes. His clothes had an unfamiliar silky feeling. Looking down, he saw that he wore a fancy gray suit. The one he'd refused to wear to the amusement park yesterday. Hisashi had changed his clothes. This small detail made his already strained nerves scream and snap. Because it wasn't just a little thing. This was the entire story of their deteriorating relationship. Although differing views on good and evil had played a part, Yuuto firmly believed the real reason he'd ended up in this vault was because his older brother was such a control freak he couldn't even let him dress himself. Arg! Yuuto screamed. He ripped off his suit jacket. Then he did his level best to tear it in two. With sheer effort he ripped the pant cuffs and gave one knee a hole. He yanked a shirt sleeve off with his teeth. Panting, he looked around for something else to destroy. The bed went first. He ripped the sheets off and tore them down the middle. The mattress refused to come off. The bed had been bolted to the floor. Chain clanking, Yuuto stormed to the dining room table. That had been bolted down too, of course. A glass of water had been placed on top a plastic cup, to make it more difficult to break. When had he started trusting his brother's food and drinks? He'd drunk that tea without even wondering if it might be drugged. More to fool him. His brother hadn't lasted 3 days without vaulting him. Their deal hadn't even made it 2 full days. It hurt so much. I'm going to kill him. Yuuto threw the cup at the wall with all the force of his rage. This barely made a sound, since the walls had been padded with a blue-gray cushy material. The floor carpet was as thick and soft as a bed. Even the ceiling had the same padding. Sadly, Yuuto had trashed many cells before, and Hisashi had gotten increasingly good at stopping him. His big brother had always held the advantage in their arms race, since the captor had all the power over the captive. At times, this had led Yuuto to turn his fury on the only thing he could hurt, himself. The room was spacious. This must have taken time to build, even with all his resources. He must have been planning it all along. Yuuto stalked over to the hutch desk, also bolted down. Only comic books were on the shelves, too soft to throw with any sort of satisfying impact. He seized a pencil holder. It was made of soft rubber. Inside there were no pens or pencils, only crayons. Because a sharp pencil could do damage if thrown with enough force. Do you still have the scar, Hisashi? Yuuto headed for the bathroom. It stood gaping open. Neither the bathroom nor the closet had doors. Not since Yuuto had successfully barricaded himself inside a couple times. Bathrooms were the ideal place to cause destruction, with so many mechanical bits and parts. Break the right thing and he could flood this place, a tactic he'd used before. The counters, sink, and toilet imitated marble, but they were made of something soft and squishy. The faucet was motion-sensitive instead of something he could leave turned on. Drawers had been filled with dozens of identical inhalers in a charmingly paranoid fashion. The top of the toilet didn't come off no matter how he tried. The shower door was locked. Inside was a fancy combination of a hot tub and waterfall shower. The bottle on the shelf read, "Tearless Baby Shampoo." I'm going to kill him. Yuuto kicked the shower door with all his might. It rattled. An inner voice asked, "Are you serious this time? You think about killing your brother quite frequently, but you don't mean it. Is this the moment? Have you been pushed far enough? Are you finally doing this fratricide thing?" Ignoring himself, Yuuto headed for the ventilator. Hisashi had switched to using these after Yuuto had proven adept at destroying plants. Of course, it was protected behind bulletproof glass. There would be a backup hidden somewhere. He might have spotted it attached to the high ceiling. That was where the cameras would be too out of reach. Another clear case stood next to the ventilator. The fox mask from Yuuto's vigilante costume rested inside. The green swirls gleamed. I'm going to kill him. He'd known Hisashi had stolen his mask. He'd known it. Yet he'd let his big brother lie to his face to keep that fragile peace. He'd wanted to believe his brother might change and paid the price. You still don't mean it, do you? You can't quite bring yourself to kill him. If you keep holding back, if you keep holding on to hope, you'll end up stuck in this humiliating cycle forever. You're going to die in this wretched vault. If not this time, then the next. How many times will you go through this before you break? Screaming, Yuuto punched the glass with all his might. It hummed and glowed, activating a field which pushed him backward. He didn't even manage to hurt his hands. A regular wooden door stood next to the ventilator, which baffled him. Even the bathroom didn't have a door, so what could be behind this one? His chain barely let him reach the doorknob. Very odd. He expected the door to be locked, but the knob turned easily. The adjacent room was a child's bedroom, with colorful sheets, a shelf of toys, and a stuffed bear resting on the small bed. Oh dear, I may actually need to kill him. Yuuto collapsed to the ground, panting. The rage had gone out of him, replaced by fear not for himself, but for his beloved nephew. He curled up and put his head to his knees. He didn't know how long he sat there before Hisashi cleared his throat. Yuuto shot to his feet. Hisashi stood in the open vault doorway. The chain wouldn't reach. Quite far enough to let him strangle his older brother, though he did consider it. Hi, big brother. I see you've upgraded the security around here. The force field is new. You've spent a lot of time on the decorations, but don't you think the padded walls are a bit much? Hisashi raised an eyebrow. You seem to be taking this calmly. Yuuto laughed, an entirely unfunny sound. Do I seem calm right now? I'm actually rather angry. Something in his eyes made Hisashi take a step backward. Because you couldn't have possibly thrown this together in a few hours. You were planning this from the very beginning. Hisashi wouldn't quite meet his eyes. And you weren't lying too? Actually no. Unlike you, I kept the terms of our deal. I planned to give you an honest chance. The memory made him feel like a fool. I truly wanted to make it work. I'd started to trust you. This morning, I was trying to strike a compromise to make you a permanent part of my and Izuku's lives. He searched his older brother's face, hoping to find any hint of guilt. Instead, Hisashi said, then the evidence suggests that you're stupid. Arg! Yuuto screamed. He lunged for his brother. Of course, the chain wouldn't let him reach. He spat. Hisashi wiped the spittle off his cheek without a change in expression. You did hack my phone, found the second program, by the way, and screw up my hero school renovations plans. Shut up, Hisashi. That has nothing to do with this and you know it. I never promised to stop hero activities any more than you promised to stop villainous ones. Disheveled, Yuuto glared. Spare me your justifications. I barely slowed the school down. Those politicians were nothing but some easily bribed patsies to you, and if you'd known about their quirk trafficking connections, you'd have killed them yourself. They what? Damn it, why did you throw them in jail? People are much harder to kill in there, pathetic little brother. Oh, so that old insult had come back. If I'm so pathetic, how did I manage to bust out of here so many times? Yuuto bared his teeth. I'll do it again. I've had a lot of time while you were gone to contemplate old mistakes. Hisashi smiled grimly. A century worth of planning went into this one. Other people would have regrets about becoming a villain, but your only regrets are not having a better lock on your vault door. Yuuto took a deep breath. You want to avoid making the same mistakes? Let's talk about Izuku's room next door. For the first time, a flicker of emotion showed on Hisashi's face. I'm not necessarily planning to use that. I knew you'd screw up and make me do this, but Izuku is different. I screwed up? You mean by discovering you'd broken our deal and getting upset about it? Yuuto forced his voice down from a scream. Whenever he got overly emotional during an argument, his brother would use that as an excuse to disregard him. You're going to have to explain why I'm missing when Izuku gets home from school, and he's not going to have a reaction that you'll like. Then you're going to call that his screw up, aren't you? Your tests are rigged. I'm sure you'd like to believe that, because then you wouldn't have to acknowledge you keep failing them because you're dumb. His brother's resolution not to insult his intelligence hadn't lasted long. Despite the predictability, it stung. But he had more important concerns at the moment. Yuuto leaned closer. I know you, Hisashi. If you build a vault, you're going to use it. This is how you've always wanted it. You're just waiting for an excuse to toss your son in here too. Nonsense. Maybe you keep ending up here because you're so difficult. Maybe you're psychotic. There's no need to resort to name-calling like a child. You've imprisoned me in a goddamn bank vault, but you think the real issue here is that I'm upset about it. You're psychotic. Yuuto scrubbed a hand down his face. Listen to me for once in our lives. This is important. You can't do this to Izuku. I won't need to. I'll tell him the hero commission took you, so he's just a child. Do you know what confinement does to a child's mind? I've experienced the effects firsthand, and even at an older age, it's not pretty. You made it difficult for yourself with the hunger strike. Yuuto shrieked, I'm so sorry my unhealthy coping mechanisms caused you stress, you victim-blaming a-hole. Pick up a book on parenting and maybe you won't make Izuku hate you as much as I do. This time, the insult landed. He could tell by the flatness of his older brother's mouth. Hisashi said, I'm trying to undo the damage after you set my son on the same self-destructive path as you. This isn't about the hero argument. This is much more important. Yuuto locked eyes with his brother. This might be my line in the sand, Hisashi. Make Izuku go through what I did, and I'm going to kill you. He froze, horrified by the words he'd just spoken out loud. Hisashi shrugged. What, is that supposed to scare me? Not the reaction he'd expected at all. Words spilled out. I don't want to, I never would, but I can't let you. Let me. Hisashi laughed. Oh, you're adorable. I'd like to see you try, pathetic little brother. It might be a bit more entertaining than your usual temper tantrum. He turned around to leave. That was it? They were standing at the edge of the total dissolution of their screwed-up brotherly relationship, and Hisashi didn't even care? Because he didn't take Yuuto seriously? Because he'd never seen him as anything except an object to be possessed or a cute little pet, so his feelings and wants had never mattered? Yuuto's mouth opened, but nothing came out. An itching, burning anger formed under his skin. He'd felt this before, the state of mind where he didn't care if he lost as long as his brother went down with him. The rage that kept turning each of their fights into something increasingly dangerous as Yuuto got closer to the point where he wasn't going to stop before he ended up dead, because wouldn't that be the perfect way to hurt his brother? If he died, then at least they'd both lose. The madness consumed him like a wildfire. He leapt at Hisashi, not caring that he couldn't reach. His fists hit the furthest bit of wall the chain would stretch to. He pounded at the cushioned surface in an insane fury. Hisashi glanced over his shoulder. See? You tell me that I don't need to pad the walls, then you do something like this. Yuuto sputtered, incoherent with rage. His nails dug into the cushions, trying to rip, but the material refused to give. Hisashi said, There are spare clothes in the dresser once you're done. He closed the door behind him. Alone, the fight went out of Yuuto and he sank to the floor. Once Yuuto's anger had worn off, the claustrophobia started to set in. He hadn't originally minded enclosed spaces. The fear had developed over time. The silence of the room gave him nothing to think about except how far underground he might be. Irrationally, he couldn't stop imagining 1,000 tons of dirt coming crashing down on his head. He staggered over to the bed and buried himself under the covers. If he closed his eyes tightly, he could try to pretend he was back in his apartment bedroom. It didn't work. His breath came out in ragged pants. He shook, sweat dripping down the back of his neck and soaking his hair. It was all he could do to stop himself from clawing at the wall again. He had to get a hold of himself. He ought to be searching the room for possible ways to escape. There might yet be a way to flood the bathroom. But he couldn't bring himself to face step one of trying to escape when the whole task looked so daunting. You're as stupid and worthless as he says you are. He'd done this so many times before. But that was the problem. Ever since he'd been launched through time, he truly believed himself safe from ending up here again. Yet here he lay. The unfairness burned inside him then died down into despair. He couldn't face starting the cycle of escape and recapture again. Maybe that was why he'd so foolishly and desperately wanted to believe Hisashi's lies. You know the only way to break out of this cycle. Are you willing to kill him yet? Izuku needed him. Or would very shortly. He'd meant what he said about Hisashi, just waiting for an excuse. He didn't have the luxury of giving up when his nephew was counting on him. Yuuto tried to sit up. Suddenly, the walls seemed to contract and close in on him. His chest screamed in pain. He clutched at his heart, trying to breathe. His head spun. He felt like he was choking. A cough emerged from his throat. Ironically, the pain snapped him out of his disorientation. He staggered to the bathroom and breathed into his inhaler until it stopped hurting. Then he sat on the floor, trying to figure out what to do first. Try to break the sink? Or maybe that force field could be used as a blunt weapon. Even if he couldn't reach the door, could he get close enough to examine the lock? Too many things to do. He didn't know where to begin. In the end, he just sat there and hated himself for it. When the door opened, he didn't even look up. A whirring sound announced a robot coming in to set a box on the table. He ought to go over and investigate. Food delivery was a critical pathway to escape. He needed to assess what parts he could get if he dismantled the robot. He should form his escape plan in advance, since the first time he actually tried, he'd be under serious time pressure to get out before his brother returned. But he couldn't summon the will to stand up. Get up now. His mind screamed at him even as his body refused to move. Pathetic, pathetic, pathetic. The robot left while Yuuto remained huddled on the floor. The scent of katsudon drifted over. He flinched. The deep-fried pork cutlet had been an extra special favorite treat for both him and his brother during their childhood. It frankly insulted him that Hisashi believed he could be appeased so easily. Hisashi's voice came from a speaker above. "You're not fooling me. Stop faking it and eat your lunch." Yuuto had faked sickness many times as part of his escape attempts. He had no real expectation of being believed this time. He said, "I'm not hungry." The pause. A loud sigh. "Are you playing this game again?" There was an annoyed edge to Hisashi's voice, as if he had anything to be upset about. In the past, Yuuto had repeatedly refused to eat as a hunger strike tactic or because he feared the food was drugged. But right now, he genuinely had no appetite. Especially not for katsudon, with all its childhood memories. He hugged his knees tighter and didn't respond. Hisashi said, "I refuse to play. Eat your lunch or I'll murder the first random person I find on the street." Unfortunately, Yuuto couldn't risk it. He stood up and slowly walked to the dining table. The steaming smell of egg and pork revolted him. He forced himself to eat as quickly as he could. Halfway through, his stomach twisted in nausea. The table doubled and blurred. He nearly said, "Please, I'm feeling sick, please let me stop." But his big brother had never heard the word, "please," from him even once during the many times he'd been in the vault. And never would. Though each bite tasted like styrofoam, he forced the entire thing down. Hisashi's voice turned gentle again. "Good job." Yuuto wanted to throw up. He wanted to ask Hisashi not to leave, because the claustrophobia got worse when he was alone. He did neither of those things. Instead, he waited what he thought was a safe amount of time, then went to the bathroom to attempt to dismantle the sink. Unfortunately, Yuuto had no luck at all removing the sink faucet. A fair bit of the sink interior was protected by another force field. He didn't know how much time he had before Hisashi checked in on him again. Given how fruitless his efforts had been thus far, his brother might not even bother to stop him. For Izuku, he desperately needed to get out. He'd never before had a time limit, and the post-100-year upgrade vault was proving quite a doozy. Leaning against the wall, he brushed his bangs from his eyes. Time to investigate the ventilator and its force field. Yuuto had gotten halfway across the room when the vault door opened. He turned around, both trying to look innocent and examine the mechanism. Hisashi looked red and flustered. "I need you to tell me if—" "Shut up, villain," Yuuto said. Hisashi's lips pursed. His eyes narrowed. "Oh, are we doing this again?" "Yes, we're doing it again, and you, Hisashi. You had your chance back when I wanted to talk to you. Now I don't." At the moment, Yuuto wanted to share his pain, and he always knew exactly how to make his big brother angry. "I don't listen to villains." Hisashi threw up his hands. "Of all the insipid, aggrandizing ways to simplify. I'm not interested in your villainous monologue. I'm trying to—" "Villain. Ask some. Villain. Thing important. Villain. 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 Villain." Hisashi screamed. Izuku went missing from his school. Yuuto froze, silenced. Hisashi's knuckles had turned white. He glared at his younger brother as if this might be the worst trick Yuuto had ever pulled, taking away something far more valuable than any part of his criminal enterprise. I need to know if you did this. I don't expect you to tell me where he is. But I really need to know if there's any possibility an enemy of mine might have taken him. Suddenly serious, Yuuto said, I have no idea what happened. This timing can't be a coincidence. You were there when I heard the news story. You knocked me out right away. I didn't have time to do anything to tip Izuku off. But you could have set up a system where if you didn't contact him at set times during the day, he knew to run. Huh, what a clever idea. Yuuto blinked. That never occurred to me. Hisashi stared at him for a long moment as if assessing his truthfulness, then muttered something low and unpleasant about the possibility of babies being swapped at birth. He pulled out Yuto's phone from his pocket and effortlessly input the password. A voicemail played on speakerphone. Izuku's voice said, Hey, Uncle Yuuto. I forgot my algebra textbook. Can you bring it to me? Thanks. That's not a coded message? Hisashi asked. Yuuto shrugged. The timing is suspicious, I agree, but we didn't have any codes either. He did not tell his brother that Izuku didn't take algebra. After skipping a grade in math, he now took geometry with the older children. Even without any sort of code set up in advance, Yuuto understood the message quite clearly. Izuku had been telling him to get out of the house. Hisashi went several degrees paler. Then he truly might have been kidnapped. He couldn't have eluded all my watchers on his own. Why aren't you more worried? Of course you're not worried. You're insane. You probably think he'll have a fun adventure if my enemies catch him. You have no idea what they do to him. Actually, Yuuto hadn't panicked because he estimated a 95% chance that Izuku had figured out something had gone wrong with his dad and pulled a speedy escape. Izuku was an extremely smart child. If he'd seen the news story about his former bully, he might have guessed who'd done it. And Yuuto not replying to his call would have been all the confirmation he'd needed to send him running. In fact, Hisashi probably would have realized this too if he hadn't gone straight to mother hen panic mode. Also, Hisashi was extremely wrong to believe Izuku couldn't have evaded his watchers completely on his own. Still, Yuuto did feel somewhat worried. A 5% chance that his nephew might be in danger was still too high, even though these percents were completely made up based on his vague intuition. Hisashi was pacing and muttering something about every camera in the city, contact jar, reward, prep underground medical facilities. The last part had Yuuto instantly alert. If you're planning to bring Izuku underground, that means here. Every hair on the back of his neck stood on end. Your resolve not to vault your son lasted, what, 5 minutes? He felt neither surprise nor disappointment, because he'd already known. Hisashi whirled to face him. I keep my best medical facilities here, don't pretend you don't know why. You walking suicide attempt, and if someone is after Izuku, this would be the safest place for him. Villain, Yuuto spat out. The bedroom is extremely high quality. Villain. 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 Hisashi shot him a look of pure vitriol, then left without another word. The door grinded shut with extra force. Good, he'd gotten his brother to leave. There was no time to waste. Regardless of why Izuku had disappeared, Hisashi planned to vault him now. Yuuto needed to get out of here so he could protect his nephew. He ran to the bathroom and forced himself to throw up. Leaning over the sink, Yuuto found the tiny box where he'd stashed his lockpicks. The box he'd been swallowing every day since his older brother came back into his life. Not as stupid as you thought, Hisashi? I gave you a fair shot, but I always had a contingency plan. Sitting on the floor, he got to work picking the lock on the quirk suppressant cuff. He'd been waiting for the right moment to play his last card. It had to be a time when Hisashi wasn't watching over his cameras. Right now, when Hisashi's entire attention would be focused on finding Izuku, was the only moment he could be 100% certain his brother was gone. He'd wanted to take more time for reconnaissance and planning, but he needed to get to Izuku right now. The cuff came off. Yuuto felt the faint flickers of energy running through his veins. His quirk was nearly gone. If he summoned up One for All's full power, he had a hunch it would be the last time he could ever use it. Yuuto approached the wall, trying to figure out the best place to break through. He'd have to go for the door, the only place guaranteed to have a hallway attached. Unfortunately, Hisashi had no doubt built this vault with the intention of holding one for all. Even at maximum power, he wasn't sure he could smash through. He couldn't carelessly waste his one shot. Think. What in this room might go boom? A force field? The ventilator was fastened to the wall too firmly. But the cabinet holding his mask? He could use his lockpicks on the bolts holding it to the floor. The glowing shield hummed as he moved the cabinet in front of the door. If he combined the explosion from destroying the force field with one for all, hopefully it would be enough. Standing with his fist raised, Yuuto hesitated. His last time using one for all. He knew it in his bones. He wasn't ready. He hadn't been ready to pass on his quirk to Izuku in the first place. He'd been forced by dire circumstances. For years, he'd carefully rationed out the power so as not to completely lose it. He'd been so afraid of running out, of becoming pathetic and weak again. But now he had All Might's example to prove to him that he could be a quirkless hero. His resolve solidified. He made his choice. Yuuto swung his fist with all his power. One for all hit the force field in a blazing scream of light and power. The explosion rocked the room. Yuuto flew backwards, hitting the wall with a force that would have broken a bone if it hadn't been so heavily padded. Getting to his feet, he blinked and rubbed smoke from his eyes. His ears rung. The vault door lay dangling from one hinge. The carpet and the table were on fire. A sprinkler system went off. Yuuto shivered under the sudden influx of water. In seconds, his drenched hair fell flat over his eyes. His limbs felt unsteady, in no small part because his quirk was completely gone. He slipped on a puddle. As he stepped backward to catch himself, he tripped over the broken cabinet and fell on his back. An alarm blared in the metal hallway. No time to waste. Yet Yuuto looked at the open door and, for a moment, hesitated. Because his next confrontation with his big brother was going to be the final one. He had to end this. He'd already decided it, yet his own decision terrified him. He wasn't completely sure yet what ending this would mean. But he had a bad feeling at most one of them would walk away. Yuuto's goal had always been to defeat his older brother, not kill him. If he'd been willing to go as far as to murder his family, then he wouldn't have lost so easily. Not that Hisashi was easy to kill, quite the contrary. It would probably take a suicide attack. Yuuto had always known that the most effective way to kill his older brother would be to drop a bomb on himself and watch Hisashi die trying to save him. But because he hadn't been willing to go quite that far, because he'd clung to the foolish hope they might be able to reconcile, because deep down he still loved his big brother and always would now a 14-year-old girl was dead. The latest in a long list of causalities. Yuuto would never forgive himself if Izuku's dreams and his freedom became the next sacrifices. No matter what he'd told his brother about heroes triumphing over villains, he didn't have any real faith in his ability to win. But despite the pain in his lungs and the shaking in his legs, he stood up. His white fox mask lay among the rubble of the cabinet, undamaged. That had been an impressive force field. Yuuto scooped up the mask and hung it over his face. The power of one for all might have left him, but the hero one for all was back in business. He charged into the corridor ringing with alarms. To make time. In the vault. Hisashi, looking at a takeout menu, what do you want tonight? Yuuto, your head on a platter. Hisashi, katsudon then. Make. Izuku has known his dad for less than a week and already he needs therapy. Izuku, Uncle Yuuto, I have to admit, I thought you were being paranoid when you accused my dad of stealing your mask. Yet, here it is, sitting in a disturbing trophy cabinet. I stand corrected. Yuuto, I've been dealing with Hisashi much longer than you. Never underestimate the depths of my brother's creepy. Izuku, he stuck the mask in the vault because he couldn't put you there at that point in time. I'm interpreting that correctly, right? Yuuto, that's the conclusion I drew too. Izuku, tykes. You think there's something of mine in there too? Yuuto, the reach on my chain isn't long enough to search your room. But I would guarantee it. Izuku, I feel concerned. Make. Another unused line of dialogue. Hisashi, I wouldn't have to resort to the cuffs if you'd give me back one for all. You've gotten harder to restrain. Yuuto, why do you say that like it's my fault? You forced the quirk on me. Hisashi, You won't give it back. Yuuto, arg. I can't believe I ever seriously thought about reconciling with you. Hisashi, look at it this way, it all would have inevitably all gone downhill after you found out about the human corpse experimentation. Yuuto, found out about the what now? Make past reminisces. Yuuto, my brother used to use all kinds of tricks to make me eat. That one was relatively harmless by his standards. Once he stuck a puppy in the vault with me and said she wouldn't eat unless I did. I took the dog with me when I escaped, of course, and she turned out to have a tracker on her. My shortest escape. Yuuto, wait, aren't these omaks supposed to be funny? There's nothing humorous about that story at all. Hisashi, I thought it was hilarious. Much later. Hisashi, look at the Yuuto-sized imprint in the vault wall. This is why I pad my walls. He tries to make it sound like I'm the crazy one, then he does his level best to smash his head in using absolutely any hard surface he can find. He can't afford to lose any more brain cells. Not that he'll ever be the tiniest bit grateful, oh no, he'll find a way to turn everything into my fault, just watch. Yuuto refuses to angst properly. Author, okay, next up we're going to have another visit from Hisashi in the vault and some mind games, I love those. Yuuto, already blasted open the vault door. You were saying something? Author, get back in there. I still need to stretch the story out for 4 chapters. I can't have you escaping already. Yuuto, sorry, I need to find my nephew and make sure he's safe. Author, are you sorry though? Yuuto, not particularly. Author, then I don't feel bad either. Yuuto, about what? Author, that's for me to know and you to find out. Yuuto slid down the hallway in wet socks, narrowly avoiding a dart flying out of the wall. He jumped over a tripwire. Using a part of the vault door as a shield, he blocked another dart. As a pit trap caved the floor in, he leapt up and grabbed onto the flashing alarm overhead. At close range, the relentless sound drilled into his brain. His wet hands made it harder to hold on. Water dripped from his hair into his eyes. He swung over the pit and landed on the floor. If anything, the hallway had less traps than usual. Perhaps Hisashi had stormed off in such a rush he hadn't armed all of them. But Yuuto labored under 2 handicaps, being soaked by the sprinkler system and still feeling sick. He needed to get out of here fast. Spotting a door, he made a beeline for it, dodging traps. Fortunately, he could quickly pick the lock. Yuuto slammed the door shut behind him just in time to avoid a flying net. Still cautious, he looked around. His mask had night goggles, letting him see through the dimness. Was this a medical facility or a laboratory? Computers lined the walls, with a row of cylinders in the middle. Tubes and wires ran from the clear fluid-filled capsules. Dark shapes lurked inside. Wary of traps, Yuuto moved closer. The things in the tubes looked like black corpses with their brains exposed. One twitched and turned. Yuuto found himself staring straight into no less than 4 bloodshot eyes. These things were alive? Or some sort of reanimated corpse? Yuuto felt sick. The depths his brother would sink to should no longer surprise him. Yet still he managed to feel disappointed. Human experimentation, Hisashi? Really? Forget his pitiful, useless hopes of Hisashi changing over the last century, he'd gotten even worse. What did he even intend with these monstrosities? Was he planning something big? A cold feeling formed in the pit of Yuuto's stomach. So even when given the option of living together with Yuuto and Izuku, Hisashi preferred to screw around with corpse experimentation. He'd pick this over his family. Screw him. Yuuto was revoking the family option. And he was going to destroy these ugly monstrosities too. Yuuto ran down the row of glass cylinders, smashing his makeshift shield into each one. More alarms blared, music to his ears. At the end of the row, he turned around and gave a triumphant thumbs up. The black monsters lay on the floor or half fallen from their tubes. They started to get up. The first one sniffed the air, then looked straight at Yuuto. At this point, Yuuto realized 2 things. He was quirkless and didn't have his usual hero equipment, and he might not have thought this through very well. But Yuuto wasn't one to waste time on regrets. He turned and ran for the door. The trapped hallway now looked a lot safer than this room. As a corpse grabbed at him, he bashed it with his shield. He hadn't held back his strength at all, but the blow bounced off the rock-like skin. He barely managed to twist away in time and escape through the door. As Yuuto danced around the hallway traps, he heard the corpses behind him triggering every single one. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw the pit had gotten a couple before it had filled up. Another one had ended up in a net. One had gotten stuck to an adhesive floor patch. The remaining two were gaining on him. Yuuto ran even faster. He'd made it to a fork in the hallway when a flash of light caught his eye. He leapt over a laser, avoiding triggering the trap. His wet sock slid. He stepped on an adhesive patch of floor. His foot stuck. The corpses fell upon him. Yuuto blocked a punch with his shield. Then he bashed its head, knocking the first corpse into the second one. This bought him enough time to kick off his sock to escape the sticky trap, then leap backward, putting his back to the wall to stop himself from being surrounded. The first corpse lunged, drool dripping from its sharpened teeth. Yuuto grabbed it by its neck and used it as a shield to block a punch from the second corpse. The thing struggled. It was too strong. He couldn't hold on for long. Instead, he spun the captive corpse into the motion-detecting laser. Another net dropped down and captured the corpse, lifting it up to the ceiling. Yuuto barely let go in time. He didn't quite manage to block the second corpse's blow. His back slammed into the wall, cracking his head painfully. Unable to see, he brought up his shield and blocked another blow on instinct. Then he slammed his shield into the side of the corpse's neck. It staggered, but it didn't fall. A living human would have been dead. Like something from a horror film, it rose with its neck cracked and its eyes pointing in different directions. As the teeth went for his throat, Yuuto smashed the corpse in the chin, then followed up with a knee to the face. On its way down, it grabbed his ankle hard enough to cause bruises. If he let it get up, he'd die. He kept hitting it until it stopped moving. The hand remained fastened around his ankle. He doubled over, panting, a cough building up in the back of his throat. A crack came from above. A piece of debris bounced off his forehead. His gaze shot upward. The corpse trapped in the net had broken free and broken a huge chunk of ceiling along with it. The monster flew at Yuuto too fast. He couldn't get his leg free in time. Claws dug deep into his side. No time to feel pain. He swung his shield with all his strength, sending it into the corpse's mouth, deep enough to bisect the head. As it fell, he brought the shield down again to smash its exposed brain. Finally, no more movement. Yuuto put a hand to his side. It came back red with blood. The cut felt deep, but it hadn't struck anything vital. He could still keep moving. He fastened his torn sleeve over the injury as best as he could. The pain in his head made it hard to think. What the hell had that been? Something twisted. Wrong. His a-hole brother's creation. Anger itched under his skin, growing even stronger. Those things were dangerous. Too dangerous. With enough of them, Hisashi could pose a real threat to all of Japan. A chill ran down Yuuto's spine. He has to be stopped. You can't afford to hold back any longer. He still didn't want to face that particular reality. It lurked in the back of his mind like a missing tooth he couldn't stop prodding. This will be your last showdown. Decide in advance how far you're willing to go, because you can't afford to face your brother with your heart wavering. This is much bigger than you or your little family. The fate of Japan is at stake. You know the right thing to do. He felt glad again that he had his mask. He might be about to cry. Light fell on his face. Sunlight. Through the hole the corpse had knocked in the ceiling, he could make out another room above and a window. Precious freedom. He grabbed onto the rubble and started to climb. Yuuto had been running through the forest for some time. His head ached. His feet hurt even worse, since he didn't have shoes. The makeshift bandage had started to fall off his side. He pressed his hand to it tighter. He didn't want to leave a blood trail. Maybe he should have gone back to that laboratory to see if he could find a real bandage. But he'd been determined to get out before his big brother came back. That thought made him run faster. Fortunately, his mask had an electrical field to disable trackers, since his clothing no doubt had a couple of them. It also had a radio, but that had been damaged in the explosion. Where was he? He'd been pretty sure Hisashi hadn't had time to take him too far out of the city. Unfortunately, there was a very real possibility he'd been going around in circles. Like a miracle, a car motor growled. He turned toward the sound. Between the trees, he could make out a dirt road and a truck barreling down it. He tucked his mask into his bandage, because it might make him look suspicious. Then he ran, determined to flag down the driver. His temples throbbed. A tickle burst from his throat. He fell to his knees as coughs racked his body. Blood dribbled between his fingers. He needed to get up, but his legs wouldn't work. Sir, do you need help? Yuuto looked up. A middle-aged woman with her hair pulled back into a ponytail stood over him. Her truck door hung open where she'd hastily pulled over on the side of the. Her eyes took in Yuuto's state, from the ripped suit with undead fluids all over it to the bleeding wound in his side. You definitely need help. I have a medical kit in my truck. Can you stand? Thank you, Yuuto said between coughs, grabbing the extended arm. How far are we from Yuzutofu? We're maybe 7 minutes outside the city. I'll get you to the hospital as quickly as I can. She slung his arm over her shoulder and helped him toward the truck. No, I need you to take me to a friend's address. I have a dastardly evil to defeat. The truck driver shot him a concerned look. Are you sure you shouldn't go to the hospital? It's just, I found you in a pool of blood, and your eyes don't seem to be pointing in the same direction. Wait, did you escape from a hospital? Yuuto tried to look incredibly sane. There's no need to worry. I'm a hero. From the look on her face, he might have made it worse. Yuuto only persuaded the truck driver not to go to the emergency room by revealing he was quirkless. She knew the treatment impoverished quirkless often got at hospitals. The stories of them being chopped up for their organs weren't entirely urban legends. She dropped him off at the address he'd requested, leaving her emergency first aid kit and refusing all offers of payment. The nondescript building belonged to an old friend of his vigilante inventor who specialized in providing support equipment to other vigilantes. Although she went by Josephine Baker, he didn't know if this was her real name or a shout-out to the historical figure. Generally, she preferred her hero name, Hypatia. She'd helped him out many times before. Among other things, she'd sent him the program he'd used to hack his big brother's phone. When he staggered through her door, bleeding from his mouth and side, Hypatia immediately reached under her counter and tossed him a medical kit. I take it you're still involved in that strange business you needed help with and it hasn't gone well. Nonsense, I've already defeated quite a bit of evil today. This kit was much more advanced than the truck driver's. Yuuto pulled off his cloth bandage and replaced it with an adhesive one that melded to his skin like plastic. Hypatia had a snake's head with short blue hair and scaly skin. Her venom meant society considered her to have a villainous quirk, hence why she lived off the grid. Yuuto knew that she was related to the famous Hatsum family of inventors, that they'd disowned her, and that she kept in contact with at least a few members who passed materials on to her. He didn't ask many questions because he knew her family was a sore spot. You should take some anti-inflammatory pills, Hypatia said. Honestly, she sounded like one of his relatives. I can't afford to cloud my head. I'm headed back into the field after this. He coughed. Here. Hypatia tossed him an inhaler. Once, Hypatia had tried to persuade Yuuto to go to the hospital whenever he showed up injured on her doorstep. These days she just directed him to the medical kit with a blank, hopeless look in her eyes. And she always kept a stock of his inhalers. Blessed relief. After a huff, Yuuto finally felt like he could breathe. He leaned against the counter. I'm afraid I've lost all my equipment except my mask. What replacements do you currently have in your store? Hypatia rubbed her forehead with a claw. Why do you keep doing this? Do you think my well-connected relatives part with their supplies cheaply? Do you not appreciate the labor of love I put into crafting every item? Of course I do. Your equipment has saved my butt more times than I can count. I don't think my costume was destroyed this time. It just got confiscated by a villain. Joy, Hypatia growled. I keep 2 spare sets of your equipment in my store at all times. Because you keep losing them. You're the best. Can I borrow a phone? Hypatia rooted around in her desk. Here's a burner phone. You can keep it. Thanks. What's the largest bomb you have on hand? Hypatia stared. Yuuto said, You know I'm good for whatever it costs. That's not the problem. You've got ample credit with me after all the government officials you've chased off my back. Hypatia's forked tongue flicked out, tasting the air nervously. Are you sure you're not in over your head? Yuuto shrugged. When am I not? Hypatia laughed, a raspy sound. If you wouldn't listen to me about overhaul, I suppose you won't listen this time either. Her yellow, slitted eyes met his. They held a sober look. When you've been in the vigilante business as long as I have, you start to get a feeling for people. Some die right away, some just keep on coming back no matter the odds. You're one of the survivors. You might constantly find new and exciting ways to get hurt, but you don't die. But Yuuto? A giant bomb isn't your usual methodology. Promise me that this isn't some kind of heroic last stand. I have a young nephew to look after. You know I'd always put his future first. This had the benefit of being true without actually answering her question. Fortunately, Hypatia didn't seem to notice. She nodded. Then I'll send you off with the best equipment. As Hypatia retreated to the back of her store, Yuuto dialed All Might, careful to enter each number correctly. There was no point in calling Izuku's phone if he'd kept the spyware bug technology. Hisashi would never have lost track of him. Yuuto lived a dangerous life, so long before Hisashi had entered the picture, they'd already set up a system if anything happened to Uncle Yuuto, then Izuku was to go to All Might for help. Toshinori picked up on the second ring, sounding distracted. Hello. Toshi and I, this is Yuuto. Another new phone. You lost your second phone in a few days? Toshinori sounded concerned. Yuuto laughed nervously and imagined punching his brother in the face. It's a bit of a situation. Where's Izuku? At this time of day? In school, I'd presume. A giant hole formed in Yuuto's stomach. This made no sense. Izuku must have gone to All Might. Unless, what if something had happened to him before he could make it to All Might Tower? Inside Yuuto's head, his percentages of 95% Izuku safe, 5% Izuku in danger reversed themselves. His fingers clenched around the phone. He suppressed a coughing fit. Blood dribbled down his chin and hit the counter. What's that sound? Toshinori asked, tension leaking into his voice. It's nothing to worry about. Oh good. That's just me bleeding, no one else is hurt. Aye. Toshinori screeched. All Might sounded exactly like his older brother, although neither of them would appreciate the comparison. If he kept doing that to all his big brother figures, maybe the common denominator might be him? Yuuto explained, just a little bit of blood. Nothing, I don't cough up all the time. I have a very fancy high-tech bandage over the larger injury. He poked his side. Nothing's leaking out at all. Toshinori's voice became frantic. What happened to you? Where is young Izuku? I don't know, Yuuto admitted. It's complicated. He owed All Might a better explanation than that, especially if he was asking for help finding Izuku. He steeled himself. You see, my a-hole brother is a villain. What? Why didn't you say something sooner? You know I would have helped you. Toshinori's tone turned sharp. He kidnapped young Izuku? Yuuto said, he's actually the only person in Japan who I'm certain didn't kidnap Izuku, although I bet it's still all his fault. All Might sounded in a state of shock. What do you mean your brother is the only person in Japan who couldn't have kidnapped Izuku? I'm not saying everyone in Japan is a very likely suspect, just that it's possible. For example, you could have decided weekend visitation wasn't enough for you and kidnapped Izuku to become his new dad. I didn't do that. Great news, that means there are now 2 people in Japan who couldn't have kidnapped Izuku. We're narrowing down our suspects at an excellent rate. Not that it would even be possible for you to kidnap Izuku, Toshi and I. He'd go willingly. And I'd happily move into All Might Tower right along with him. We might actually need to do that. I'm afraid our entire apartment complex has been taken over by villains. Sorry, am I babbling? Yuuto rubbed his throbbing temples. Just how badly injured are you? Did you hit your head? Yes, I did. Or was it 3 times? Aye. On the other end of the phone, All Might inhaled deeply. Here's what we're going to do. Yuuto, you head straight to the nearest hospital. I'll start looking for Izuku. Thank you for helping me search, but I can't rest until we find him. And I have other, unfinished business. I've got to go. Before Yuuto could hang up, Toshinori shouted. Wait. Can you please explain the situation with your brother to me? Yuuto hesitated. I'm sorry. I don't want to get you involved. He couldn't bring himself to risk Toshinori's life. Hisashi would kill the hero in a heartbeat. This is between me and my brother. Family matters can be complicated. All Might's tone turned gentle. If you ask, then I promise I'll do everything in my power not to hurt your brother if I have to fight him. No. Yuto's knuckles went white on the phone. If you encounter Hisashi, you hold nothing back or he'll kill you. I'm serious. He's the most dangerous villain in Japan. I've never heard of him. Toshinori sounded skeptical. That's a sign of how dangerous he is. In a voice holding the full of the authority of someone who would have been #1 hero in Japan if the Hero Commission hadn't been a bag of DS, All Might said, I appreciate you wanting to protect me, but this is my job. I'm a hero. Half the Japanese government has been trying to assassinate me for my entire career, and I'm not dead yet. I know. In spite of himself, Yuuto smiled very slightly. It may be rather patronizing for me to try to protect a hero, but if you got hurt by my own brother, I'd feel responsible. Please give me one chance to handle this myself. If I fail, then I'll be counting on you to protect Izuku. Toshinori asked, Do you want to convince your brother to turn himself in? Something like that. I don't like how you said that. All Might's tone turned stern. I'm helping you whether you like it or not. Hypatia poked her head out of her workshop. Does this news story have anything to do with your mysterious business, Yuuto? Because as soon as I hear about the possible destruction of the entire city, I think of you. What? Into the phone, Yuuto said, I'm sorry, Toshi and I need to check something. Ignoring the protest on the other end, he turned his attention to the news. A very excited newscaster was shouting something about a giant spotted on the outskirts of the city. The grainy image looked suspiciously like Gigantomachia. Yuuto peered closer. According to the news report, the giant was in the same part of the forest he'd only just escaped from. It didn't make any sense. Wouldn't it be strange for Hisashi to draw so much attention to the location of his secret hideout? The newscaster continued, unable to confirm or deny reports of a small child on the giant's back. Wait, what? Yuuto thought very quickly. Hisashi had ordered Gigantomachia not to obey Yuuto. Did this imply that in the absence of any such instructions, Gigantomachia did obey any member of Hisashi's family? Had Hisashi ordered the giant not to listen to Izuku? Quite possibly he'd overlooked the 12-year-old. If so, a rather large mistake on his part. If Izuku was sending Gigantomachia in the direction of the vault, then he was almost certainly looking for his uncle. Although Yuuto didn't know how Izuku had found out where Hisashi had been imprisoning him, it was the only explanation. Unfortunately, Yuuto had long since vacated those premises. And Izuku was heading in the exact direction of the vault where Hisashi wanted to keep him. This seemed like a situation with many ways to rapidly go wrong if Yuuto didn't get over there immediately. He picked up his phone. Good news, Toshi and I've found Izuku. He's with the giant on the news. Don't worry, they get along fabulously. All Might shrieked. Gotta go. Yuuto hoped Toshinori would forgive him for so abruptly hanging up the phone. He didn't have a single moment to waste. Fortunately, Hypatia had his equipment laid out. His white costume with golden embroidery, the whip, several throwing knives, the rocket boots, and the golden bell. Yuuto put it on in seconds. The bomb he'd requested had a HRSS he could use to strap it around his chest and under his shrine priest coat. Izuku had given him a set of talismans for his birthday, each containing a prayer for his uncle's safety. Yuuto kept one with every copy of his costume. The cloth bag was orange with flowers and a green rabbit. He kissed it for good luck, then hung it on his belt. Finally, he fastened his fox mask over his face. Can I borrow your bike? Hypatia sighed and tossed him the keys. I won't even ask you to bring it back intact. I know you won't. So sorry. I'll pay you double whatever it's worth. Relax, I'm the one who owes you money. I owe you in a lot of ways. Just come back intact yourself, okay? As Yuuto dashed out the door, Hypatia called, By the way, Izuku came by just a little while ago to pick up your rush order. Pretty odd request. I hope it helps. What rush order? Under any other circumstances, Yuuto would have stayed to ask more questions, but he had no time. Not with Izuku headed straight toward Hisashi's most likely location. He ran for the bike. Hisashi stared at the ruined remains of the Nomu laboratory. Fluid spilled out of the broken tubes and shattered glass covered the floor. The precious experimental subjects, the very first ones to garner any success, lay scattered along the hallway, some dead and others twitching in the traps. The alarm wailed blaringly and obnoxiously. Almost as loudly, Dr. Garaki cursed up a storm. At one end of the hallway was a vault door, broken and hanging loose on its hinges. On the other end was a sizable bloodstain. His eyes kept being drawn back to the very worrying amount of blood spreading all the way to the hole in the ceiling and dripping downward. Finally, Hisashi spoke. Did I ever tell you that I was present for my little brother's birth? My precious Nomu! Dr. Garaki cried. That's why. I'm almost completely certain no one switched the babies. The doctor clutched his head and wept. At that precise moment, Gigantomachia's giant foot came crashing through the roof of the hideaway. Make time. Make. Differences in family values. Hisashi, observing the vault wreckage. He's my brother, so I probably shouldn't rip off both his legs. Probably. Dr. Garaki, you can if you want to. I don't care. I straight up turned my own grandson into a Nomu. 10 out of 10 experience, no regrets, would murder my entire family again. Hisashi, maybe I'll break his legs so many places he can't even crawl. Dr. Garaki, what if I run that DNA test on his blood again just in case? If it comes back false negative, can I use his corpse in my experiments? Hisashi, how dare you threaten my precious little brother? You make one move towards him and I'll turn you into the lab experiment. Dr. Garaki, who is an only child. I'm terrified and confused. Hashtag the older sibling experience. Nobody's allowed to murder you but me. Hashtag I'll protect this tiny thing with my life. Hashtag and also I might be about to strangle the brat myself. Hashtag vaulting provides the perfect balance between these two older sibling instincts. Hashtag as it renders the younger one both safe and less annoying. Hashtag speaking from personal experience. Make. The Yuuto experience. Yuuto, you've restored my faith in humanity, random truck driver. Good people do exist. Mankind has more good than evil. People are worth protecting. Siget Hisashi. Truck driver, sir, this is a Wendy's. Make. Death flag raised for All Might. Hisashi, why the hell would you tell All Might you're okay with being kidnapped by him? You get so angry whenever I do it. Yuuto, the difference between you and Toshinai is that I know he'd never in a million years kidnap me, so I'd go willingly if he asked. Hisashi, I don't get it. Yuuto, it makes sense if you're not psychotic. Hisashi, that's not the answer I wanted to hear, though, so I'm going to ignore it. I prefer my version of reality, where All Might is a family-stealing fraud. Make. Yuuto politely disagrees with the author as to the direction of this story. Yuuto, what's the plan? I know things look bleak right now, but this is the dark moment of the story before the ultimate triumph, right? Yuuto, you do have a plan? Author, look, I might have written myself into a corner here. Hisashi got too powerful over the years without one for all as a check on him. I made Izuku too young and you too unhealthy. All Might doesn't even have a quirk. Short of some bullshit where all for one falls into an open manhole, I'm not sure how to defeat him. Yuuto, you went into this story without a plan about how I'd win. Author, when do you ever have a plan, hero boy? Maybe I'll just slap a bad ending on this thing and call it a day. Yuuto, hold up. Author, despite the lack of good ways to end this story, there are so many possible bad endings. The Vault Time Forever bad ending. The bad ending where All for One uses Aries' quirk to rewind both Yuuto and Izuku back into small children. The Yuuto gets accidentally killed during his fight with Hisashi. Bad ending. Yuuto, why do my bad endings keep getting progressively worse? Author, then after his little brother's tragic death, Hisashi goes insane and locks Izuku up forever. Yes, I'm feeling this ending. The creative juices have started flowing. Time to get writing. Yuuto straightens. Eyes glowing. Eldritch power crackles off him. My dear author-chan? Author steps backward. Why yes? Yuuto, you can do whatever you want to me. Even if you kill me off, I'll trust that it was necessary to the story. But if you don't let Izuku live freely and accomplish his dream of becoming a hero, then I'm ripping my way straight out of this story and hunting you down. Author. Yes sir, understood. It was a stupid idea. Why would a crack fic possibly have a bad ending? Back to the drawing board. Please don't hurt me. Yuuto, sounding normal again, I'm glad we had this talk. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. Author tries to hold back terrified sobs. Yuuto sped down the dirt road on his bike. Wind bit into the injury on his side. But he'd never liked painkillers, and besides, the pain was an important signal to let him know the bandage was still keeping his important bits inside. Around where he'd encountered the truck driver, he planned to get off the road and proceed more stealthily through the forest. He just pulled over when he spotted a flash of green hair among the trees. The small figure turned, about to flee. Izuku! Yuuto cried. Izuku turned around. He wore his hero costume, a red utility belt, a green coat with rabbit ears on the hood, white gloves, and a metal mouthguard with stripes like All Might's costume. A black mask covered his eyes. His mouthguard had a pink rabbit's nose and whiskers that Yuuto had added despite Izuku not seeing the point to them. The point was that they were adorable. The uncle and nephew stared at each other. Why are you here? They both screamed. Yuuto regained his wits first. He waved Izuku over. We can talk while we make our getaway. Quickly, Yuuto texted All Might that he'd found Izuku safe and... There was no time to explain more, but he owed Toshinai that much before the poor man keeled over from stress. Izuku hopped on the bike behind Yuuto and put his arms around his waist. There was only one helmet, so of course he put it on his nephew. Yuuto turned the bike around and increased his speed. His phone kept buzzing, no doubt with frantic texts from All Might. In the interests of safety, he went straight to the most important question first. Is there a giant following us? No, Izuku said. I told Gigantomachia that Dad was in danger and we needed to go save him. My plan was to send him crashing into the hideout, and while he was distracting my dad, I'd use the hole he created to sneak in and find you. Clever. Yuuto nodded. Gigantomachia won't obey you over Hisashi, so you were wise to separate from him. Izuku said, I told him Dad was freezing to death, so he needed to pick him up and warm him. I also said that Dad might be delirious from hyperthermia, so he should cuddle him before listening to any orders. Not sure how much time that will buy us, but it seemed worth a shot. Yuuto laughed. Beautiful. I'm tempted to turn around so I can watch. I won't, of course. Another laugh escaped his lips. I'm so proud of you, kid. Moments like these make me so happy to have you as my successor. Belatedly, Yuuto remembered that the proper parental response would have been to scold Izuku for heading straight into danger. Oops. But you shouldn't have done that. You should have gone to All Might like we planned. He would have handled the rescue mission. Izuku's hands tightened around his waist. I knew Dad wouldn't kill me, but I was afraid he might kill All Might. His voice lowered to a barely perceptible whisper. He killed that girl on the news because of me, didn't he? A painful shock went straight to Yuuto's heart. He remained silent as he went through a million things he could say. None of them would suffice. Dimenu Hisashi. It's okay. I already know, Izuku said. I shouldn't have told him about how I ended up in the hospital, huh? You tried to stop me. This is all my fault. No, it's not your fault. It's his. Yuuto blinked back, tears forming at the corners of his eyes. He could barely keep his hands steady on the bike. But he had to hold himself together, for Izuku's sake. I'm sorry. I know telling you that doesn't make you feel any better. But it's true. Hisashi was already investigating into every part of your life. He would have found out whether you'd said anything or not. I was the one who couldn't stop him. Blaming yourself won't make me feel any better, Uncle Yuuto. I know, sorry. I wish I knew what to tell you. There were some kids who bullied me during my brief stint in public school, and they disappeared. So I know exactly how you feel. But I don't know how to make it any better. There weren't any words that would have made me feel better after I found out. That's okay. Saying it's not your fault, or don't feel guilty doesn't work. Yuuto took a moment to marshal his thoughts. I guess all I can tell you is this: you're going to feel guilty. That's probably a good thing, because it means you're a normal human being with a normal level of empathy. It's seekes that you have to feel like this, and I'm out of my mind with anger at my brother for it. I learned how to carry that guilt, so I know you will too, because you've always been so strong it blows my mind away. I'm here for you. I'll do everything in my power to help you. And I'll get you a therapist. I'll probably need one too. We can look into it together. That sounds good. Izuku hugged him tighter. What makes me feel the most guilty of all? I still love him. Even though I know I shouldn't, even though he's terrible, he's still my dad. Yuuto laughed darkly. Oh yeah, I could write the book on that feeling. Chapter 1. Hisashi Shigaraki is an a-hole. This actually won a tiny chuckle from Izuku. Yuuto continued, I don't know what to tell you there, other. But I spent years trying to hate my brother. It never helped. It didn't make me feel any better, and it didn't stop a single thing he did. Your feelings aren't a crime, they're entirely natural. You can love him and be angry at him and still fight him. What if a part of me wants to forgive him? Even though I know he's not sorry and he's done even worse? Isn't it selfish of me to desperately want everything to go back to the way it used to be? I'd never blame you for however you cope with the insane asylum of a family you got stuck with, kid. Never. Honestly, I felt the exact same way, and that's how he tricked me into letting my guard down and drugged me. I don't have a right answer for you. Just know that you've done nothing wrong. Yuuto felt rage building under his chest. He hated so much to see his nephew trapped in the same vicious cycle as him. It bordered on unbearable. Hey, you know what always made me feel better? Burning down one of my brother's warehouses. It was positively therapeutic. Let's find something important to your dad and set it on fire. Izuku laughed. I think you did make me feel better. Thanks, Uncle Yuuto. That wasn't a joke, you know. I was quite serious. I know. We should focus on making our escape first. How did you get out anyway? Izuku sounded a tad indignant that his grand rescue had been for nothing. Swallowed some lockpicks, blasted the door, trashed a lab. You know even Tartarus can't hold me. Yuuto hesitated. He wanted to ask Izuku how he'd figured out what had happened, how he'd found the vault, and especially about that rush order of hero supplies. But his nephew's delicate mental state was a higher priority. Right now, Izuku needed comfort, not an interrogation. They approached a gas station. Yuuto said, I'm going to run inside very, very quickly to check the news. Can you reply to All Might? He's been blowing up my phone. Izuku caught his tossed phone. Of course. Yuuto dashed into the store, intending to poke his head in and check the television. The store looked empty except for an elderly man behind the cash register. A TV hung in the corner. The newscaster was saying, increased reports of villains on the street. All citizens are advised to stay indoors. Yuuto blinked. He'd been hoping for word on Gigantomachia. For the giant to have been pushed out of the news, something big must be going on. The newscaster continued, the mayor's status remains unknown as the hostage-takers have yet to issue any demands. The television showed City Hall. Barricaded and surrounded by police. Yuuto had a very bad feeling. Could Hisashi have arranged this? If he thought he could drag Yuuto out of hiding by taking the mayor hostage, then he was right actually. Yuuto couldn't ignore this situation if it was his fault, even though he despised the mayor for his discrimination against the quirkless. What to do? The man behind the cash register spoke softly into the phone. His eyes briefly met Yuuto's. The nervousness in them betrayed his intentions even before Yuuto overheard him saying, yes, he has green eyes too. Yuuto ran. Izuku was speaking into the phone. There's not a scratch on me, All Might. I promise. Why would Uncle Yuuto need to go to the hospital? Yuuto scooped up his nephew and set him on the bike. He found us. Now. He heard Toshinori's faint sigh before Izuku hung up. As the bike tore down the road, Yuuto explained, we've been spotted. Hisashi always did have connections everywhere, it was such a pain back in the old days. If we can make it into city limits, he won't be able to come after us so openly. Got it? Izuku held on to him as they sped up. Yuuto breathed a sigh of relief as the buildings around them turned into skyscrapers. He headed straight for All Might Tower, the safest place to leave Izuku. The first time someone snapped a picture of him, he tried to dismiss it as a coincidence. When a gang of giggling girls all held up their phones in his direction, he brought his bike to a stop. He didn't think it very likely these high school girls were working for All for One, so he decided to risk talking to them. Did you take a picture of me? The lead girl popped her bubblegum. For the online challenge. Yuuto swallowed. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about. Nice try. How many white-haired people with green-haired children are cosplaying heroes? She grinned like they were playing a fun game. Look, both of your pictures checked out. I just won 1,000,000 yen. She laughed in glee. Thank you. The blood drained from Yuuto's face. Izuku grabbed his arm. Look, he whispered, pointing at another person further down the street taking their picture. We've got to get out of here. No longer confident that Hisashi wouldn't attack them in public, Yuuto nodded. His primary goal was to get away from this spot ASAP. Then they needed disguises. The bike shot off at top speed. He had no idea where he was going. Yuuto's ability with directions had the exact same problem as his ability with numbers, especially in a crisis. Quite possibly another dyscalculia symptom. He just tried to get as far away as possible. A few blocks later, Yuuto parked the bike behind a dumpster. He whispered to his nephew, "Stay here. I'm going to see if I can find any clothes in the trash." A wig would be even better, but that might be too much to hope for. You'd better text All Might to tell him we can't head straight for the tower. I don't want anyone tracking us there. We'll figure something out. Izuku nodded. Yuuto spotted a filthy black hat poking out of the dumpster. It would be better than nothing. He scrambled up the side of the dumpster and reached. Something wet dripped down his side. Blood. When had he started to bleed through the bandage? His hand slipped. He fell to the ground with a hard thud. Sliding, he smacked into the dumpster. A bruise formed on top of the bruise on his head. There he is. A gang of men blocked off the alley, their costumes and demeanor screaming villains. Swearing, Yuuto leapt to his feet. His head spun, turning the enemies into a hazy mirage. He could barely lift his arm. His fingers failed to close around his whip. A red and blue blur landed on the ground between them. Detroit smash. All Might's glove shot out a cannon which sent the villains flying. I'm here. Like an avenging angel, he fell on them in a whirling rage, knocking them out in seconds. Yuuto wanted to help, but Izuku had run over and put a hand over his injury. Why didn't you say something? His nephew demanded as he applied pressure to the bleeding. All Might whirled around. From the expression on his face, he looked like his hair was about to turn as white as Yuuto's other big brother. Pointing, he barked, "You too, hospital now." Izuku said, "I'm not injured." Hospital. Now. All Might's eyes blazed as blue as lightning. For the first time since they'd met, Yuuto's new big brother looked as terrifying as his old one. After they explained about the strangers with cameras, Toshinori didn't take them to a public hospital. Instead, he called for an unmarked car with tinted windows to transport them to a medical facility inside All Might Tower. Through his connections, he even called Recovery Girl over. In short order, Yuuto felt as healthy as he ever did. In other words, visit. Sitting in the living room, Yuuto sipped a cup of tea and reached for the TV remote. Izuku entered the room. I'll save you the trouble of checking the news. All Might has been called in to save the mayor from the villains who took him hostage. It's definitely my dad, right? Yeah, but this is just a distraction. He's not there. Yuuto stood up. All Might's gone? Great. Previously, Toshinori had been asking gentle questions about why Yuuto's outfit resembled the infamous vigilante white-haired menace, why had that stupid name stuck so well, and what he'd been saying about a villain brother. Yuuto's strategy of faking a concussion wouldn't let him avoid that conversation forever. Time for me to make my escape. He started putting his hero gear back on. Where are we going? Izuku asked. Yuuto raised a finger. You're not going anywhere. This is the safest place for you to stay while I find Hisashi. Izuku bit his lip. What are you planning to do? Finish this. I want to come too. Izuku crossed his arms. I have some things I'd like to say to him. Whoa, no way. It's too dangerous. Ugh, Yuuto felt like he was turning into his big brother, saying something like that. But he meant it. This time, he needed to break the cycle between him and his brother before Izuku became trapped in it too. One way or another. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Mind explaining what you're planning that's so dangerous? What did you just strap around your waist? His voice sounded even more deadly for its sudden calm, like the eye of the storm. Nothing, don't worry about it. Yuuto tucked his coat over the bomb. When Toshinai returns, I want you to tell him everything. Don't leave out any details about All for One's danger level. He needs to know. Then, please tell him how grateful I am to him for everything. Izuku shrieked, I'm extremely worried. You sound like a walking death flag. You're clearly not planning to come back. I'm not letting you leave alone. Yuuto tossed him a sad smile. This is what I have to do. He didn't add for your sake because that would only cause pain. I love you. He opened the window and leapt out of it, into the cool night air. The jets on his boots caught him and lowered him to the ground. Hypatia made good products. Finally, he was alone. As it should be. Driving the bike down the dark road, Yuuto considered how to find his brother. It wouldn't be hard to make Hisashi come to him, but what location would be best? Somewhere civilians wouldn't get hurt. But he doubted he could make it all the way out of the city without getting spotted. He remembered his old apartment building, completely vacated of all residents. He turned his bike down the familiar route. Contrary to what other people thought, he hadn't made a grand decision to die. But he did have a certain instinct for fights, and it was telling him to stay away from this one. Unfortunately, he couldn't do that. When it came to permanently ending his fight with his brother, he had no good options. At various points stuck in a vault, he'd longed to give Hisashi a taste of his own medicine by throwing him in jail. But the government had been too thoroughly rotted. After having experienced Tartarus Human Experiment Division personally, he'd never send his brother there. He wouldn't have let a total stranger suffer at their hands, much less someone he still couldn't help but love. Besides, he suspected if the current corrupt government got their hands on All for One's power, they might become even worse than All for One. He didn't have the resources to imprison his brother in his own equivalent of a vault. He could ask All Might for help, but he knew that would end with Hisashi breaking out and killing anyone in his way. Yuuto couldn't have Toshinai's blood on his hands. He couldn't. Running away from Hisashi forever wouldn't work. The last day had demonstrated the depths of his brother's frightening influence. Furthermore, if Hisashi was willing to take hostages to lure Yuuto out, then he couldn't help but be lured. He'd already tried striking a deal. It hadn't worked. So that left his final, fatal, fratricidal option. He'd never be able to look Izuku in the eye again if he killed his dad. Hell, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. But Yuuto doubted he'd walk away from that fight alive anyway. Damn you, Hisashi, for making it come to this. Yuto's fingers tightened on the handlebars. He'd give it one last shot to talk to his brother. To see if there could possibly be any other way. Even if he didn't truly believe it. But there was a small child inside of him, kicking and screaming and begging for the life of his beloved brother. You realize it's more likely you'll die than him? Especially if you keep holding back. Coward. What right do you have to want to save him when everyone he's ever killed had loved ones too? Yuuto remembered Izuku's pain question. Was it wrong to still love Hisashi? If yes, then he supposed he'd go to hell alongside his big brother. As Yuuto approached his apartment, he passed the same elderly woman who'd been watching the building since the beginning. She gasped and dove for her phone. He shot her a tight-lipped smile and parked his bike against the side of the building. He felt other eyes on him, but no one tried to stop him as he walked into the building and climbed the stairs. His apartment door was locked. Of course, his key had vanished wherever his brother had disposed of his old clothes. He picked the lock and stepped inside. His home looked quite empty and lonely without his family there. A cough built in his throat. Please, not now. He went to the cupboard and made himself a cup of honey tea. The cough never quite emerged. It might have been stress rather than illness. Hopefully. As Yuuto sat at the table sipping his tea, Hisashi burst through the door. Wrinkles and even traces of dirt smeared his expensive suit. Stress wrote lines across his face. Wild-eyed, he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Yuuto raised his all-might mug. "I came back for this. It's my favorite cup." The joke fell flat. Hisashi just stared at him. Yuuto sighed. "I came here to talk to you, of course. What, do you think I didn't know you'd have this place watched? Do you truly consider me that stupid? Where's Izuku? He's safe." "That's not what I asked. It's what you should have asked." Hisashi's eyes narrowed. "You don't seem to understand the position you're in." "You don't seem to understand yours either," Yuuto said coldly. "Izuku is suffering terribly because of what you did. He's doubting if he wants to have a relationship with you. Because you infected him with your absurd ideals." "Stop it, Hisashi. You did this. Now the question is, are you going to try to make it right, or are you going to force Izuku to stay with you whether he wants to or not?" Hisashi gaped as if the possibility Izuku might leave was completely alien to him. "He's my son. Try to put the emphasis on son, not mine." Yuuto set down his mug and stood up. The air felt hot and tense, making his hand inch toward his whip. A yawning crevasse of differences in their ideals lay before him, yet he tried one more time. "Think about what's best for Izuku, not what you want." Hisashi looked at him with total incomprehension. "I don't have the time to listen to your nonsense. I need you to be contained so I can focus on finding Izuku." He raised his hand, and threads shot forth to capture. In a fluid motion, Yuuto pulled his electrical whip from his belt. It crackled green as it sliced through the threads. "Does it have to be this way? Can't we talk a little longer?" He hated how close his voice sounded to tears. "Bring Izuku here, and I'll talk as long as you'd like." The solitary living room light cast strange shadows across Hisashi's face. "It's not safe for a child to be out there alone." Yuuto sighed. "Ah, that's the one thing I can't give you." As his brother sent a shockwave at him, he dodged. His boots propelled him to the other end of the room. "There's no point to this. I can tell you don't have one for all any longer," Hisashi said. "I've always been more than the quirk you forced upon me." Several attacks came at him at once. A blast of air from his bell protected him. Yuuto shot up toward the ceiling as the big-screen TV shattered. The whip tangled with a mixture of sticky threads and red, crackling energy. Seeing Hisashi approach from his other side, Yuuto found a knife in his belt and threw. At the same time, he dodged the threads, landing on the sofa. Despite his bravado, he was stuck purely on the defensive. It cost him every bit of his years of training and fighting experience just to stay ahead of the attacks. He understood, quite clearly, that if this dragged on too long, Hisashi might call in reinforcements for help. Then it would be all over. The bomb felt heavy against his chest. Once he crossed this line, there'd be no turning back. Succeed, and he'd be dead. Fail, and Hisashi probably wouldn't give him another opportunity to die no matter how badly he came to want it. A drill-like bone shot for his midsection. He couldn't let it hit the bomb, and in his frantic roll, it nicked his arm. Hisashi laughed. Weak and foolish as ever. Yuuto saw red. His hand very nearly reached for the bomb's pin, but that wasn't what this was about. Another shockwave refocused his attention where it belonged. His bell's armor barely saved him. He dove behind the sofa, wincing as it broke in two. Wood shards dug into his clothing, not quite getting through to draw blood. He lashed his whip at his brother, but he'd known it wouldn't connect even before Hisashi leapt away. Blood dripping from his arm and his whip curling around his feet, he met his brother's eyes. "I told you before, Hisashi, that I'll kill you before I let you put Izuku in a vault. This may be our last chance. Isn't there any other way?" He teetered on the edge between rage and despair. "Like you haven't always been trying to kill me?" Hisashi glared at him. "You don't have the ability." "What?" "No, I mean I've been trying to defeat you, but I wouldn't go as far as to kill you." "You couldn't tell?" Yuuto's throat felt tight. He had a nagging suspicion he'd never gotten close enough to winning to prove if his intentions were murderous or not. But they never had been. Even now, he still didn't know if he could go through with it. "It doesn't matter, because you aren't strong enough to do it. I just trashed your hideout and your creepy lab. Do you want me to be proud that you destroyed my property again? I want you to stop treating me like an idiot child and acknowledge my threat level. I truly have been holding back whether you believe me or not. If I go full out, we won't both walk away. I can make threats too. Red energy crackled around Hisashi, rendering him unrecognizable. His eyes had turned nearly black. If you don't bring Izuku to me, then I'll find him. I'll kill every person involved in keeping him from me. Especially the blonde moron you both tried to replace me with. Yuto's vision went white. He thought of Toshinai lying dead. He thought of Izuku asking if it was wrong for him to love his father. He thought of how his nephew would be utterly destroyed if he had to watch Hisashi kill All Might. Izuku would blame himself. Then he'd take the responsibility for stopping his father on his own shoulders. He'd hate himself enough to die doing it. And then, he'd end up in the same situation as Yuto right now. Do you know what that would do to Izuku? The death of a stranger already hurt him so much. If you killed someone he loved because of him, it would break him. Please. For this, he would beg. There was no yielding on Hisashi's face, only triumph. You can't stop me. You'll never be able to win against me. A deadly calm came over Yuto. I can't win, but I can kill you. Let's dance together in hell, big brother. He'd found the one reason that would drive him to kill his own brother. So Izuku wouldn't have to do it. He reached for the pin of the bomb. Something in his eyes must have tipped his brother off. Hisashi's face became deadly as his palms glowed red. Maybe in the last seconds before he died, his brother might take him seriously for a moment. Hisashi sent a bone drill forward. It whistled by Yuto's ear as he sidestepped. He grabbed the bomb's pin. At that precise moment, Izuku flung open the door of the apartment. It happened so fast. Neither brother had time to react. The bone drill went straight into Izuku's side. He flew backward in a spray of blood. A strangled sound came from his throat, then he fell deadly silent and still. Omake time. Omake. Survival instinct is also a recessive trait. Hisashi, that's not funny, and this omake is cancelled because I'm murdering the author. Hisashi screamed, a sound of grief and fury unlike anything Yuto had ever heard from his brother's throat. Yuto ran for his nephew. Izuku lay in the hallway, his hood fallen off and blood seeping through his green coat. Yuto was closer and reached him faster. He slammed his hands over the injury, trying to hold that precious fluid inside. His mind had deteriorated into a steady chant of no, no, no. The door flew off its hinges. Hisashi dropped to his knees, grabbing for his son. Izuku cracked one open and whispered, "Dad, are you proud of me?" Then he went limp. Hisashi's hands slammed down on top of bloody hole, his fingers overlapping with Yuto's. Glowing power exploded from him. The injury in Izuku's body shrank and vanished. Even his coat reknitted itself. But Izuku lay still on the floor. He didn't so much as twitch. Why isn't he moving? Hisashi screamed. I don't know. Yuto didn't even think his brother was talking to him. Hisashi scooped Izuku up in his arms. Power exploded from him in all directions. All the way to the end of the hallway, light bulbs shattered and doors blasted inward. Red energy crackled from the floor to the ceiling. The entire apartment building started to rock. Yuto had been on the verge of a full mental breakdown ever since he'd watched the drill hit Izuku, but in a crisis, he knew how to let a part of his brain separate itself from the rest and coldly think. All of his brain power focused on one question: why wasn't Izuku waking up? He pulled together several other questions he'd been turning over in his mind. How had Izuku figured out where to find Hisashi's vault? What was the rush job he'd gotten from Hypatia? Why would he ask such a strange question on the brink of unconsciousness? The clues slotted together. He finally understood what Izuku wanted. And he was going to make it happen no matter what. Yuto stood up. Stop before you collapse the apartment. His brother's eyes looked blank and uncomprehending. The metal in the walls screamed. The window at the end of the hallway exploded as the whole wall warped inward. Yuto yanked Izuku from Hisashi's arms. This finally got him a reaction, a low, angry growl. He glared, completely unimpressed. Izuku fell asleep because of the energy used by your new quirk. If you cease your racket and let him sleep, he'll recover. The first part was a lie, but he spoke it with complete confidence, because the second part was true. Turning on his heel, Yuuto marched to Izuku's bedroom and placed his nephew down on the bed. Some measure of color returned to Hisashi's face. His eyes still didn't look sane. "Doctor. I'll take him to my doctor." He reached for his phone. "Nope, keep the creepy corpse experiment guy away from Izuku," Yuuto said. "I'm not letting you take him anywhere. He'd never come back again." As he walked into the dining room, Yuuto counted his steps, making sure he'd gotten his bomb out of range of Izuku. Hisashi growled, "How would you stop me?" "Like this." Yuuto yanked back his coat to reveal the bomb strapped around his waist. For once, he'd succeeded in silencing his brother. Hisashi had probably had a few too many shocks today. He seemed frozen in horror. This moment was Yuto's window of opportunity. Yuuto grabbed a towel off the oven handle and tossed it at his brother. "Wipe the blood off your hands and sit down." An unfunny smile twisted his face. "It's rather symbolic, don't you think, that we both have our blood on his hands?" He glanced down at the red stains crusting his fingers. "For Izuku's sake, I'm putting an end to this. Right here, right now, we're reaching an agreement so that this never happens again." He slammed a bottle of wine down on the table between them. "Or else we'll both die together in this room, and then All Might can adopt Izuku." The horrified look on Hisashi's face would have been comical under any other circumstances. Yuuto took a long swig of wine straight from the bottle, then shoved it at his brother. The alcohol hit his bloodstream in a rush. "All right, I'm ready to start talking." Hisashi didn't make a move toward the bottle. He vibrated with tension. "We can have this conversation without a bomb." "I think we can't, because if I didn't have this you'd have already attacked me. Don't make any sudden movements, by the way. I have a very trigger-happy finger." Hisashi finally sipped from the bottle. "Then what the hell do you want?" That might sound like a concession, but it wasn't. His big brother meant, "What do I have to pretend to agree to long enough to get that bomb off you, then knock you unconscious?" This was going to be a long night. Yuuto sighed and drank more wine. "Where did it all go wrong? Didn't you start out wanting to save people, like how we worked together to rescue everyone from those quirk traffickers who caught you back when we were kids?" Hisashi slammed his hands down on the table. "For the love of God, I was never the slightest bit interested in saving people. I got captured while trying to buy quirks off the traffickers." His face paled as he realized what he'd let slip. I never exactly worked with those traffickers, and I did help their victims in the end, namely by ridding them of unwanted quirks." Yuuto stared at his brother. "You know, that actually explains a lot." Hisashi wouldn't meet his eyes. "Does what happened back then matter at this point?" "It matters, but not for the reason you're thinking. Not because I'm angry at you though I am, but because I finally understand where the two of us diverged." Yuuto took another long sip of wine. "I've been going at it wrong from the beginning, haven't I? I thought I could convince you to go back to being a hero, but you never were a hero. And you have about as much desire to become a hero as you do to marry All Might and raise Izuku together. You're not wrong, but for the love of my sanity, please pick a different example. If I'd realized that 100 years ago, I would have approached everything differently. So your opinion of me has gotten even lower." "Joy," Hisashi said bitterly. "It's not like that. This is me trying my hardest to understand you. I don't get why anyone wouldn't want to be a hero, but I won't try to talk you into it any longer." Yuuto rubbed his forehead. "But there are some things I can't accept. This is about way more than comic book principles. There were animated corpses in your lab, Hisashi, what the F dash? You threatened to kill people Izuku cares about. You already did kill someone because of him. I know you don't care about people outside your family, but can you at least try to care about how guilty that made him feel? Everything I did for him. Doesn't make it any better. Sometimes makes it worse. Whenever you told me that you'd done everything to protect me, that only made me feel more like it was my responsibility to stop you. Even if I died doing so." Those last words made Hisashi pale. Yuuto drove the knife home. "Like how you almost killed Izuku. You're the one who indoctrinated him with your stupid, reckless ideals," Hisashi growled. Yuuto laughed. I have bad news for you. Izuku was leaping into danger to save people before he even met me. Like it or not, you've got heroes in your family tree. So how rough are you willing to play with Izuku? I see you eyeing your vault, but are you ready to play another round of the hunger strike game? You can't steal his quirk because without it he'll end up paralyzed again, but maybe you'd like that a little too much. I would not like Izuku being paralyzed, Hisashi growled. I would definitely find him another healing quirk before taking one for all. Oh, so he'd thought about doing it. Yuuto bared his teeth. Unfortunately for you, one for all can't be stolen. Izuku will never give it to you voluntarily because he's the type of person who will never stop fighting. If you can barely handle me without killing me, then you'll definitely end up killing your son someday, because Izuku is far smarter and more talented than me. Are you going to drive your relationship with your son off the same cliff your relationship with your brother nosedived from? Or do you want to try something different? What can we do differently? Hisashi asked. Despite the clear sarcasm, it was a good sign that he was asking the question at all. You won't compromise with me. You just want me to accept your insanely dangerous lifestyle while giving up my own ambitions, then stand back and watch you die from your stupid heroics. I actually am trying to figure out what I'm willing to compromise on. I just need more time to think about it. Yuuto sipped from the bottle. We were both guilty of trying to change each other. I'm going to try to learn to live with the brother I have instead of the one I wanted to have. Do you think you can accept the son you have instead of the son you wanted to have? Hisashi reared backward, affronted. Izuku is perfect. Yeah, well, I remember a time when I was the apple of your eye. Then I started defying you and stopped being perfect. All you could do was talk about how stupid and worthless I was. Yuuto suddenly needed another drink. I can tell you right now, you're going to go through the same thing with Izuku. He's not going to give up on being a hero. You just get to decide how you're going to cope with it. Hisashi drank from the bottle. I always did wonder where I went wrong with you. I'm not interested in rehashing that one, Yuuto growled. I'm tired of being treated like a mistake you're still trying to correct. If there's any chance of us making this work, you need to understand that your window of opportunity to parent me has closed. You're going to have to live with the result you got, no matter how much it disappoints you. By the way, if you ever call Izuku a disappointment like you did to me, I'm taking him and disappearing where you'll never see us again. I wouldn't. Hisashi gazed at him with a funny look in his eyes. I didn't realize how much that bothered you. Drinking more wine, Yuuto said, it doesn't. I'm only saying this for Izuku's sake. His self-esteem doesn't need more damage. Whenever I told you what a disappointment you were, you only fought me even harder. I think I just realized something important. Let's drop it. This is at least partly about the dyscalculia, isn't it? You always acted like you didn't care about my expectations, but maybe you felt like you couldn't live up to them? Is that why you quit trying? Both with school and with our relationship? Your expectations were impossibly high. But I'm not saying that because I care. I don't. I'm not only disappointed in you, Hisashi said, not managing to sound very convincing. Really? Name one thing you're proud of me for. Hisashi stuttered. You're smart, you're strong. You have great hair. Nephew. I mean it. Even after not showering for days in the vault, it still stayed so fluffy. That's pure good genetics. You're going to want to drop that line of conversation, big brother. Yuuto's fingers tightened on the bottle. He took a sip so he didn't throw it in his brother's face. Was I a good dad to you? Hisashi asked quietly. Yes, Yuuto replied without hesitation. Because no matter what had happened afterward, he'd always rise to the defense of the big brother from his early childhood. Hisashi rubbed his forehead. You frequently said the opposite when you were a teenager. There were a lot of things a child couldn't see. It wasn't until after I adopted Izuku that I understood how hard it must have been for you to effectively become my only parent before you even hit PB. Especially in the middle of a massive, deadly social upheaval. I think by the standards of preteen fathers, you absolutely killed it like a boss. I think that if you'd been even a tiny bit less smart and talented, we'd both be dead now. And I also think that it was never fair to ask a preteen to raise a baby to begin with, so of course you made mistakes. These things aren't contradictory. Now you're not a child, you should be able to do a better job with Izuku. If you still can't handle your control issues at your current advanced age, then yes, I'm going to judge you. I want to do better with Izuku. Hisashi stared at the wine bottle like it might hold the answers to the universe. I don't want to end up fighting him like I did with you. Just when Yuuto started to feel hope, of course his brother had to add, but my first priority as his father has to be keeping him alive and safe. It was all Yuuto could do not to scream. Maybe I haven't been clear enough. If you try to put Izuku in a vault, I won't let either of us walk away alive. His grip tightened on the bomb around his waist. Stop! Hisashi shouted. We can strike a deal. Do you think I don't know that you'll tell me whatever I want to hear, then break your promise as soon as I take off the bomb? It would all end like their last betrayed deal. His big brother couldn't be trusted. Sweat dripped down Yuto's neck. He teetered between that familiar insane rage and a deadly calm. Understand that if I went this far once, I can do it again. After I've broken out so many times, you think I can't do it once more? Before Izuku walked through that door, I was ready to die killing you, Hisashi. Time to decide what you're willing to give up to stop us from getting to that point again. Because this is our last chance. Then what are your terms? Hisashi asked, his eyes blazing. The tension in the air betrayed his intentions. One word wrong, and he'd try to see if he could take out Yuto's arm before he pulled the pin. Light very faintly crackled on his palms. No. I don't think there's any point in striking a deal. You'll only break it. Yuuto only came to this realization as he spoke it out loud. His idea crystallized. I can't change you. You can only change yourself. At best, I can offer you an incentive to change. Here it is. Moving very slowly, so there could be no misunderstanding, Yuuto took off the bomb and placed it on the table. Hisashi grabbed the bomb and disintegrated it. Then he did something to make the ashes vanish. It seemed excessive, but he looked very stressed out, so Yuuto didn't comment. Yuuto folded his hands to disguise their shaking. Now you have a choice. You can attack me, then I'll fight back, and you'll probably win. Or you can use your ridiculous amounts of money to repair the damage you did to my apartment, then live here again with me and Izuku. With a new policy of openness. I'll let you track our phones to your paranoid little heart's content. But in exchange, I'll put another tracker on yours too. Hisashi stared. I don't understand. What's the catch? I'm going to tell Izuku every single villainous thing you do. I won't ask you to stop, that's your choice. But you'll have to commit every deed knowing that each time will come closer to destroying your relationship with your son. Yuto's heart raced a mile a minute. His throat felt as dry as the desert. This was it, the moment that would make or break everything. He took a deep breath and continued, I'm not telling you to quit being a villain. I'm suggesting that you could make the people you love very happy if you pull back on the worst stuff. I don't care if you troll our corrupt government, I enjoy doing that myself. I can live with petty theft. I'm not cool with murder. I suspect Izuku's line will be similar to mine, though you should ask him, because ultimately, it will be his call. I plan to keep living here as long as Izuku wants to. The instant he comes to me and says he wants to leave, I'll take him away. There was an unreadable expression in his older brother's eyes. And if you catch me lying, the deal is off? Yuuto laughed. Of course not. I know you'll lie. And you know I'm very good at discovering your lies. Every time you cover up a crime, you'll have to ask yourself if it's worth potentially ending your relationship with your son. It will only be harder for you to gauge how close Izuku is to running away if you don't know how much he knows. His teeth gleamed in a malicious smile. You tried to keep secrets from me, remember how that turned out? Only you can decide if you want to make the same mistakes with your son. I suggest you at least try to make new ones. That sounds tolerable. I can't believe you came up with something that actually could work, Hisashi said. But Yuuto didn't relax. He stared straight into his older brother's eyes. Cold darkness stared back at him. A deep, insatiable hunger. Whatever Hisashi might claim about wanting a happy family, part of his protectiveness had always been about power and control. He liked keeping his loved ones in a vault. This would all come down to whether Hisashi could put his son's well-being over what he wanted. Dad. Izuku stood in the doorway. His hair flopped over his forehead. He rubbed his eyes. What happened? Something hit me, then it hurt. I feel fine now, though. His tone sounded genuinely confused, though Yuuto wasn't buying it. That innocent look in his nephew's eyes always meant he was up to some trick. Yuuto felt even more certain of his original suspicions. Hisashi ran over and pulled his son into a hug. Izuku, are you certain you're all right? You don't feel any pain? Not in the slightest, Izuku assured him. What happened? Hisashi flinched. A stupid fight. One you never should have been involved in. It won't happen again. Over Izuku's shoulders he met Yuto's eyes and nodded very slightly. Yuuto understood the message, deal accepted. A bit of plaster fell to the floor. Hisashi whirled around and disintegrated it, his eyes darting around paranoidly. Yuuto examined one wall partly caved in and cracks spreading along the ceiling. Shall we vacate the building? My brother seems to have broken it. Oh, like you had nothing to do with it, Hisashi grumbled as he ushered Izuku toward the door. Nonsense, my attacks were too laughably weak to do any damage, Yuuto said, knowing his brother would never be able to bring himself to disagree with this statement. That's why you're paying for all the repairs. Izuku, your dad promised if any All Might merchandise turned out to be damaged, he'd recompense us with twice the number in replacement. Hisashi sputtered. Why you? Izuku clapped his hands. Thanks so much, Dad. Yuuto slapped his brother on the back, then leaned down to whisper, Now I know that you can't bring yourself to disappoint your son, surely you realize I'll be exploiting this flaw mercilessly? The look on his big brother's face wasn't quite enough revenge for the vault, but it was a good start. Make time. Make, Izuku isn't paid enough to be family therapist. Hisashi, if you keep insisting that I didn't fail at raising you, then why do you hate me so much? Yuuto, it's not that I hate you. That was never what this was about. Hisashi, you won't stop fighting me. Yuuto, I'm trying to stop you from murdering people. Hisashi, why do you care if I'm not trying to kill you? I don't understand. Yuuto, your lack of understanding is kinda the whole problem. Repeat after me, murdering people is wrong. Hisashi, murdering people is wrong if you get caught. Yuuto, sighs. Make the original story ending. Hisashi, monologuing, and that foolish little brother, is why you'll always. A pit opens up underneath all for one. He falls. He dies. The end. Yuuto looks at the author. What? You wanted a happy ending. This is a happy ending. Yuuto, Izuku will be heartbroken that you killed his dad. Even I just feel so, I thought I could handle it but now I'm seeing it, I don't want it to end like this. Author, wait, that's why you object to this bullshit ending? Stop being so dim and picky. Yuuto, I never wanted my brother dead. Also, I doubt something like that could kill him. Author, I swear, I've never written a character with this level of sass and backtalk. The first user from Clone Blues was more sweet-tempered and never threatened me. Please just let me end this story. Please. Hisashi crawls out of the pit after having resurrected himself with one of his many quirks. Oh, this is far from over. Author, see what you've done. By pointing out the logical inconsistencies, you resurrected your evil brother. He's your problem now, oh great hero. You can figure out how you want this story to end and make it happen with your own two hands. I'm going to go get drunk and mourn the loss of my sanity. Ever since that whole mess with his miraculously reappearing older brother, it had been months since Yuuto had the time for any vigilante activity. He'd missed it. In the wee hours of the morning, he crept down the streets wearing his white silk costume with his fox mask covering his face. He'd planned a simple mission for his first one since adjusting to the loss of his quirk. Just slip into the Yakuza boss mansion, empty a safe, and scribble a few 21st century memes. Nothing too strenuous. He hummed to himself as he started climbing the mansion's wall. Heroing was his true passion in life. As Yuuto approached the mansion, a patrolling Yakuza member passed by. Yuuto drew his electric whip, planning to knock the man unconscious. Instead, the Yakuza paled, then dropped to his knees. Please don't kill me. I'll give you anything you want. For a moment, Yuuto was confused. Then came a prickling suspicion. Slowly he turned around. Hisashi leaned against a tree, watching him. He wore a black suit and his trademark skull-like mask. Yuuto growled, "What are you doing here?" His older brother raised his hands. "Have I done anything to interfere with you? We're merely walking in the same direction. I haven't lifted a single finger. Carry on with your business." More Yakuza ran out of the house, attracted by the noise. At the sight of All for One, they dropped their weapons and sank to their knees. The leader put his head to the ground and begged, "Please, great All for One, I have no idea how we attracted your attention, but we'll give you anything you want." "Isn't that lovely?" Hisashi asked. "Yuuto, tell them what you plan to acquire, then we'll head home." Yuuto raised his eyes to the heavens. "Why do you have to be so overprotective? I could have handled this easily." Hisashi blinked innocently. "I haven't done anything. You stole my fight. I feel like a true hero would be happy this situation ended without bloodshed instead of selfishly seeking glory." Hisashi smiled brightly. "Assuming, of course, that you're a true hero, not a self-aggrandizing, reckless grandstander." Growling, Yuuto said, unable to come up with a better response. Behind him, the Yakuza kept wailing and begging for their lives. The impossible had occurred. His older brother had found a way to ruin being a hero for him. "You are such an a-hole." Yuuto sighed. Hisashi grinned. "Don't you know it, foolish little brother?" Yuuto headed back to his apartment to change out of his costume. Though the building looked more like a mansion after Hisashi had rebuilt it. The exterior had a fountain, pillars at the entrance, sculpted bushes, and a very high fence with a lot of guns. The interior looked even more ornate, from the large gilded windows to the vases and metal sculptures in every corner. It wasn't to Yuuto's taste, but interior decorating was harmless as Hisashi's hobbies went and might even keep him out of other trouble. When Yuuto emerged from his room, Hisashi handed him a cup of tea. His older brother sat down on the sofa with his own cup and perused the newspaper. "Thank you," Yuuto said. Subtly, he dipped his pinky in the tea. He'd started using undercover colors, a line of nail polish designed to help women discreetly detect drags in their drinks. If the nail polish changed color on contact with a liquid, it was roofied. He waited to confirm nothing happened, then took a sip of tea. On some level, Yuuto knew he had no rational reason to fear. Their current truce had been going better than he'd ever expected. If things did start to go sideways, there would be warning signs. And it was unlikely that Hisashi would try the same trick twice in a row. But trauma wasn't rational. It would be a long time before he started trusting food and drink from his brother, if that ever happened. Hisashi didn't like it, but then he'd never liked living with the consequences of his own actions. Yuuto pulled out a comic book to read as he drank his tea. The main character was clearly an All Might XP, one of the reasons he enjoyed it. Into the air, as if talking to himself, Hisashi said, "Whitewashing all my businesses into legitimate ones has been going fabulously. It's a lot of work, but I suppose as the new mayor of this city, I need to protect my image." Yuuto grunted and sank lower in his seat. Of course his older brother was still gloating about being elected mayor. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you happy, my adorable little brother? You're the one who wanted me to go straight. I'm doing it all for you and Izuku. I even provided you and your hero friends with so much evidence against all those corrupt politicians." Hisashi smiled like a Buddha. Isn't it a lovely turn of luck that removing them from office left such a large power vacuum? Yuuto twitched. He'd seen his brother's campaign plans to run for Prime Minister of Japan at the next opportunity. It very much worried him how plausible those plans looked. In his brief tenure as mayor, Hisashi had already become nationally popular. Hisashi said, "You helped me out so much by exposing the corruption among my rivals for power. It's almost like we're working together the way I always wanted." Oh, he had a lot of nerve. Yuuto gripped his All Might mug like he was strangling it. Once, he'd believed in democracy as the shining ideal of governance. Now he realized the average voter was dumber than a sack of rocks. His brother's charm and wit had easily won over the public. Hisashi made them laugh, and they didn't even notice he was laughing at them. "I want to thank you, Yuuto, I really do," Hisashi said. "This is so much better than my original plan to take over Japan. When the stupid masses hand over power willingly, It's even more emotionally satisfying. Yuuto nursed his cup of tea and hated the universe for letting down his ideals. Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Am I annoying you? Not at all, Yuuto mumbled. Then I guess I'll have to try harder. It's my job as your older brother. Yuuto burst out laughing. Ugh, why do you have to be like that? He asked between gasps of laughter. Someday, someone's going to see through your bullshit and stop you, I'm sure of it. He laughed even harder. It's not even that funny, I don't know why I can't stop laughing. Snickering, Hisashi said, Don't kid yourself, I'm hilarious. Izuku threw open the door. Hey, what's so funny? Don't you look cute in your costume? Hisashi leapt up and swept his son into a hug. How did hero training go? I had a lot of fun. Izuku beamed. All Might taught me a new move. I'll show you, just not in here. He glanced at the fragile glass pieces on the coffee table. I've been expanding from punches to kicks lately. Glad to hear it. Hisashi ruffled his son's hair. You're such a genius, you're going to blow everyone away once you get old enough to attend UA. Although, it can be hard to fit in when you're so much more advanced than everyone else your age. I always had that problem. If any of your teachers fail to appreciate you properly, let me know right away, okay? Thanks, Dad, Izuku said. Those customized sneakers you got me have made training even easier. They're so lightweight. He pointed at his newest red sneakers. Ah. Hisashi beamed. I'll order a few dozen more pairs. Yuuto observed with amusement. Izuku had managed to retain his rightful place as head of the household by subjugating his dad with cuteness. The kid had Hisashi so hilariously whipped. Izuku said, All Might is waiting for you outside. He said something about you two having plans together? Hisashi nodded. Look, the pest is already texting me. So impatient. I'll be down in a moment. He went to get his coat. Izuku ran into the bathroom to shower after his training. As his older brother put on his shoes, Yuuto raised an eyebrow. What are you doing with All Might? We're going to annihilate a quirk trafficking ring together. Then afterward we're going to head to the bar to have drinks, swap pictures of Izuku, and make snide comments at each other. Yuuto stared. What? I've never met anyone else who hates quirk traffickers as much as me, and he can look at Izuku photos for hours without rest. Maybe I enjoy spending time with him a bit. Hisashi shrugged. It's strange because I still hate him, yet I'm looking forward to seeing him, but I think I'm looking forward to seeing him because I enjoy insulting him. What's the word for this? Wearily, Yuuto said, Congratulations, big brother, you have a frenemy. If your heart grows several sizes, maybe someday you'll be able to make a real friend. Hisashi shook his head. No, I like these frenemies more because I can hurt them. You're not supposed to hurt your friends, right? It's discouraged. You shouldn't hurt All Might either. He does it back. I've almost started to like him because he provides me with an actual challenge. It's like having a prey that's too much fun to ever kill, because if I eat it, then it will be gone. If I pretend to be happy for you, then will you stop being so creepy? Yuuto shuddered. Just wait until his big brother found out that Izuku's new friend Shudo Todoroki was convinced that All Might was Izuku's other dad. Shudo had watched how Hisashi and All Might sniped at each other and concluded it must be bitterness from their divorce. The rumor had turned into a popular internet conspiracy theory. Yuuto was saving this reveal for just the right time to make his brother snort his drink out his nose. Hisashi said, The last time I went drinking with All Might, I saw the paparazzi taking pictures of us. So it has the added benefit of being good for my reputation. I enjoy exploiting the blonde idiot for his fame. Had the rumor started to spread to the general public? Yuuto snickered. This just kept getting better and better. Before leaving the apartment, Hisashi stopped and put a hand on the back of Yuuto's armchair. By the way, I found something I'm sincerely proud of you for. Yuuto looked up. It had better not be my hair again. I'm proud of you for raising Izuku. Hisashi smiled. It's because of you that he can smile so brightly. You did good. I'm extremely over needing your approval, Yuuto lied. But thank you. I think we're both doing great raising him, actually. You do have perfect hair, of course. Hisashi ruffled his white locks. I can't stop. It's just so fluffy. Arg. Yuuto batted away the hands. Aren't you keeping your frenemy waiting? Nonsense, my love for my family always comes first. Hisashi gave him a thorough noogie before finally letting go. I'm sorry I ever called you weak and stupid. In 6 years, you gutted the Japanese Yakuza and burned down Tartarus Human Experimentation Division while raising a child. Just because that's not how I would have spent my efforts doesn't make it any less objectively impressive. Yuto's head jerked around. Would you say that again? His hand reached for his phone. Nah, you should have recorded it the first time. Hisashi laughed and headed out the door. After his brother had left, Yuuto finished his tea and comic book, then took his cup to the sink. A few minutes later, Izuku emerged from the bathroom dressed in his regular sweatpants and t-shirt. Uncle Yuuto, do you know why Dad keeps excessively praising me after every hero training session? I know he still doesn't want me to be a hero, but he acts like he's trying to win a prize for most supportive parent whenever the topic comes up. It's starting to freak me out because I can't figure out what he's up to. Yuuto winced. That might be my fault. You see, I kinda might have implied to my brother that he hurt my feelings by insulting me in the past. It wasn't a big deal, but he seems to have taken it to heart. That's why he's going overboard praising every single thing you do. Izuku raised an eyebrow. He realized his tactics didn't work before, so he's switching it up. That explains why he keeps dropping hints about how the heroes will never properly appreciate me. Yeah, that must be his new angle. Yuuto sighed. He hasn't given up on convincing you to be anything besides a hero. Calmly, Izuku said, then he'll need to learn to live with disappointment. I'm sure he will. Yuuto smiled. After all, you've already successfully manipulated him into a platonic parent trap by faking your near death. Well done, by the way. Your injury looked so convincing. Izuku stared at his uncle for a long moment. Then he asked, when did you realize? Oh, I had my suspicions you were up to something from the beginning. With how you figured out I'd been kidnapped right away and knew where to find me. I eavesdropped on your conversation with Dad, so as soon as I saw the news story I knew it was our canary in the coal mine. Honestly, I'd already started taking precautions in case everything went down in flames. I piggybacked off the tracker you put on Dad's phone and found the location of his hideout. Clever. I suppose you followed me to the apartment by putting another tracker on my phone. Izuku nodded. While you attracted everyone's attention by sauntering in the front door, I was able to sneak past the watchers. I must have made you worried. Yuuto patted his nephew's head. Sorry about that. How did you figure out I was faking my injury? Izuku asked, a tad indignant. Hypatia mentioned your rush job. That's how you spent your advance on your allowance, isn't it? Yuuto admired his nephew's sheer nerve in making his dad fund his fake death. I went back later, and she told me about the blood bag, the armor, and the fake skin. But you couldn't have known that at the time. What tipped me off that night was when you asked, are you proud of me? Not a question which made any sense in that moment. Yuuto winked. Unless you wanted to say the exact same thing as me when I got shot and nearly died at your age. You went straight for Hisashi's jugular there. I'm impressed. Izuku's smile returned. I tried to mirror that incident from your childhood as closely as I could. I'd planned my fake injury to resemble a bullet hole, but unfortunately then I had to wait for Dad to use an attack similar to a gun. Yuuto laughed. Yeah, I could have told you the melodramatic BSTRD goes more for flashy attacks. I had to wait for him to aim at the door too. My second biggest clue was how easily that bone drill got you. I know I taught you how to dodge. Izuku looked innocent. I did dodge quite carefully to make sure it hit me in the right spot. After he rewound away the fake injury, I pretended to be unconscious to scare him, but I started to get worried when he trashed the apartment. I was about to wake up when you stepped in. Yuuto had known a real injury wouldn't have kept his nephew down, not with his insane pain tolerance. A good thing his big brother had been too panicked to notice any discrepancies. You made the right move staying down. Worrying about you put Hisashi off his game enough to agree to my offer. Izuku grinned. I'm not sure what you said to him. I didn't dare risk moving around to eavesdrop, but I'm glad it worked. Since Izuku wouldn't like the bomb part of the conversation, Yuuto had no intention of telling him. Izuku didn't know how far his dad could go. He'd never been in a vault, never seen Hisashi at his absolute worst. Yuuto prayed it could stay that way. "You're the one who made everything possible," he said. "You deserve all the credit." "You're really not angry?" Izuku asked, looking down. "I should scold you for pulling such a dangerous trick, but I'm not a complete hypocrite, so I won't." As one of the idiot pair of brothers who'd pushed Izuku to those lengths, he didn't feel like he had the right to say anything. Izuku giggled. "And we both know I just bat my eyes at you and make you forgive me." Yuuto smiled. "That too. Actually, I meant, aren't you angry at me for tricking you? I could never be mad at you. I'm only angry with myself and my brother for dragging you into our issues." Yuuto shook his head. "I'm sorry. It was far more his fault than yours." Izuku patted his arm. "I couldn't have made this work without you. You did a great job catching the pass I threw to you. I'm always playing on your team. Anything for you, kid." Yuuto pulled his nephew into a hug. Izuku was the most important thing in his life. He'd been willing to kill his own brother for him, and he'd been willing to walk back from that for him. Now, he was so very glad he'd stopped in time. He'd never stop being grateful to Izuku for putting their family back together. "I love you," Yuuto whispered into Izuku's hair. "Love you too." Izuku hugged him back. "We should never let Hisashi find out about this, of course." Yuuto straightened. "Right now he thinks he successfully obtained possession of both of us, and it's put him in such a good mood he hasn't murdered anyone in months. He's much more amiable when he thinks he's winning." "I completely agree." Izuku laughed. "Keep acting like you're super frustrated that he's moving from villainy into politics. It's edging him on." "Acting? Who's acting?" Yuuto grumbled. "Hey, it's for the best. I'm using my dad to weaken the corrupt government. Sadly, he really is better than those currently in power. But I won't let him run amok forever." Izuku sighed. "I suppose at some point I'll have to go into politics to curb Dad's influence." "Ugh, I don't really want to, but there probably won't be any way to stop him short of taking over the government myself. I'm not any good at politics myself, but I'll help you how I can. If nothing else, I can keep dragging you off on hero adventures even after you become Prime Minister to make sure you still have fun." Yuuto winked. Izuku smiled. "Thank you so much for not getting angry. I was afraid of how you might react if you ever found out what I'd done." In fact, Yuuto had initially experienced some complicated emotions after realizing the truth. Izuku's ruthlessness and manipulation reminded him of his older brother in a frankly unnerving way. However, Yuuto was a grown man capable of handling his own shit, which meant he could talk about that with a therapist, not Izuku. The only thing he would ever say to his nephew was, "You did great. I'm so damn proud of you. You're going to be an amazing hero." Izuku beamed in response. A second impossible thing had been accomplished today. For a brief moment, Yuuto had felt glad his older brother was a villain. Because Yuuto was so very dearly looking forward to watching Hisashi get curb-stomped by Izuku. I'll make national disaster in 3, 2, 1. Reporter, congratulations on being elected Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Shigaraki. This is a historic moment. Hisashi, yes. Yes it is. Reporter, because you're Japan's first gay Prime Minister. Hisashi, I beg your pardon? I think there must be some misunderstanding. I would never appropriate the struggles of a group I don't belong to. Reporter, sir, your former partnership with All Might, the other father of your son, is an open secret throughout Japan. Sashi, what? Yuuto, watching the interview on the TV and laughing so hard he's crying, I never found the perfect moment to tell him about the rumor. Now I'm so glad I waited. This is beautiful. Izuku, Uncle Yuuto, maybe you should stop laughing. I think Dad might be about to start murdering people on live television. Hashtag Hisashi wants to murder All Might for this hashtag, but Izuku persuades him that it would only look like a crime of passion hashtag, so Hisashi agrees to hold a joint press conference with All Might dispelling the rumors hashtag. This convinces all members of the public who believe in facts and evidence hashtag, so maybe half of them hashtag the other half still think that Prime Minister Shigaraki and the hero All Might are in a star-crossed Possibly ongoing romance, torn apart by their political differences. Hashtag many angsty fanfictions have been written on the subject. Omake, imagine being Yuuto's therapist. Yuuto, my brother is a supervillain who's been puppeteering Japan from the shadows for over a century. Therapist. Yuuto, recently, I'm starting to worry if my nephew takes after him a little too much. He's such a sweet child, but surely it can't be normal to have detailed plans about how to take over Japan at age 12. Should I be doing something? I've read dozens of parenting books and none of them cover world domination. Therapist. Yuuto, on the other hand, maybe it's not fair to project my issues with my brother on Izuku. They're two very different people. Izuku genuinely wants to help people, and I'm sure Japan will do wonderfully under his future reign. Therapist. Yuuto, whoa, I feel so much better after getting that off my chest. Thank you. See you next week. Therapist, sorry, I won't be available. I'm quitting my job and moving to New Zealand to shear sheep. Yuuto, weird. I'm happy for you, but you're the third therapist I lost this month. Omake, all chocolate is naturally evil, of course. Hisashi, here, 2 mugs of steaming hot chocolate for both of you. Yuuto dips in his pinky to test for drags. It's hot. Okay, looks like it's regular hot chocolate, not evil hot chocolate. Hisashi, must you keep doing this every time? Izuku, Dad, you did drag him before. Hisashi, I promise not to do that again. Izuku, but didn't you promise not to do it last time? Hisashi, sure, but I didn't mean my promise then. I do this time. Izuku, Uncle Yuuto, can you test my hot chocolate too? Hisashi, hey. Omake, Hisashi, human disaster, Shigaraki actually fixes a mistake. Hisashi, Yuuto, I've arranged for a bi-weekly tutor who specializes in dyscalculia. She promised to have you ready for university exams within a year. Yuuto, I have zero desire to go back to school. And you're not listening to me, are you? Izuku, sorry, did I unleash him on you when I told him to make up for his mistakes? Yuuto, don't worry kid. We were overdue for our monthly brotherly game of, you can't make me do anything I don't want to do. Hey, big brother? I'll never open a math textbook ever again, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Hisashi, Izuku? Izuku, it might be a good idea for you to at least finish your high school degree if you have the opportunity. You'll expand your opportunities in life. Think about it, please. Yuuto, smile freezes. Absolutely nothing except that. Hashtag the good news is that their old misunderstanding is finally resolved. Hashtag the bad news is that Hisashi would have an intense determination to right his past mistakes. Hashtag and Yuuto would react like a cat who doesn't want to take a bath. Hashtag but as long as Hisashi has Izuku on his side, he automatically wins. Omake. Of course Hisashi does it to Izuku too. At the UA entrance exam, the zero-pointer robot is about to smash Achiko Uraraka. Izuku rushes forward to save her. This is a historic moment. Hisashi, get away from my son, you rust bucket. He rips the robot into nuts and bolts. Izuku, Dad, that was going to be my cool moment. You ruined it. Hisashi, more like I stopped you from breaking a bone. Izuku, what are you even doing here? Hisashi, if you must insist on pursuing this dangerous hero business, then I'm going to be watching over you every step of the way. Yuuto, yeah, he does that to me too. I'm so sorry. Aizawa, oh, great, I've already identified this year's problem child and problem parent. I'd better start stocking up on stomach ulcer medicine now. Hashtag yes. Hisashi will try to tag along on every single one of Izuku's hero adventures. Hashtag he also loaded Izuku down with quirks as soon as he figured out one for all would absorb them so Izuku could handle them safely. Hashtag Hisashi doesn't want Yuuto to come along when he stalks his son because Yuuto just makes things more dangerous. Hashtag but Yuuto keeps popping up anyway. Hashtag Izuku isn't thrilled about any of this, but he does break fewer bones. Omake, the crackiest Omake yet. Hisashi, did you call me to your school because you want to discuss my son? Principal Nizu, no, this is entirely about you. I saw what you did to the robot at the entrance exam, and I was most impressed. Would you like to become a hero? Hisashi, what the hell? Principal Nizu, I won't make you start as a student, of course. We can find a position on the staff for you while arranging for your official credentials. Hisashi, excuse me? Don't you recognize me? I'm the Prime Minister of Japan. Principal Nizu, you can do both. Hisashi, why would I want to save people? I hate humans. Principal Nizu, so do I. I want you even more now. This is the start of a beautiful friendship. Hisashi, would it make you shut up if I told you I'm a villain? Not that I'm admitting to anything. Principal Nizu, no problem. I know people who are both heroes and villains, we call them double agents. Hisashi, look, I wouldn't become a hero for my own brother. I'm not doing it for a rodent. Principal Nizu, you're about to find out that I'm an astonishingly persistent rodent. Also, if you become part of UA's staff, you can stalk your son in legal ways. Hisashi. Continue. I figure Hisashi takes the teaching position but not the hero license. His knowledge of history will make him a valuable resource and ethics class will be interesting to say the least. It would be hilarious if Nizu succeeded in persuading all for one to become a hero, but it might be a bit much even for a crack FIC. Yuuto would be so happy to finally get to be heroes together with his big brother. Even though most of his time would be spent dragging his brother off villains before he murdered them. And also dragging him off any heroes who annoyed him. Make time. Maybe the real enemies were the people we met along the way. Hisashi, sitting at a bar next to All Might. Then Izuku charges straight at that serial killer with the disgustingly unhygienic blood-liking ability. Nearly giving me a heart attack, might I add. Sometimes I just want to lock him up somewhere safe. Just joking, of course. All Might, oh, I completely understand how you feel. Hisashi. All Might, who wouldn't want to protect such an adorable, trouble-seeking missile of a child? Of course I completely respect young Izuku's will to become a hero. I only wish I could take all of his pain on myself or make the world magically safe for him. Or even just force him stay at the hospital until he's completely recovered. Hisashi, sometimes I feel like you're the only beach who gets me. Hisashi. Hisashi, we still hate each other, right? All Might, yes, of course, you delusional megalomaniac. Hisashi, oh, thank God. Same time, same place next week? The last author, sits at a table surrounded by empty wine bottles. So yeah, I wrote a thing. I don't even know what it was. Probably crack. At one point, I had control over the ending. Then a certain white-haired menace took over and did whatever he wanted. Yuuto, hey author-chan. We finished the epilogue without you as you requested. Author, takes a swig from her bottle. Did your brother die? Yuuto, no, why would you think that? Author, pure wishful thinking on my part. Would you believe he's still trying to hunt me down and kill me? Izuku was fine. He didn't even get stabbed for real. You should see what happens to him in other fanfictions. How long is it going to take before Hisashi gives up so I can go home? Yuuto, I have some bad news for you, and I really hope you enjoy living in Australia. Author, I don't. It's too hot. Sways and drinks again. The hell do you want? Yuuto, I have a story idea I'd like to run by you. Author, I regret ever writing you in the first place. Yuuto, she kids. I'm her fave, with my 5 minutes of screen time and chapter 193 which she read a bajillion times. That's why she wrote a story for me where I got to be alive and together with my family. Author, keep talking and I'll write another evil first FIC. Yuuto, you wouldn't dare. This is your most commented on story. The people love me. Author, tell me your idea and leave so I can go back to killing my brain with alcohol. Yuuto, I'd like you to write a series of drabbles about me defeating my big brother in different ways. Call it, How Yuuto Could Have Won. I have so many different ideas, I'm thinking this story will be about 200,000 words. Author, throws bottle at him. Get the hell out of my house. Yuuto, catches the bottle. He pokes the author. She seems to have fallen unconscious. I guess it's up to me to end this. Thanks so much to everyone who read my story. I can't be a hero without readers. A special thanks to everyone who left kudos and commented. Author-chan and I loved reading all your comments together. It makes us truly happy that so many people enjoyed our rather strange story. The true fandom heroes are people who comment on repeatedly on a multi-chapter story. Thank you. Once author Chan sobers up, I will gently remind her that she has more snippets to post in the series. These will include fluffy family life set after the epilogue of custody battles such as Hisashi's birthday and a Shimura family appearance. We'll also have some AUs such as Hisashi traveling back in time and the custody battle bad ending. Next up is Yuuto checks the paper in his hand. His face pales. Next up is 4 ways the first one for all user could have died. Author Chan, do you seriously hate me? Author cracks open one eye. Nah, it's not like that. I just want to make your brother suffer. I've declared war on Hisashi, and you're what the military refers to as collateral damage. Yuuto grabs the author by her collar and shakes her. I protest this cruel and unfair treatment. Wake up. Don't end the story here. I'm not done complaining yet.